Supreme God Emperor Chapter 30:38 to Chapter 30:81. Xianxia was also patient and said, "Let's wait and see. Maybe it will be fine after a while. That cauldron, the six of us together can't even move it. Yunmu will probably take a long time." At this moment, Qi Yuan, Zhao Huang, and Li He did not speak. They knew. Once Yunmu appeared, Song Hao would not let him go. No matter if Yunmu really handed over all the items or part of it, Song Hao would not believe it. Therefore, Song Hao would attack Yunmu. By then, what should they do, once Yunmu was forced into a corner? If he told them about the soul-nourishing elixir, then it would be over. At this moment, the three of them looked cold. On the surface, they did not show it, but secretly, they were discussing. Yunmu will definitely die. Before he dies, he will definitely betray us. What should we do? They did not want to hand over the two soul-nourishing elixirs. However, once Song Hao and Xianxia knew, they would have to hand it over even if they did not want to. As Qi Yuan spoke, Zhao Jia and Li He's hearts also trembled slightly. Zhao Huang said calmly, "In for a penny, in for a pound." Both Qi Yuan and Li He were stunned when they heard this. Yunmu will come out. We will join forces with him. The four of us are first-level ultimate gods. We might be able to deal with Song Hao and Xianxia. We will be safe if we injure one of them with a surprise attack. That Yunmu is a piece of trash. Let him attract Song Hao and Xianxia. The three of us will join forces to injure one of them and kill the other two. Even if we can't kill them and force them to retreat, the three of us will find a place to try to break through. As long as we reach second-level ultimate gods, will we still be afraid of the three of them? Then Yunmu, just kill him. Zhao Huang said calmly, "That idiot can only escape if he cooperates with us." He will. After forcing Xianxia and Song Hao to retreat, won't it be easy for the three of us to kill him? Qi Yuan and Li He's eyes flickered when they heard this. This method was feasible, it was really feasible. As long as they could injure either Song Hao or Xianxia, the three of them would be in an invincible position. At this moment, Mu Yun, who was in the cauldron, did not know the group's plan. The last mountain. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly and his aura gathered. At this moment, the feeling that Mu Yun was exceptionally strong. He did not seem like he had just entered the realm. In fact, during this period of time, he had been tempering himself. Did not stop. 99 mountains, 99 mountains, 99 mountains, 99 elixirs. Xianxia did not recognize most of them. He could only hope that when he met Miao Xianyu and Meng Zimo, he would come back to identify them. In any case, there was nothing wrong with keeping it for now. Accompanied by a rumbling sound. The final mountain had completely collapsed at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun felt it. The first refinement of his soul and spirit was already close to the peak. Him find. If he could reach the second level, he would be at the second level of the Supreme God realm. This cauldron had given him a huge advantage. "Old Lu, get ready to go." At this moment, Mu Yun said, "Continuing to sit here is of no use to my realm. You should be done with your work, right?" "Hee, it's done." A hoarse voice sounded at this moment. A figure walked out from the thick fog. It was Old Man Lu, who was transformed from the heaven and earth furnace. At this moment, Old Man Lu was dressed in a red robe. His red hair danced in the wind, and his old face was like chili powder. His entire body was protruding red. Old Man Lu was like the consciousness of the heaven and earth furnace. And the heaven and earth furnace itself was incomparably powerful. Just like a person, it was divided into a physical body and a soul. Old Man Lu was the soul of the heaven and earth furnace. At this moment, Mu Yun clearly felt that Old Man Lu's aura was different. It was several times stronger than before. Although this guy was the heaven and earth furnace, one of the 13 treasures of the primordial world. But now, it was less than 1% of its peak strength. It was really less than 1%. Otherwise, Mu Yun would not have been able to subdue it back then. But the current Old Man Lu gave people the feeling that he had recovered quite a bit. "Thank you, little friend." Old Man Lu smiled and said, "Originally, my strength was less than 10%, but now, I have recovered 10%. When the old me recovers 10% of my strength, I have the strength of a godly venerable. I wonder if little friend's current first-level godly venerable can still suppress me. Looks like you are indeed harboring evil intentions. Mu Yun looked at old man Lu and said slowly, 10% of your strength is close to a godly venerable. Looks like if you recover to your peak, you will have the strength of a titled emperor? Titled emperor? Old man Lu sneered and said, the 13 treasures of the primordial world, if you can, enough to erupt with true divine might, you can slaughter titled gods and titled emperors. You can treat the old me as a divine weapon, but, the old me treats myself as a person. One day, the old me will become a great Tao divine weapon between heaven and earth, surpassing all weapons and dominating all weapons. Mu Yun sneered and said, unfortunately, you met me. If I can suppress you for a while, I can suppress you for a lifetime. As soon as these words came out, old man Lu sneered. Is that so? Old man Lu chuckled and said, without the world tree, without the origin of time and space, how will you suppress the old me? This is my chance. Today, the old me will swallow you and use your body to become a supreme divine weapon. As old man Lu spoke, he waved his hands. For a moment, the surrounding world turned into a world of magma. This was not the first time Mu Yun had seen it. You want to kill me? You are not enough. Mu Yun shouted and took a step forward. How is it not enough? Old man Lu said coldly, the old me now also has the strength of a godly venerable. Although I can't control my body, can you defeat me with just my soul? Now, it's time for you to return the 30% control to me. Fuse it all and take away your body. I will find a way to swallow the magma and gradually recover my strength. When I reach my peak, even a god emperor can't do anything to me in this world. As soon as these words came out, old man Lu's aura erupted at this moment. Just his soul form alone already had the strength of a godly venerable. It's too early for you to be happy. Mu Yun said slowly, why don't you bear with it and do it after you surpass me? I can't wait anymore. Old man Lu shouted, you've improved too quickly. You have the sparrow god fan, the origin of time and space, the world tree, and this so-called divine weapon, the exterminating heaven's portrait. The old me has no chance to wait. Today is the last chance. As soon as he said this, old man Lu's killing intent soared. At this moment, Mu Yun's strength was condensed to the extreme. Today, a battle. He wanted to do it, old man Lu was holed up in the heaven and earth furnace. He had no way of pulling him out. Now that he had come out, he wanted to fight him to the death. If he killed old man Lu, he could replace him and truly control the heaven and earth furnace. Even if only 10% of his true strength erupted, it was still powerful and comparable to a divine-grade divine weapon. Most importantly, this thing could be restored to its peak in the future. At that time it would be a divine weapon that could be used by titled gods and titled emperors. Blood Sun Fist. A punch blasted out, the vigorous origin power and blood chi combined. The sea of blood in the sky gushed out at this moment, vowing to swallow old man Lu. Ignorant. At this moment, old man Lu's eyes changed, and he sneered again and again. He grabbed out with one hand. The magma formed a giant fist, 100 feet tall, directly smashed down. Boom, the giant fist fell. Waves of tyrannical aura tore apart the power of Mu Yun's divine fist at this moment. The magma was constantly swallowing, constantly swallowing. Mu Yun's figure was constantly retreating at this moment. Blood Sun Finger. A finger pointed out, and the giant finger crushed the magma fist at this moment. Crackling, the origin power in the whole world was suddenly squeezed out. At this moment, the two people fought, and their momentum was like a rainbow. The aura in Mu Yun's body was more powerful than the previous wave. Heavenly Sun Seal. A seal covered down, directly spreading out on old man Lu's body. In an instant, old man Lu's body was pressed into the magma. It was just that at this moment, Mu Yun was not careless. If this guy was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have made things difficult for him now. Roar, in an instant, a roar rang out at this moment. In the magma, a magma dragon soared up at this moment. This was not the first time Mu Yun saw this magma dragon. It was just that this time, it was more powerful than before. 100 feet long body, full of flames and magma, formed an armor, covering the body. Heavenly Sun Seal. At this moment, a seal directly pressed down. That magma dragon, at this moment, roared. Its speed was extremely fast, its figure shuttled through the seal, and went straight to Mu Yun. Dragon fight? Laozi is afraid of you? Mu Yun shouted, and from all over her body, a series of dragon roars sounded continuously. The golden dragon, at this moment, displayed a powerful aura. The magma dragon and the golden dragon, entangled with each other, instantly fought. The violent waves of air, each stronger than the previous. At this moment, Mu Yun's dragon eyes carried a trace of coldness. Diamond meditation scripture. Soul armor. Body armor. In between a shout. Imprints of armor appeared on the surface of the golden dragon's body, covering its entire body. Looks like you've spent quite a bit of time studying deity arts. Don't I have to thank you for that? Mu Yun sneered. You took the time to recover, and I also took the time to become stronger. However, it's still the same. You're in too much of a hurry to kill me. You have the strength of a divine venerable, so what can you do? Where is Nai? Old Man Lu sneered. More than enough to kill you. As soon as the words left Old Man Furnace's mouth, power began to condense from head to toe. Flames were spewing out from the mouth of the magma dragon. Powerful waves of air rolled and roared. The entire world turned into a world of magma. At that moment, Mu Yun's aura seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. Although he was greatly suppressed in this world of magma, the greater the suppression his soul suffered at this moment, the greater his endurance would be. Brat, you want to break through to the second level here? In your dreams. Old Man Lu was staking everything on this one throw. The world tree was not here. Guai was not here. His chance had come. He knew that he was taking a risk. But if he did not take the risk now, he might not have a chance in the future. He had to take this risk. With a low shout in his heart, power flashed all over his body. Barbs grew all over Old Man Lu's body. At this moment, the barbs were stirring Mu Yun's heart. This old thing was really different this time. Guai had warned him before. If the world tree was separated, this old thing would definitely be up to no good. Now, it had come true. But even so, Mu Yun had nothing to change. The world tree must be temporarily given to Xianfeng. Otherwise, Xianfeng's life would be in more and more danger. And he might not be a match for him. One soul demon blade. He shouted. In front of Mu Yun's huge dragon body, traces of source power condensed, traces of soul power gathered. Slowly, the two forces combined and condensed into a blade. A blade that was 100 feet long. Chop. The blade smashed down directly at this moment. The blade light was dazzling. Streams of aura condensed and spread, and in the end, it still slashed straight at Old Man Lu. Boom, a series of rumbling sounds rang out at this moment. The aura in Old Man Lu's body was unstable, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The magma dragon's body was trembling at this moment. Damn it! Old Man Lu cursed, and the barbs on the surface of his body suddenly shot out at this moment. Those barbs, as if turning into a divine artifact, penetrated Mu Yun's huge dragon body one by one. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously. Mu Yun's body suffered a heavy blow at this moment. Damn it, at this moment, the dragon body kept retreating. Mu Yun had to retreat, the dragon body was very powerful. But he had not come into contact with the dragon clan after all. Transforming into a dragon body to fight against him, he was actually unable to unleash his strongest power. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yun's figure turned into a normal size. Two-soul Buddha lotus. A low shout rang out. A lotus platform formed by soul power and origin power, with 9 black lotus seeds in the center, condensed at this moment, and in an instant, it fell above Old Man Lu. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. A series of rumbling sounds rang out at this moment. Mu Yun's entire body, from top to bottom, condensed her aura. The explosive power of the Buddha lotus was also constantly increasing at this moment. Old Man Lu's angry voice rang out continuously, but in the end, it was drowned out by the sound of the lotus beads exploding. At this moment, the two of them had already become you one move, I one move, and completely killed each other. Old Man Lu's life and death battle. wasn't Mu Yun the same? Three-soul divine seal. Mu Yun flew up, and a seal gathered at this moment, about to directly cover it. But suddenly, before that seal could be covered, in the magma, a figure flew up into the sky. It was Old Man Lu. At this moment, Old Man Lu was holding a blade in his hand. A complete magma giant blade directly slashed at Mu Yun. Puff, in an instant, Mu Yun was unable to dodge, her flesh on her chest split open, her bones shattered, and a large amount of blood, like a rain of blood, fell at this moment. Old Man Lu's speed was too fast. She couldn't dodge. This old man has roamed the world for millions of years, how can I be subdued by you? Old Man Lu said crazily, if not for those stubborn god emperors, who severely injured this old man's body, you, a mere god venerable, with one look, this old man can kill you like killing an ant. Unfortunately, you are nothing now. At this moment, Mu Yun had a bloody scar on her chest, it was simply horrifying. But this time, Mu Yun didn't care at all. Those god emperors? Mu Yun sneered. Only god emperors in the Kanglan myriad world, those god emperors? Ridiculous. You are just an ant, what do you know? Old Man Lu roared. The people who created us are god emperors, what is a god emperor? Only those who have passed through the great Tao god realm are god emperors. You are just a mere god venerable, you don't know shit. And those old things treat you, a group of fellows who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, as idiots. At this moment, Old Man Lu's aura was extremely chaotic, as if he had developed great resentment. I don't care about some great Tao God realm God Emperor, I only care about the path in front of me. This world is vast, I, Mu Yun, the nine-fated son of heaven, will eventually step into the top, the unstoppable top. Haha, at this moment, Old Man Lu laughed loudly as if looking at an idiot. You? Just you? Old Man Lu sneered and said, nine-fated son of heaven? It's just man-made, you're far from it. Mu Yun, this world is ultimately the world of the strong. Do you really think that the people of the wilderness are all dead? Do you really think that in the human world, Yi Xiaoyao walking out, your father Di Muqing Yu walking out, are all coincidences? The human world in your eyes hides the most terrifying existence since ancient times, since the wilderness, whose might shakes the nine worlds, its might shakes the heavens, its might shakes everything. At this moment, Old Man Lu really seemed to have gone crazy. One day, you will know that everything is just a joke. In this Kanglan myriad world, everyone is a chess piece. The chess player sees all of you as nothing more than ants. At this moment, Mu Yun frowned. Since that's the case, then all the more you have to jump out of the chessboard and become the chess player. Mu Yun said slowly. You? Are you worthy? Old Man Lu laughed sinisterly and said, in the Kanglan myriad world, the heaven-sealing divine emperor may be worthy, Muqing Yu may be worthy, but you are not worthy. When Mu Yun heard this, his eyes moved slightly. In his heart, he had already evaluated his father time and time again, but time and time again, many people, many things, refreshed his understanding. As one of the 13 treasures of the wilderness, Old Man Lu actually praised his father so highly. Father's great Tao was broken, how could he compare to the God Emperor? If he was really so powerful, how could he lose to Di Yuan? Kid, I've talked nonsense with you for half a day. Now, prepare to completely lose your life. As Old Man Lu's words fell, suddenly, in the magma, fire dragons flew up at this moment. Looking carefully, there were a total of 9. Each one, like the original Old Man Lu, had an incomparably powerful aura. Damn it! Mu Yun cursed softly at this moment. This old thing was waiting for the right opportunity. Guai was not around. The world tree was temporarily stripped. Therefore, even if it was risky, he had to make a move now. It was a situation where it was either you die or I die. Mu Yun had no way out now. Since that's the case, let's kill him. Mu Yun barked out a command. Dao of Yin and Yang. In an instant. At this moment, the light in Mu Yun's eyes changed. One was black and the other was white. At this moment, they were flickering with a powerful aura. A Tai Chi pattern condensed in front of Mu Yun. At this moment, the Taiji diagram shone with a strong aura. Waves of energy rippled out. The powerful aura caused Mu Yun's eyes to become extremely sharp. At this moment, the Taiji diagram shone out and charged forward. Boom, rumbling sounds could be heard at this moment. Layers of power swept out. The Taiji Dao directly chopped off the head of a huge lava dragon. The surging lava flowed down. At this moment, the Taiji diagram was spinning at high speed. Streams of energy continued to condense. Mu Yun's entire body was releasing an aura. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. Eye of Heaven. As soon as the eye opened, the surging aura condensed at this moment. At this moment, the strong light was releasing an unparalleled aura. Swoosh swoosh, two space blades instantly rushed out and attacked the two lava dragons. When Old Man Lu saw this scene, his eyes were cautious. 9 Fate of Heaven, Taiji Dao. Is this the magical effect of reincarnation? No wonder. Old Man Lu murmured, no wonder back then, Kanglin could be ranked first among the God Emperors, causing the other God Emperors to fear his strength. Reincarnation is the most unfathomable existence in this world. At this moment, Old Man Lu's aura was terrifyingly strong. His entire body was filled with power. Swallow the heavens and destroy the earth. With a shout, the lava seemed to be squeezed at this moment, turning into walls. Heaven, earth, east, west, north, south. The 6 walls surrounded Mu Yun's figure. At this moment, Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. Waving both arms, the Night Void Divine Sword slashed out. Clang, however, a sonorous sound rang out at this moment. The long sword in Mu Yun's hand emitted sparks. Only a mark was left on the lava wall. There was nothing else. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were solemn. Old Man Lu was the consciousness of the heaven and earth furnace. It was like a soul in a human body. Although the current heaven and earth furnace was no longer 10 or 20% of its peak ability, Old Man Lu was also no longer at his peak. But that was still at the God-venerable level. Under the full eruption, the oppressive aura was very, very strong. Kid, if you kill me, how can the 13 primordial treasures still be called one of the primordial treasures? At this moment, Old Man Lu completely erupted. 6 walls. They completely surrounded Mu Yun, blocking any path. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, the 6 walls condensed into one, forming an iron cage, enveloping Mu Yun. Her figure disappeared, falling into the lava below. Old Man Lu sneered, in less than a moment, you will die without a doubt. 9 Fate of Heaven? Kanglin, so what if you have planned for hundreds of millions of years? In the end, won't I still have the advantage? Old Man Lu said crazily, the World Tree, the 4 Great Origins, and the 13 Primordial Treasures. So what if my heaven and earth furnace is ranked 11th? This world will be mine in the end. Whether it's Di Ming or Mu Qingyu, they are just chess pieces. At best, they are just slightly stronger chess pieces. And my heaven and earth furnace will become the overlord of the world, dominating all worlds. Loud laughter rang out at this moment. At the same time, millions of miles away from the Yin-Yang sky domain, in a vast and shadowless mountain range. 4 divine mountains surrounded a huge palace. At this moment, in the palace, a woman dressed in a long robe, with a treasure belt around her waist, her long hair tied up, and a felt hat on her head. She held a paper fan in her hand and suddenly opened her eyes. Her bright eyes and exquisite face gave off a unique aura. A hint of coldness, a hint of tenderness, a hint of heroism, and a touch of charm. This was a woman. But it was as if the temperament of Mu Yun's 9 wives had been condensed, perfectly fused into one. Although she was dressed in male attire, it was still difficult to hide her shocking appearance and temperament. Yuner, the woman opened her eyes, and there was a trace of astonishment in her eyes. She could feel a unique aura tugging at her mind, making it hard for her to calm down. It's Yuner. At this moment, the woman stood up. Around the palace, iron chains spread out in all directions, and on the 4 divine mountains, light flashed. This place seemed to have been completely sealed by a great array. What's going on? At this moment, the woman was bewildered. Mu Qingyu, if you let anything happen to my son, I will skin you alive when I get out. A cold snort sounded. Far away in the endless space, Mu Qingyu's body suddenly trembled at this moment, and a chill rose from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. What's wrong? Mu Qingyu was also dumbfounded. At this moment, in front of the palace, a figure appeared. Qing Emperor, I haven't seen you in such a long time. You look so shocked. The figure was dressed in black, and his expression was calm, like a young man in his 20s. He gave people the feeling that he was the emperor of the world. Di Yuan, open the array and fight with me. I'll show you what it means to be shocked. Yi Yushur snorted. At this moment, Di Yuan smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. If you can break the formation, I will naturally fight you. The four symbols sacred mountain's reputation as the most dangerous place in the ninth heaven realm is not just for show. Look at how worried Blue King is. It does not seem like Human King is in danger. I guess, it should be your son, right? Di Yuan smiled faintly. So what if I am? My son is the son of heaven with 9 lives. He will definitely become a god emperor in the future. Di Yuan, your good days are coming to an end. Yi Yushur sneered, when I get out, I'll exterminate all 18 generations of your Di family. The corner of Di Yuan's mouth twitched. This woman. She was obviously a peerless beauty, but when she spoke, she was not polite at all. How could Human King withstand that? Qing Emperor, why do you have to do this? At this moment, Di Yuan said indifferently, you know what I want. Sparrow God fan, it's not on me. The Lotus the Arch sneered. Di Yuan shook his head. Why must Azure Emperor be like this? If you hand over the Peacock God fan, I promise to let you go. Emperor Qing and the Peacock God fan are one. How could the Peacock God fan not be with Emperor Qing? Hearing this, Yi Yushur sneered. Idiot, compared to your 8 brothers, you are the most idiotic. Yi Yushur said nonchalantly, no wonder the other 9 heavenly realms have many first-grade forces. Only your 9th heavenly realm has the only first-grade force, and it's the Divination Pavilion. Even you don't dare to provoke them. At this moment, Di Yuan's expression gradually became gloomy. You're not convinced? Yi Yushur said again, your old man named Kanglin as one of the 9 great heavenly realms and gave you the 9th heavenly realm, which is the worst. The origin power of heaven and earth can't compare to the other 8 realms, and the local forces aren't qualified. Isn't it because he looked down on you and thought you couldn't control it? Your big brother, Di Xing, was crowned as the #1 celestial emperor. The dragon realm is in the 1st celestial realm. Your second brother, Di Xianxia, was conferred the title of the 2nd heaven emperor. The phoenix realm is in the 2nd heaven realm. Your father was worried about the powerful dragon race and the powerful phoenix race. Thus, he sent his 2 strongest sons to guard them. What about you? Yi Yushur said disdainfully. The 9th heaven realm is the only realm without first-grade beasts. Di Ming's motive for having you guard this place is obvious. Because you're the weakest. At this moment, Di Yuan's expression was indifferent. However, from the tightly clenched fists within his sleeves, one could tell that Di Yuan was not as indifferent as he appeared on the surface. You're not convinced? Yi Yushur said again, other than the dragon realm and the phoenix realm, even the 9 serenities realm, the titan realm, the bone realm, the Qilin realm, the 5 spirit realm, and the soul realm have been conferred to your 6 brothers as the celestial emperors of their respective heaven realms. You're just in name. Shut up. At this moment, Di Yuan's gaze finally turned dark and cold. Even though this is the case, your good husband was still defeated by me. Really? Yi Yushur sat down valiantly. Do you really think that defeating Mu Qingyu with the imperial seal is the same as defeating him? If I'm not mistaken, your current strength should only be at the sovereign level, right? Not to mention the strength of a titled martial emperor, he doesn't even have the strength of a quasi-emperor, right? When Yi Yushur said this, Di Yuan's expression finally changed. Di Yuan, don't act smart. You're already at your limit. You're just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If you were ruling the other heaven realms, my husband would have caused you to be seriously injured and the Di Yuan pavilion would not be able to hold on. The first-class forces and clans in the other heaven realms would have swallowed you long ago. It's only in the 9th heaven realm that the divine secret pavilion rambles on every day and doesn't care about anything. Those second-class forces can't deal with you, and you can still act like a tyrant now. But don't worry. One day, my son will come to your Di Yuan pavilion, kill you, and save me. Yi Yushur smiled and said, that day won't be too far away. You should hurry up and recover. Oh, right, devour less of your subordinate's strength. Otherwise, when you recover, it'll be quite awkward if your subordinates are only divine venerables. You. Diyuan's face was livid. You're stubborn. Diyuan snorted coldly and said, I've already found out that your son is in the 9th heaven realm. Before he grows up, I'll kill him. When the time comes, I'll hold his head and tell you that whether it's the human emperor, Emperor Qing, or the 9th emperor, they all have to die. As Diyuan spoke, he turned around and left. Human Emperor Mu Qingyu. Emperor Qing, Yi Yushir. And the son of those two, the 9th emperor. They all deserve to die. They all deserve to die. 9th emperor, who is it? Mu Qingyu, you've been hiding for hundreds of thousands of years. Where did you hide your son? Diyuan secretly hated him. In fact, when their son was born, the 9 great heavenly emperors had captured the child's soul imprint. This was unchangeable. But that child was the 9th emperor. Others couldn't change it, but he could. So now, he could only search for him like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, he didn't know what the child's name was and what his cultivation level was now. Surnamed Mu, that might not be the case. Mu Qingyu might not be stupid to such an extent. Perhaps the people of the Divine Secret Pavilion knew about this matter very well. However, the Divine Secret Pavilion had intentionally or unintentionally avoided the Diyuan Pavilion in recent years. This made him very angry. It was just that the current him had no way to deal with the Divine Secret Pavilion. However, not everyone in the 9th heaven realm didn't know about this child. Some people still knew the news. He was still able to find some clues. It was just that during this period of time, he couldn't free his hands. Right now, recovering his strength was the most important thing. However, that child would appear soon. He couldn't escape. Emperor Qing, what you're relying on is that I can only imprison you and can't hurt you. However, this time won't be too long. As long as your child is in the 9th heaven realm, I guarantee that he will appear. The corners of Diyuan's mouth raised slightly, and a cold smile slowly appeared. At this moment, the smile on Yi Yushir's face gradually disappeared. Yuner wasn't discovered by Diyuan, then what happened? Damn it. Yi Yushir's expression became anxious at this moment. Mu Qingyu, the first thing I'll do when I get out is to skin you. How much my son suffered, you'll suffer for me. In the endless space, Mu Qingyu's body trembled again. What are you doing? Bing Xiaoqian said with a look of disgust, what's wrong with you today? You can't be having thoughts about me, right? Get lost. Mu Qingyu cursed and said, something's wrong. What's wrong, is it your son or your wife? Bing Xiaoqian said gloatingly, then let's hurry up and get out. If your son dies, won't your wife skin you? Do you think I'm like you? My wife is considerate. What do you know? Bing Xiaoqian curled his lips and didn't say much. At this moment, Mu Qingyu frowned slightly. Everything was going according to plan. There shouldn't be any accidents. You sure? Yuner. Nothing will happen. Mu Qingyu exhaled. Even if something happened, he couldn't leave this place at this moment. There was an enormous secret here, and it involved something even more ancient than that. He should learn to trust his son. At this moment, Mu Yun felt as if he was in a world without any light. All around, there was a scorching aura. His clothes had long been burned into the air. However, the heavenly punishment diagram had already turned into a pale yellow divine robe and was draped over his body. Old schemer. Mu Yun cursed secretly. He had tried all methods, but it was useless. The space blade and the Tao of Taiji were very powerful. However, Old Man Lu seemed to have been prepared. And in fact, Mu Yun was not familiar with the control of the Eye of Heaven and the Eye of Reincarnation. He had not reached the level of his divine venerable realm. After all, after he entered the first level of the divine venerable realm, he had not had the time to carefully study these two methods. What should I do? At this moment, Mu Yun gradually calmed himself down. Along the way, he did not rely on his identity as the emperor. In fact, in the 9th heaven realm, only the strongest people of the 3 human forces knew about his identity as the emperor. And those 3 people would not say anything. They followed the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's calculations and would not say anything. Other than that, there were his 4 wives. Emperor. A high and mighty person. However, he had never used this identity to show off. Most of the time, he avoided it. Calm down. He had to calm down. At this moment, Mu Yun looked around. Old Man Lu uses the heaven and earth furnace as his main body. What I'm fighting now is similar to the soul of the heaven and earth furnace. The power of the soul. Mu Yun said slowly, I have a soul attack too. Unfortunately, the attack power is not enough. No, it might not be enough. Mu Yan's eyes lit up at this moment. If I can combine the first 3 moves and release the 3 souls splitting heaven and earth, it might not be impossible. Mu Yan's eyes were filled with determination at this moment. Time was of the essence. He could not think about it. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes became unprecedentedly calm. If she did not succeed, she would die for a righteous cause. That was all. Outside the cage formed by the 6 walls. At this moment, Old Man Lu's eyes became brighter and brighter. Mu Yun would die. Mu Yun would definitely die. As long as Mu Yun died, everything in the Kanglin myriad realms would change. Kanglin, you've already failed once. You'll fail a second time. You'll never succeed. You're a dead man, why are you so obsessed? This second generation 9-Fate son of heaven will die. At this moment, Old Man Lu's expression was hideous and frightening. Crack crack. However, at this moment, cracking sounds suddenly came from the walls of the cage. As the voice sounded, cracks spread out one after another. It was as if the heavens had collapsed and the earth had exploded. At that very moment, Old Man Lu's eyes were wide open, filled with shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Boom. Accompanied by a rumbling sound. The entire ground began to rumble. The magma continued to recede. The strange space returned to its original appearance. At this moment, a figure stepped out. He wore a golden robe and a crown on his head. Who else could it be but Mu Yun? Her eyes were black and white. At this moment, swords condensed all over Mu Yun's body. It was no longer the initial appearance of the sword body, but the first forging of the sword body. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was even more powerful to the extreme. Old Man Lu, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Mu Yun grinned and smiled slightly. No. Impossible. Old Man Lu was stunned. Nothing is impossible, at least for me, it is so. Mu Yun took a step forward. At this moment, her hand slowly formed a seal. It seemed slow. In fact, it was fast. Old Man Lu's face was gloomy, his aura erupted, and flames lingered all over his body. You must die. Old Man Lu rushed out. The flames all over his body condensed into an armor, covering his body. Is that so? The corners of Mu Yun's mouth rose slightly. 3 souls open heaven and earth. She drank it. In an instant, Mu Yun's strength gathered at one point. And that point, at this moment, condensed into a line. A line was torn at this moment. It was as if heaven and earth had been torn open. Mu Yun's eyes condensed at this moment. Created by the Thunder Emperor, it's really strong, Old Man Lu. As soon as Mu Yun's words fell, that gaping hole swallowed Old Man Lu. Bang. A low explosion sounded at this moment. At this moment, Old Man Lu's body was swallowed. At this moment, Mu Yun's soul sea expanded at this moment. 3 souls open heaven and earth. Not opening heaven and earth, but opening up a heaven and earth that could kill the enemy and belong to oneself. Created by the Thunder Emperor. It was really strong. Thunder Divine Body Technique, reaching the 4th level, was simply invincible. The crunching sound of tearing and biting sounded. At this moment, a powerful aura was released from Mu Yun's body at this moment. Soul Dao pattern. At this moment, it increased to the 2nd. However, it did not stop there. The 3rd Dao pattern appeared at this moment. 3rd forging of the soul. 3rd level of the divine venerable realm. At this moment, Mu Yun flicked her finger. The heaven and earth furnace appeared at this moment. It was like a cauldron, but magma was faintly discernible all over its body. From today onwards, you are really mine. Mu Yun muttered. The heaven and earth furnace was one of the 13 primordial treasures. Mu Yun knew how powerful it was. Back then, Yi Xiaoyao used one of the 13 primordial treasures, the Sun Moon Star Sword. It was ranked 10th. It was even more terrifying than the heaven and earth furnace. And Diming was also suppressed by Yi Xiaoyao because of this. If it wasn't for someone's underhanded method, it was still unknown who would win and who would lose. However, for some reason, the current heaven and earth furnace was severely damaged. The powerful primordial treasure's overall strength was now less than 10%. It would take a long time for him to recover. But this was also good. If it was very powerful, he wouldn't be able to get it at all now. Old Man Lu's hidden danger is over. Mu Yun exhaled. If one day, I can subdue the Sparrow God Fan, that would be great. I advise you not to think so. Guiyi's voice suddenly sounded at this moment. You are back? I didn't leave at all. Guiyi said indifferently. You didn't leave? You watched me almost get killed by Old Man Lu? Mu Yun questioned. You didn't get killed, did you? Guiyi said slowly, anyway, don't expect me to make a move. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. Your priority is to improve your strength, and mine is also to recover my strength. Although Mu Yun's tone was not good, he understood in his heart. If he had been relying on Guiyi, then he would basically be a useless person now. Although he seemed to be quite useless now. Master Guiyi, how's your recovery? It's all right. What level have you reached? Guiyi said indifferently. What does it have to do with you? After being disgusted by Guiyi, Mu Yun said slowly, with our friendship, when I unify the 10,000 worlds in the future, I will definitely redivide this world. What 9 great heavenly realms? I don't want any of them. There's only the world where the gods live. I'll put the gods together to prevent trouble. When the time comes, I, Mu Yun, will reunify the realms. Guiyi, I'll give you a name. Let's call it the Guiyi realm. I'll set it as the most powerful realm. How about it? Okay. Guiyi said slowly. Then what realm have you recovered to now? No comment. Mu Yun cursed in his heart. I've thought about it. In the future, I'll definitely set up a Guiyi realm and set it as the most useless realm. After the two teased each other for a while, Mu Yun stretched and said, Old Man Lu helped me once. Now I can go out. Those people outside have been waiting for me. A smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. At this moment, in the 3-story pavilion in the mystic realm, Xianxia and Song Hao gradually lost their patience. How long had it been? Almost half a day. However, there was no news of Mu Yun. This guy couldn't have died in there, right? If she had really died inside, that would be great. However, they were afraid that Mu Yun had found the opportunity and was now digesting it in the cauldron. In that case, they would be drawing water with a bamboo basket. However, even if Mu Yun really did that, what could Mu Yun improve in just half a day? Coming out was a dead end. However, the 5 of them had their own thoughts at this moment. Qi Yuan, Zhao Jia, and Li He made up their minds. If Song Hao and Xianxia wanted to kill Mu Yun, then they would join forces with Mu Yun and fight to the death with the 2 of them. It would be best if they could kill the 2 of them. If not, the 4 of them could also save their lives. If they could kill the 2 of them, then it would be easy for the 3 of them to deal with Mu Yun. The sound of the wind whistled. The 5 of them waited until this moment, and the sound of the wind sounded. On the 3rd floor, the flames that filled the air and the scorching aura gradually dissipated. It's over? Song Hao looked anxious at this moment. At the same time, the 2 of them almost instantly arrived at the staircase. A figure walked out at this moment. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun had taken off her pale yellow divine clothes and was wearing a long black robe. Her long hair was tied up, and a strand of hair fluttered in the wind. There was a smile on the corner of her mouth. Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Mu Yun smiled faintly. You brat, you only came out now. Song Hao scolded. What did you get? Tell us quickly. what did I get? Mu Yun muttered, 99 divine-grade supreme divine elixirs. The moment she said that, Xianxia and Song Hao both gasped. 99. Divine-grade supreme divine elixirs, even if it was the lowest grade of divine rank, it was still something that could drive them crazy. Where is it, where is it? Song Hao said impatiently, take it out, quickly. At this moment, Xianxia had a confident look as he said indifferently, 99 pills, I'm afraid it's more than that, Yun Mu. I really only have 99 sovereign Dan, and I don't plan to take them out. When Mu Yun finished speaking, the 5 of them were stunned. Mu Yun, are you courting death? Courting death? I haven't lived long enough. Mu Yun smiled and said, the 3 of you, 6 godly soul-nourishing pills. You haven't taken them, right? Hand it over. Hearing this, Qi Yuan, Zhao Huang, and Li He's mouths twitched. Mu Yun, are you courting death? Qi Yuan said with an unfriendly expression. Xianxia and Song Hao did not understand. Soul-nourishing pill, it was extremely beneficial for ultimate gods to nourish their souls. In their hands? What happened? Xianxia stared at the 3 of them with an unfriendly gaze. At this moment, Qi Yuan was cursing in her heart, but on the surface, she smiled flatteringly and said, Senior brothers, we obtained a few soul-nourishing pills previously. We originally planned to contribute them to you, but we didn't have the time. Is that so? Hearing this, Song Hao laughed sinisterly. He did not believe it. If the 3 of them wanted to hand it over, they would have done so long ago. Now, they were forced to do so. The few of you. At this moment, a voice sounded again. Don't you understand? I mean, leave the soul-nourishing pills to me. Hearing this, Xianxia, Song Hao, Qi Yuan, Zhao Huang, and Li He were all stunned. At this moment, the 5 of them looked at Mu Yun with their mouths agape. This fellow's brain wasn't damaged, right? The 3 of you, I'll settle the score with you later. Xianxia snorted and looked at Mu Yun. Hand over the pills you obtained. Otherwise, only death awaits. Are you dreaming? Mu Yun smiled and said, I'm asking the 3 of them for pills, and you're asking me, you. Can you afford it? As soon as she finished speaking, auras rose from Mu Yun's body. Godly Venerable. Level 3. At this moment, Xianxia and Song Hao were stunned. Damn it. Song Hao cursed in a low voice. A great opportunity, a great opportunity. It was snatched away by this kid. Regarding this, Mu Yun could not be bothered with it. A great opportunity, one had to be alive to take it. His improvement was not because of the cauldron, but because of the complete integration of the heaven and earth furnace with Guai. All of you, hand over the soul-nourishing pills. Mu Yun said again. This kid went from level 1 to level 3 in one go. He has origin power but no divine art to use. If the 5 of us joined forces, we might not be his match. Song Hao said coldly at this moment. That's right. Xianxia snorted at this moment. When we met this kid, he was only level 1 godly venerable. He didn't know anything about the divine venerable domain. Now that he has reached level 3, I'm afraid he won't even be able to control his power. Looking at Qi Yuan and the other 2, Xianxia shouted again, the 3 of you should understand that if he runs away, the 5 of us won't have a good time. As soon as he said this, Qi Yuan and the other 2 nodded. Why don't you know what's good for you? Mu Yun shook her head. However, at this moment, Xianxia and Song Hao had already charged forward. At this moment, the 2 of them had strong auras. When power gathered in their bodies, the auras in their bodies were filled with a domineering feeling. Divine Sword Pavilion disciples. Most of them cultivated swordsmanship. Their swordsmanship was either fierce, fast, or steady. Their swordsmanship paths were quite compatible. They were both domineering and fierce. At this moment, the 2 of them drew their swords and instantly charged towards Mu Yun. Qi Yuan and the other 2 followed closely behind. You're courting death. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she threw out a punch. Bloody Sun Fist. The most basic punch of the yin-yang blood divine technique. Blood chi and origin power gathered. At this moment, the power gathered in an instant. A punch directly smashed out. Bang! There was a muffled explosion. The inside of the pavilion was suddenly in a mess. The flesh and blood of the two figures collapsed from head to toe. Their auras were in chaos. At this moment, everyone's eyes were dazed. It was too powerful. The aura in Mu Yan's body was too powerful. Moreover, the power that was released was also incomparably violent. Xianxia and Song Hao's faces were as white as paper. How is it? Mu Yan said slowly, third level ultimate god. Are the few of you satisfied with this outburst? Song Hao wanted to curse, but the moment he opened his mouth, blood spurted out uncontrollably. Mu Yan looked at Qi Yuan and the other two. 6 soul-nourishing elixirs. At this moment, the three of them were in a daze. At this moment, Xianxia was extremely annoyed. Originally, when he saw that Mu Yan was alone, he wanted to bring her along. She was only a first-level ultimate god. He could kill her if he wanted to. It was quite good to explore for them. However, he did not expect that this fellow would completely turn things around with just one opportunity. He hated it. He regretted it. But now, there was no point in saying all this. Qi Yuan and the other two were extremely unwilling, but at this moment, they had no choice but to hand it over. Mu Yan held the 6 soul-nourishing elixirs and nodded. Thank you, 5 of you. As soon as she finished speaking, the aura around Mu Yan condensed. A terrifying oppressive aura was released at this moment. Mu Yan's eyes moved slightly. At this moment, the 5 of them had difficulty breathing. Remember, my name is not Mu Yan. My name is Mu Yan. As soon as she finished speaking, the 5 auras dissipated at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yan walked out of the attic. In the blink of an eye, it felt like decades had passed. But in reality, only a few hours had passed here. At this moment, the aura of the 5 people in Mu Yan's body merged. Third-level ultimate god, this speed made him feel exceptionally comfortable. The 5 people's interspatial rings were also taken away. However, the elixirs and divine arts inside didn't particularly interest Mu Yan. Now, he mainly cultivated the Yin-Yang Blood Divine Technique and the 4th volume of the Lightning Divine Body Technique. And the power of these 2 divine arts was already strong enough. The combination of origin power and qi and blood erupted. The combination of origin power and soul power erupted. These 2 divine arts had their own unique points. In addition, it was the cultivation of the Diamond Meditation Scripture. However, the cultivation of the Diamond Meditation Scripture was more of a defensive type. The combination of the soul and body chapters strengthened the soul and physical body. Everything was going in a better direction. In the next 50 years, it might not be difficult to reach the 5th level ultimate god. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were filled with a trace of tenacity. With the Night Void Divine Sword in hand, he didn't have a suitable sword technique to match. Moreover, he also needed to think carefully about the magical uses of the Heaven's Eye, Space Blade, and Space Vortex. At the same time, the Eye of Reincarnation and the Tao of Yin and Yang also needed to be carefully studied. These 2 trump cards were extremely important to him. Standing outside the attic, looking at the surrounding mountains, auras were faintly discernible, exploring this secret place. In fact, only a few hours had passed. Qing Lingdai, Chao Kan, Shi Hua, and Lang Yanyu were still here. Mu Yan wasn't in a hurry to leave now. In the Yin-Yang Sky Domain, the Earth Venerable Domain, the Heavenly Venerable Domain, and the Divine Venerable Domain, every place was filled with incredible places. The Ultimate God Puppet and the Heavenly Venerable Puppet made him feel that they were extremely mysterious and unfathomable. If these puppets were used properly, a second-class force's hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation couldn't compare to them. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were filled with strong interest. Towards the depths, Mu Yan walked neither hurriedly nor slowly. Boom, suddenly, in front of him, a series of roars sounded at this moment. A series of rumbling sounds rang out. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard from the ground. Within the valley, sand and pebbles were sent flying. Up ahead, there were people fighting. Mu Yan was not worried or afraid at this moment. Those who had entered were all at the 2nd level of the ultimate god realm, the strongest among them. With him here, there was nothing to worry about. Mu Yan's figure floated up, and she headed towards the battlefield. Since the parties had clashed, it was clear that they had discovered something. Otherwise, there was no need to make such a big fuss here. Mu Yan walked out and arrived at the edge of the battlefield. However, when she looked over, Mu Yan was slightly taken aback. Seeing the figure being besieged by several people, Mu Yan was stunned. Bao Qingyu, why would he appear here? However, at this moment, Bao Qingyu is being besieged by Qing Lingdai, Chao Kan, and Lang Yanyu. However, Shi Hua from the 9 Extreme Lightning Lion clan stood by the side and did not plan to intervene. At this moment, Bao Qingyu's aura was at the 2nd level of the ultimate god realm. When he first saw Bao Qingyu again, she had just broken through to the ultimate god realm. Now that 50 years had passed, it was already very fast for her to reach the 2nd level of the ultimate god realm. At this moment, Bao Qingyu was fighting 1 against 3. Her body was faintly discernible, as if there was a figure with a cold and strange aura, constantly releasing a powerful aura. Seeing this scene, Mu Yan clicked his tongue in wonder. Ultimate Moon Bloodline, this was probably the strength of Bao Qingyu's ultimate Moon Bloodline. 3 against 1. Although Bao Qingyu was restricted, she could still hold on. Mu Yan was now more and more curious about the identities of the 9 girls. Her father also had some tricks up his sleeve. Qin Mengyao was also good. Xiao Yuner was also good. Jiao Bao Qingyu, and the others did not have simple backgrounds. Her father must have put in a lot of effort to be able to plan everything in the human world. Shi Hua, are you still watching the show? Qing Lingdai shouted at this moment and snorted. If the 3 of us kill Bao Qingyu, don't even think about getting a share of the loot. Qing Lingdai, aren't your words too harsh? Shi Hua took a step forward and chuckled. How can you say that it's a share of the loot? The Yin Emperor's blood essence is really rare. Originally, we worked together to open this place. Bao Qingyu is stealing. We are just taking back what we want. As Shi Hua spoke, he took a step forward. His aura was released from all over his body at this moment. Waves of tyrannical power spread out. Waves of thunder sounded at this moment. At this moment, a punch directly smashed towards Bao Qingyu, who was in a difficult situation. At this moment, Bao Qingyu was in despair. She did not have the heart to care about this punch. Now, she could only choose to fight head-on. After making up her mind, power continuously gathered in Bao Qingyu's body, and her bloodline became more prominent at this moment. The black shadow hidden in her body seemed to become more solid. A cold aura spread all around. Boom, suddenly, a violent explosion sounded at this moment. However, Bao Qingyu was suddenly stunned at this moment. No, the wind from the punch had arrived, but where was the attack power? Bao Qingyu's heart stirred slightly. She turned around, and a figure appeared behind her. Dressed in black, his long hair was tied up, and there was a black belt around his waist. His slightly thin figure looked so tall and mighty at this moment. Mu Yun, Bao Qingyu was stunned. Be careful. Mu Yun turned around and punched out. At this moment, the 3 figures were directly forced to retreat. It's really you. Bao Qingyu was a little dazed at this moment. Otherwise? Mu Yun said with a smile. You. When did you reach the Divine Venerate domain? Bao Qingyu was stunned, and her beautiful face was full of disbelief. It had been less than 50 years since she entered the Divine Venerate domain. Mu Yun had reached the Divine Venerate realm. At that time, what realm was Mu Yun at? She seemed to be at the peak of the earthly Venerate realm. What's going on? I was attracted to this place by a force. Bao Qingyu said seriously. As a result, when I arrived here, I found a drop of Yin Emperor's blood essence. Then, they discovered me and joined forces. I see. Mu Yun nodded. Rubbing Bao Qingyu's head, Mu Yun smiled and said, Yours opportunity naturally can't be snatched away by others. As soon as these words came out, Bao Qingyu smiled shyly. In fact, Bao Qingyu knew in her heart. Among the 9 girls, she had the lowest sense of existence. All along, she didn't like to show off. She just wanted to be unknown and look at Mu Yun. It had been like this since she was young. Mu Yun had always been so dazzling. This had never changed. You said it's yours, so it's yours? A cold snort sounded at this moment. At this moment, Sherhua's face was slightly cold as he stared at Mu Yun. Yes, I said it's mine, so it's mine. Mu Yun turned around, looked at Sherhua, and said with a faint smile, if you're not convinced, come and snatch it. As soon as her words fell, Sherhua, Lang Yanyu, Chao Can, and Qing Lingdi's eyes all changed. This was the first time they saw Mu Yun. The name Mu Yun was heard more than once. Now, they finally saw her in person. But wasn't Mu Yun in the Earth Venerable region? How did she come to the Celestial Venerable region in the blink of an eye? At this moment, everyone's eyes moved. Qing Lingdai looked at Mu Yun and snorted, it seems that Dongfang Shua and Su Yuan are really useless. The Earth Venerable region can't kill you, and the Celestial Venerable region still can't kill you. Hearing this, Mu Yun looked at Qing Lingdai. Don't sow discord here, I will definitely kill those two guys. Even the Pill Emperor's son of the Pill Emperor Manor is no exception. Besides, my two wives are both Pill Emperor's sons. Killing two of them will make their status higher, and they might become the mansion master in the future. As soon as these words came out, Qing Lingdi's eyes moved, snorted, and didn't say anything more. 7 great Pill Emperor's sons. Lu Qianshan died, and there were 6 of them. The upper echelons of the Pill Emperor Manor intended to appoint Xian Feng as the 7th great Pill Emperor's son to replace Lu Qianshan. But considering that Xian Feng was Miao Xianyu's son, this matter was dropped immediately. After all, both mother and son were Pill Emperor's sons. This was unprecedented in the Pill Emperor Manor. But even so, Miao Xianyu and Meng Zimo were the 2 masters in the manor who personally taught alchemy. And Xian Feng was even more so. It was so much so that the 2 grandmasters treated Xian Feng even better than Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu. This had already made many people in the Pill Emperor Manor dissatisfied. Qing Lingdai was one of the 6 great Pill Emperor's sons. Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu brought too much pressure to the other 4 of them. Their alchemy skills were too strong. Moreover, the manor had passed a resolution to select the inheritance of the 2 once invincible experts in the manor for the 2 to absorb. This matter made everyone in the Pill Emperor Manor envious. Today, another Mu Yun appeared. She was actually the husband of Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu. Moreover, this Mu Yun seemed to have more than just these 2 women. This naturally caused many people in the Pill Emperor Mansion to feel resentful in their hearts. Meng Zimo is also good, Miao Xian's words were fine. How many people in the Pill Emperor Mansion worshipped her as a goddess? Even though Miao Xianyu had a child, there were still countless geniuses fighting to be the child's father. Qing Lingdai didn't say anything. Chao Can and Sherhua stared at Mu Yun. I'm sure everyone knows the value of a drop of Emperor's blood, right? Lang Yanyu spoke. Of course. Lang Yanyu spoke again, since that's the case, we don't need to wait any longer, right? Yes. All right. Their intentions were very clear. Bai Qingyu had a cautious look on her face as she looked at the people around her. It's fine. Mu Yun held her slender fingers and said with a smile, leave everything to me. Yes. Bao Qingyu nodded. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the 4 of them. It's time for me to see how strong you are. As soon as she said this, 4 figures rushed out. Lang Yanyu punched out. Green origin power burst out from his fist. The origin power gathered into a wolf head. It bit and rushed toward Mu Yun. Sherhua punched out. Thunderbolts roared, making people's hearts tremble. Chao Can took a step forward. A long halberd appeared in his hand and he attacked. At this moment, Qing Lingdai had a thin sword in her hand. It was like a long snake, making a low hissing sound. The 4 of them were all in the 2nd level of the ultimate god realm. Their aura was strong. Just the deity incantation alone was already extraordinary. They were many times stronger than Shen Sanyuan and Song Hao. Bao Qingyu was a little nervous. Until now, she still felt like she was dreaming. Was it really Mu Yun? She entered the Yin-Yang Sky domain as a peak earthly venerable. She reached the 3rd level of the ultimate god realm in a few decades. Although he had always trusted Mu Yun, it was beyond the scope of trust now. This speed was really terrifying. No wonder Uncle Mu had such a high evaluation of Mu Yun back then. Mu Qingyu had once said, there would be a day Mu Yun would surpass him. At that time, he would be able to have a good rest. Blood Sun Finger. At this moment, Mu Yun held Bao Qingyu's small hand with one hand and pointed out with the other hand. Blood light gathered at this moment. A giant finger appeared out of thin air. The giant finger had a strong smell of blood. At this moment, it was full of strong origin power fluctuations. Suppress. As Mu Yun's words fell, the giant finger fell directly at the four people. Bang 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 bang, four banging sounds rang out at this moment. At this moment, the four people's faces were pale and they looked panicked. The origin power fluctuations were very strong, the explosion of qi and blood was even stronger. Third level of the ultimate god realm. Damn it. Shihua cursed in a low voice. Retreat. Without saying a word, Shihua looked at the people around him and immediately prepared to leave. You can't escape. At this moment, Mu Yun grabbed out with her claw. A seal was spat out from her palm. Heavenly Sun Seal, a seal was pressed down. Shihua's body was completely welded at this moment, unable to move at all. Mu Yun snorted coldly and increased the strength of her palm. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang out. Shihua's body exploded at this moment. You didn't make a move just now. A sneak attack is even more shameful. At this moment, Mu Yun retracted her palm with an indifferent expression. Lang Yanyu, Chao Can, and Qing Lingdi's eyes flashed slightly at this moment. How did Mu Yun become so powerful, with such a speed of improvement? It was no wonder that no one could kill her in the Earth Venerable Domain and the Heavenly Venerable Domain. Now, Mu Yun, who was in the Divine Venerable Domain, began to call the wind and summon the rain. Senior Sister Bai. A shout sounded at this moment. Chao Can hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Senior Sister Bai, I was bewitched for a moment. We are all disciples of the lunar sect. I hope Senior Sister Bai can be merciful. We are all disciples of the lunar sect. My wife is even the commander of the lunar sect's divine moon guards. Why are you still attacking? Mu Yun snorted at this moment. Then you deserve to die even more. You, Chao Can's expression changed at this moment. Everyone, let's attack together. Chao Can shouted, otherwise, we will all die here together. Hearing this, Qing Lingdai and Lang Yanyu both nodded. At this moment, the three of them formed a triangle and looked at Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's eyes flickered slightly. Kill. Chao Can shouted in a low voice and almost used all his strength to attack Mu Yun in an instant. However, just at that moment, Qing Lingdai and Lang Yanyu, one on the left and one on the right, started to flee. Chao Can's expression changed at this moment. However, Mu Yun had already pointed at him. He couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. Bang, Chao Can's body exploded. He died with remaining grievances. However, Qing Lingdai and Lang Yanyu took this opportunity to disappear and stood in this space. But the remaining group of people were not so lucky. Mu Yun attacked one by one and killed those people. Aren't you going to chase? Bao Qingyu said. I can't catch up, Mu Yun said awkwardly. Can't catch up, what did she mean? Bao Qingyu was even more puzzled. Mu Yun coughed and said, after I reached the first level of the ultimate god realm, I stayed here for decades. Time passed, so I cultivated a divine technique. And I took this opportunity to completely integrate with the heaven and earth furnace, so I reached the third level of the ultimate god realm. But I haven't mastered space travel yet, Bao Qingyu immediately understood. After Mu Yun entered the ultimate god realm, her speed was too fast and she still couldn't adapt to space travel. Even if her body and soul were strong, her speed would still be very slow. It was difficult to catch up with Qing Lingdai and Lang Yanyu who were escaping through space. It's okay, I'll teach you. Bao Qingyu smiled sweetly and said, you just don't know how to do it, I'll teach you. Okay. Inside the secret realm. Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu didn't leave. After choosing a pavilion, the two of them stopped. A drop of blood appeared in Bao Qingyu's hand at this moment. Is this the Emperor's blood? Mu Yun looked at it with a trace of examination. The Emperor's blood, from the looks of it, it was not much different from ordinary blood. However, there was a faint suppressive force on the blood, making Mu Yun feel a great pressure on her breathing. It should be the blood of the ancient Qi emperor of the Yin-Yang dual emperors. It might not be blood essence. Bao Qingyu said seriously, if it's blood essence, just the pressure alone is difficult for us ultimate gods to bear. However, even if it's an ordinary drop of blood, it still contains an enormous amount of power. It cannot be underestimated. Mu Yun nodded. Can you integrate it? No problem. Bao Qingyu nodded and said, I have the lunar bloodline, and the ancient Yin Qi emperor's path is also of the Yin attribute. The two are compatible. In fact, even if Qing Ling Dai and Lang Yanyu get this drop of blood, it's meaningless. They can't integrate it at all. Perhaps only the sect master and madam can integrate it. Mu Yun said again, I heard that the sect master of the lunar sect is about to break through the ultimate god realm. Perhaps, there's a trend. Bao Qingyu nodded. If the sect master makes a breakthrough, I'm afraid there will be many more realm kings in the ninth heaven. World king, the world plane was a great realm. What do you mean? Bao Qingyu replied, I've heard the sect leader's wife mention that the ninth heaven is not inferior to the other 8 great heavens. However, after so many years, other than the Imperial Abyss Pavilion's members who have been improving their strength, none of the other second-tier experts have broken through the ultimate god shackles. It's not that everyone is weak or not talented enough. It's just that someone is blocking everyone's path forward. Bao Qingyu pondered for a moment before continuing. Let's put it this way, the ninth heaven realm is like an inverted bowl. The bowl itself doesn't have any restrictions. It's just isolated from the 8 celestial realms. However, someone secretly engraved a spirit formation on the bowl to prevent the people in the ninth heaven from breaking through. Therefore, over the years, the number of ultimate gods has been increasing. However, there hasn't been a single world king, Bao Qingyu said seriously, if the sect master makes a breakthrough to the world king realm, perhaps more and more people will appear in the future. When they reach the world king realm, the bowl blocking everyone's path will gradually lose its effect. Mu Yun gradually came to a realization. It was the same as when he was in the eastern wilderness. The eastern wilderness was located in the east of the abyss realm. It was barren of origin energy. Previously, there wasn't even a single ultimate god. Compared to the other places, it was too weak. When Lu Baiyue became an ultimate god, he triggered a transformation of the world's origin energy, causing many more ultimate gods to appear in the eastern wilderness. Now, there was such a shackle in the ninth heaven realm. Once someone broke through the shackles, it would be like a swarm of bees, causing an explosion of world-plane experts. At that time, the 9 second-tier experts might have a chance to rise to the first tier. Mu Yun frowned. If that's the case, who could it be? Is it Imperial Abyss? Not necessarily. Bao Qingyu said seriously, in fact, Di Yuan might not have been worried in the past. The 9 second-tier experts are strong, and Di Yuan Pavilion's strength is deeply rooted. He wouldn't have been worried if a world-plane expert appeared among the 9 second-tier experts. On the contrary, he hoped that the 9 second-tier experts could become stronger. After all, among the 9 heavenly emperors, only Di Yuan's 9th heavenly emperor is the weakest. Of course, it's hard to say now. Bao Qingyu smiled. With Uncle Mu causing a ruckus, Di Yuan probably isn't feeling good. Now, he definitely doesn't want anyone to reach the World King realm. Mu Yun nodded and noted this point. Someone blocked the path. If it wasn't Di Yuan, who could it be? This matter was out of his expectations. Besides Di Yuan, those who had this ability should be those hidden ancient gods and ancient emperors in the various forbidden lands, right? But why did those guys have to do this? As his realm increased, Mu Yun understood more and more about these things, and he couldn't see through them. Let's not care about this for now. If you want to experience those shackles, you have to reach the limit of the World King realm first. Mu Yun looked at Bao Qingyu and said, you should fuse with this drop of blood first. Perhaps your strength will be able to improve further. N. Bao Qingyu smiled sweetly and said, but before that, I'll tell you how to travel through space first. Okay. Mu Yun rubbed his hands together, very interested in this. Godly Venerable Realm. After being tempered by the Supreme, Earth Venerable, and Heavenly Venerable realms, his physical body and soul had finally reached a level where they could withstand the sharp blades of space. He just couldn't control the source of this power. Your physical body and soul are incomparably powerful. It's not difficult for you. Godly venerable martial artists can withstand the spatial cracks of Kanglan world, but it's not resisting, but a kind of fusion. Bao Qingyu explained seriously. The explanation she received was all the teachings of the lunar sect. After all, the lunar sect was a top-tier second-tier existence. There were also many ninth-level godly venerables. There was nothing wrong with the accumulation of knowledge over the years. Of course, as the origin of time and space, Guai knew more. It was just that recently, this guy appeared and disappeared unpredictably. It was very difficult for Mu Yun to find him, it was harder than ascending to heaven, Bao Qingyu explained carefully, and Mu Yun also listened carefully. The couple sat facing each other at this moment. At this moment, Bao Qingyu's heart was filled with satisfaction. For a long time, she had not sat facing each other like this with Mu Yun. The two of them were alone. Time passed bit by bit. That's about it. Bao Qingyu smiled and said, with your talent, it's not difficult to comprehend. Perhaps you'll be able to control it very soon. Okay. Mu Yun touched Bao Qingyu's pretty face and said with a smile, you must have suffered a lot to get to where you are now. Aren't you the same? Bao Qingyu chuckled and said, Uncle Mu is high and mighty. As the human emperor, your mother is the Azure Emperor, but you've always been in a passive state. I won't be in a passive state for long. Mu Yun exhaled and said, I can't afford to lose my path, so I've never gambled. Bao Qingyu leaned gently on Mu Yun's shoulder. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The two of them leaned against the window and looked at the surrounding forest. It was so quiet and beautiful. However, Bao Qingyu's body stiffened. One of her hands became mischievous at this moment. Just as Bao Qingyu thought, the time she spent alone with Mu Yun was indeed very little. Among the 9 women, her presence was also relatively small. Mu Yun also knew. This rare time was naturally the best time to communicate their feelings. The perfect intersection of body and heart. After a series of flips and turns, the two of them were a little tired and finally stopped. In the room, a dense aura filled the air. At this moment, hugging Bao Qingyu, Mu Yun felt a comfortable aura flowing in her body. Bao Qingyu was just like her name. She was like a pretty girl from a humble family, making people feel tender affection for her. The feeling she gave people was not that of a powerful warrior, but that of a rich family's daughter, Yu Tiancheng. She did not have Qin Mingya's indifference, Mingyue Shin's strength, Yi Sueqi's fiery hot, Miao Xianyu's playfulness, Jiao Er's charm, Wang Xinya and Xiao Yun Er's innocence, or Meng Zimo's dignity. However, her exceptionally beautiful face was like a beautiful figure in a landscape painting. She was as calm as a statue. That was it. Even between the two of them, she was the one who could not be open. She was incomparably shy, but it made Mu Yun feel that she was really cute. Her clothes gently covered her delicate body, and her moving curves made Mu Yun's gaze not move for a long time. What's wrong? Bao Qingyu could not help but raise her head and ask. Nothing, I just feel that I haven't felt so comfortable in a long time. When I'm with you, it seems that I can let down all my defenses. Bao Qingyu smiled. Perhaps Sister Yao gave you too much pressure, Sister Meng also gave you a relatively big pressure? Perhaps. Mu Yun hugged Bao Qingyu and said with a smile, only when I'm with you can I feel the most relaxed. I feel that my heart and soul are empty. Stop joking. Bao Qingyu smiled and said, let's hurry up. We haven't found the Yin Yang ring pearl yet. I already have news. However, although I'm a 3rd-level divine venerable and quite strong, there will still be problems if I don't have enough spatial control. So for the time being, we can't rush. Let's completely grasp the spatial control here before we set off. Where are we going? Xianxia. In the following time, Bao Qingyu began to swallow the emperor blood. A drop of emperor blood into her body. Gradually, a sinister aura was unleashed from Bao Qingyu's body. And behind her, a shadow was released. Like a meridian, it was very illusory behind Bao Qingyu. Then, a pitch-black steel appeared behind the meridian. The 9-spirit Heaven tablet. At this moment, he was startled. The 9 spirits Heaven Seas tablet belonged to the Mu clan. Back then, his father's father, his father's Lin, Mu Qingyu was used as heavens was he. At that time, he had only thought that his father's idea was that the 9 women had become his daughters-in-law, and that this was a meeting gift. But now, he felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Bao Qingyu sat there motionlessly for a whole month. After a month, Bao Qingyu opened her eyes. The aura in her body was gradually rising. Her unique temperament became even more strange at this moment. It was like the darkest expression in the world. But it wasn't evil. Just like black and white, Bao Qingyu was now the purest black. How is it? Mu Yun asked. It's progressing steadily. In about a year, it will be completely digested. Bao Qingyu smiled and said, with this opportunity, I might be able to reach 3rd level Divine Venerable. Just 1 level? 1 level isn't low. Bao Qingyu smiled and said, moreover, the Emperor blood doesn't focus on improving. This improvement is due to the uniqueness of the 9 spirits Heaven Sees tablet. These words made Mu Yun even more puzzled. Bao Qingyu smiled and said, do you think that I, Sister Meng, Sister Yi, and Sister Miao have improved over the years because of the inheritance? There's also the 9 spirits Heaven Sees tablet. The 4 of us have communicated. The 9 spirits Heaven Sees tablet didn't have any specific performance when we first entered the Kanglan Myriad Realms. But as we accepted the inheritance, the divine tablet showed its divine power. Bai Qingyu said seriously, this divine monument is not that simple. Father's actions have never been simple. Mu Yun muttered. The 9 spirits Heaven Sees tablet, the sacred object of the shepherds, not necessarily, right, perhaps her father found it somewhere. He was willing to give her 9 daughters-in-law. Her father was generous. Now it seemed that if he was given 9 divine tablets, would he be even stronger? It seemed that this 9 spirits Heaven Sees tablet would be extremely powerful in the future. You don't need it. Bao Qingyu said seriously, Uncle Mu has high hopes for you. Mu Yun just smiled. Since that's the case, among the 9 women, you are the most familiar with my father and understand him the most. Shouldn't you consider the big problem of carrying on the family line for your future father-in-law? As soon as these words came out, Bao Qingyu's face turned red. Actually, I'm already pregnant. Bao Qingyu nodded and said. Really? Mu Yun waved her hand. At this moment, she only felt that a breath of life was circulating in Bao Qingyu's stomach at this moment. Really? Bao Qingyu leaned in Mu Yun's arms and said seriously, actually, Xianyu, Sister Meng, Sister Yi, and I all want to give birth to a child for you. We just thought that it would be a great burden. But with the birth of Xian Feng and the talent he displayed, we changed our minds. We're not refining the essence anymore. Instead, we're preparing to give birth to a new life. Bao Qingyu said shyly, in the past, I thought that if the child was born, it would be a burden to you. But later, I saw that Xian Feng was very talented. If we give birth to a child, it might be able to help you when the chaos is coming. It won't be a burden, but a help. At this point, Bao Qingyu said gloomily, but this time, Xian Feng is injured, and I'm worried. Why are you worried? Mu Yun laughed at this moment. The Di family is so powerful. It's true that Di Ming is the divine emperor. But the 9 heavenly emperors are also very powerful. Of course, the Mu family has to be strong. Father and son go to war. Burden, the child is our product. How can you say that it's a burden, if I can't protect the safety of my child? That's because I, Mu Yun, am incompetent. Looking at Mu Yun, Bao Qingyu was lost in thought for a moment. Slowly, Bao Qingyu covered her mouth and laughed, maybe Sister Meng and Sister Yi are also pregnant now. Okay. Mu Yun laughed. When they left the human world, Qin Mengyao, Xiao Yuner, and Jiao were all pregnant. Now, they should all have given birth, right? And now, if Meng Zimo, Yi Sueki, and Bao Qingyu were pregnant again. At the moment, it seemed that only Wang Xinya and Ming Yuexin were not pregnant. Wang Xinya was a pure and innocent girl. Ming Yuexin, well, let's talk about it in the future. If this woman didn't want to give birth, there was nothing he could do. A dignified water god with the title of a generation was not just for show. Among the 9 women back then, it seemed that Ming Yuexin was the strongest back then. The 5 spirit clans were a first-class race in the myriad worlds. The water spirit clan was one of the 5 spirit clans. And Mingyue Xin was even called the water god. A titled god. This strength was invincible. Now that he thought about it, no wonder Mingyue Xin always liked to be high and mighty at that time. Mu Yun couldn't help but laugh. If it's a son, he'll be called Mu Xianchen. He should be closer to Xian Feng. If it's a daughter. Mu Yun thought for a moment and said, Mu Zixuan. Bao Qingyu snuggled up to Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was really happy. If her father had given her a few more brothers and sisters, she wouldn't have to work so hard now, right? She had to think about her children in the future. Speaking of which, with our strength, even if I'm pregnant, it won't affect the couple from discussing the Great Tao philosophy together, right? Great Tao philosophy? Bao Qingyu looked up with a confused expression. That's it. At this moment, Mu Yun leaned forward again. Time passed bit by bit. Every time Bao Qingyu meditated, it would take a month. A few days after waking up, Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu studied the Great Tao philosophy. Then, Bao Qingyu meditated. Mu Yun also comprehended the mysteries of spacetime. In the blink of an eye, more than a year passed in a flash. In the secret realm. Mu Yun took a step forward, and at this moment, her figure disappeared from the spot and appeared 100 meters away. In the next moment, Mu Yun took a step forward again. With a wave of her hand, the space in front of her split open. Mu Yun's figure passed through directly. As she grabbed out with one hand, her power was constantly condensing at this moment. The space collapsed. A powerful aura swept across the area. Bao Qingyu was standing beside the pavilion at this moment, watching quietly. Mu Yun's control was really fast. It was only a year. She could already skillfully control the changes in space. Bao Qingyu didn't know. Mu Yun had merged with Heaven's Eye. All along, she had been using Heaven's Eye's Space Blade and Space Vortex attacks with great power. Therefore, she had some foundation in spacetime. Success. Mu Yun exhaled at this moment. Yes, it's a success. You can be considered a qualified third-level godly venerable warrior. A voice suddenly sounded. It was Guai. However, the might of the Heaven's Eyes has been wasted by you. You're finally willing to show yourself? Mu Yun was used to Guai's elusiveness. Your family is reunited, but I'm just a lonely old man. I can't stay far away from you. Guai said casually. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun coughed awkwardly. In the past year, every other month, Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu would discuss the mysteries of the human body. The power of Heaven's Eye's spatial blade and spatial whirlpool is indeed not enough after reaching ultimate God. Mu Yun muttered. It's not that it's not enough, it's that you're useless. Guai corrected him. In fact, the spatial blade and spatial vortex that you mentioned are the 2 great uses of Heaven's Eye. Firmament God / Calamity of the Heavens. When Mu Yun heard this, she immediately listened carefully. The spatial blade that you used previously relied on Heaven's Eye. This is because Heaven's Eye is very unique in dissecting space. And now, you can use space attacks on your own. If the 2 are combined, it will give birth to a real spatial blade attack. This is Firmament God / Condense the spatial / Calamity of the Heavens is the same. However, it's not a spatial / but a spatial / that gathers. Guai said slowly, in fact, these 2 moves are the most unique attacks. They're not the spatial blade and spatial whirlpool that you shout every day. They have names. Guai said again, you can figure it out carefully. By the way. Guai added, your little wife's child is a little special. You need to be careful. Special? Yes, the bloodline is special. It's not your Mu family bloodline, but the Taiyin bloodline. We'll talk about it in the future. Guai mentioned it but did not elaborate. Mu Yun noted it down. Mu Yun shouted and Bao Qingyu arrived at this moment. It's about time. Let's get ready to go. Mu Yun said, it's time to go to the Yin Yang Sea. Yes. Bao Qingyu also knew. Mu Yun's most important goal this time was the Yin Yang ring pearl. Only this pearl could allow Xian Feng to grow up healthily without any hidden dangers. Although Mu Xianfeng was not Mu Yun's first child. However, he was the first child that Mu Yun had seen. Against Mu Xianfeng, Mu Yun would naturally risk his life to protect his life. At this moment, the two of them left this place together and disappeared. The Divine Venerable Domain. Close to 2,000 ultimate gods. Over the past few decades, it had been like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no news at all. However, in recent times, these people had all become busy. There was no other reason. For decades, there was almost no movement in the Divine Venerable Domain. However, there was now movement in the Divine Venerable Domain. There were very strange fluctuations in some ancient lands. The various ultimate gods also began to take action. This naturally attracted Mu Yun's attention. Xianxia. According to Bao Qingyu, there had not been any major fluctuations in the Xianxia for decades. However, during this period, there were suddenly abnormal fluctuations. It was also because of this that she was attracted here. However, on the way, she was attracted by a sinister aura when she walked into a mountain range. She stopped and found the Emperor blood. In the past, I didn't know that this was the Xianxia. However, there have been no special fluctuations. It seems that some people have gone deep into it but did not find anything. A year ago, suddenly, there were earth-shaking waves and all kinds of tyrannical divine beasts in the sea from time to time. And those divine beasts are rarely seen in the Kanglan 10,000 domains. Mu Yun was also very curious about this. She originally thought that the Divine Venerable Domain should have been in a heated battle. After all, although there were few people, each of them was very powerful. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, the fluctuations of the battle were not comparable to 100 heavenly masters. Be careful. Mu Yun said, the abnormality in the sea proves that something different might appear. If the Yin Yang Ring Pearl is here, then I will have to find it at all costs. Okay. The two arrived at the seaside and did not stay for long. They flew into the sea. At this moment, the two of them were traveling through space. It was not a problem for them to travel 10,000 meters in one step. As they gradually went deeper in the sea below, tyrannical auras gradually appeared one after another. Even though Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu were hundreds of meters above the sea, the powerful auras below were still faintly discernible and staring at the two of them. After going 1,000 miles deep, there was finally a slight change. The ancient beasts in the sea were no longer just staring at the two of them covetously. They had already begun to attack. The sound of splashing water was heard. A giant fish with sharp spikes all over its body opened its mouth wide and swallowed Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu. Bloody Sun Fist. A punch was thrown. The fish's head was directly blasted by Mu Yun's punch. Blood dyed the sea surface red. Not long after, shadows swam down from the sea and swallowed the giant fish. This scene made Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu cautious. This place was not that simple. As the two of them ventured deeper into the sea, the number of sea beasts attacking the two of them grew more and more numerous. Gradually, there were sea beasts with the strength of first-level ultimate god to second-level ultimate god. There were even sea beasts with the strength of third-level ultimate god. Mu Yun was careful and did not let her guard down. However, along the way, the two of them could be considered to have honed their strength. Bao Qingyu's strength had increased greatly after reaching the third-level ultimate god. He also needed to temper his control of his strength. Along the way, they stopped and fought non-stop. The two of them finally arrived at the depths of the sea. The scene in front of them slightly shocked them. Above the boundless sea, there was a blue sky and white clouds. At this moment, palaces appeared out of thin air above the sea. Palaces floating on the sea. Without the support of an island, they simply floated on the sea. This scene stunned Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu. The endless palaces spread out on the sea in front of them like a mirage in the desert. Without a strong and stable foundation, how could these palaces stand on the sea? Mu Yun stepped forward at this moment. Bao Qingyu followed closely. Mu Yun only realized when they were close. The sea in front of them was not as simple as it looked. The sea surface was not seawater, but crystals combined together. With a step, the crystal sea surface was as stable as Mount Tai and did not move at all. Mu Yun was now at the third level of the Supreme God realm. With this step, even a heavenly venerable's bone would be smashed into pieces. However, the ground was completely undamaged. At this moment, through the crystal sea surface, one could even see the figures of sea beasts swimming back and forth in the sea below, hitting the crystal sea surface. However, it was useless. At this moment, Mu Yun gradually calmed down. Sea Palace. Mu Yun murmured, the Yin-Yang dual emperors are like an independent world in the Yin-Yang sky domain. Yes. Bao Qingyu nodded and said, I heard the sect master and madam mention that there were originally living people in the Yin-Yang sky domain, ordinary people. However, with the disappearance of the Yin-Yang dual emperors, those living people also disappeared one by one. Mu Yun did not care too much about this. It was impossible for this small world to only have martial artists. Vanish? Then the most likely possibility was that they were dead. These titled gods and titled emperors who stood at the top of the Kanglan 10,000 fields would not care about the life and death of ants. Let's go in and take a look. Mu Yun held Bao Qingyu's hand and carefully walked into the sea palace. It was very likely that the Yin-Yang ring pearl was here. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In the distance, several figures arrived one by one. They were also surprised when they stepped on the crystal sea surface. When they saw Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu, they became cautious. I was wondering who it was. So it's Bao Qingyu from the lunar sect. A laughter rang out. Among the few people, a young man with a burly figure and a powerful aura walked out at this moment. Chu Kajin. Seeing that person, Bao Qingyu also spoke. People from the 9 Extreme Lightning Lion clan, Bai Qingyu whispered to Mu Yun. At this moment, Chu Kajin was also sizing Mu. At this moment, Mu Yun of the Kanglan Yu of the Kanglan Yu. Third-level ultimate gods were not easy targets in the ultimate god domain. Chu Kifu Yu of the Yu Yu of the Yu there. There was no need to fall out with Mu Yun and Bai Qingyu now. Originally, they did not have any grudges against each other. However, at this moment, another wave of aura appeared in the distance. This time, it was not just one group, but several groups. Moreover, their auras were very powerful. Xian Yunjing from the Raging Flame Blackbird clan. Chu Kajin's eyes turned cold. In the Kanglan 1000 domains, the human race was the most numerous. Thus, in order to facilitate communication, the various beast clans naturally used human names and titles to address each other. Xian. A member of the royal family of the Raging Flame Blackbird clan. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes flickered. Eh? Chu Kajin smiled and said, interesting. A few familiar faces are here. Song Yiran from the Diamond Dark Shell Turtle clan. Zhao Ningchuan from the 8-Winged Black Serpent clan. Bai Yankai from the Snow Region Ice Ape clan. And Lang Changwang from the Sky Devouring Greedy Wolf clan. At this moment, the smile on Chu Kajin's face grew wider and wider. The more the merrier. It was called an adventure when everyone was together. As for who would obtain the treasure in the end, it would depend on who was more capable. Mu Yun. However, just as those few groups of people arrived in front of the sea palace, a resentful shout sounded at this moment. Mu Yun looked over. What a coincidence. Lang Yanyu. This guy didn't die last time. Now, it seemed that he wasn't going to do it alone and was starting to look for helpers. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, Lang Yanyu, what a coincidence. You're Mu Yun? In front of Lang Yanyu, a young man with a thin figure and slightly protruding eyes looked at Mu Yun with a hint of scrutiny. Third-level Divine Venerable Realm. At this moment, the others also looked at Mu Yun. Although Mu Yun had never been in the Divine Venerable domain, her name had long been known in the Divine Venerable domain. Ming Yishuan from the Lunar Sect. Dongfang Shua and Su Yuan from the Pill Emperor Manor. And Huang Fuqin from the Divine Sword Pavilion. These were all famous for wanting to kill Mu Yun. And now, this guy flew all the way from the Earth Venerable domain to the Divine Venerable domain, and his strength was on par with theirs. Among everyone's scrutinizing gazes, there was more surprise. In less than 50 years, Mu Yun improved at a godly speed. It's me. Mu Yun smiled and said, how is it? Lang Changwang was stunned by this question. That's right. How was it? He was going to fight with Mu Yun now to help Lang Yanyu get back at her, it was unrealistic. Mu Yun was also at the third level of the divine venerable realm, and Bao Qingyu beside her was the proud daughter of the lunar sect. These two people were not so easy to deal with. If he made a move, then others would take advantage of him for no reason. Lang Yanyu was extremely hateful at this moment, but he also knew that there were priorities. If Mu Yun was at the second level of the divine venerable realm, even 10 of them wouldn't be enough to kill her. But this guy was at the third level. There were 9 levels of the divine venerable realm, 1 level for 1 refinement. The gap was still very big. This is troublesome. At this moment, Bao Qingyu was slightly stunned. At this moment, a few groups of people in the distance arrived at this moment. Chao Jian is here. Chao Jian, who? Bao Qingyu whispered, he's Ming Yishuan's man, and he's Chao Can's elder brother. As Bao Qingyu's words fell, Mu Yun immediately understood. This time, it was really very lively here. Many of the geniuses of the 9 major forces had come. Everyone, long time no see. Chao Jian was dressed in white and had an extraordinary aura. Beside him, another young man also looked around, and finally his gaze stopped on Bao Qingyu. Then, he looked at Mu Yun. Chao Jian, you're just in time. Lang Yanyu spoke at this moment. Your brother Chao Can is dead. You still don't know, right? As Lang Yanyu's words fell, everyone immediately felt that the surrounding air had become much colder. Chao Jian looked at Lang Yanyu and said in a low voice, if you lie to me, the royal status of the sky-devouring greedy wolf clan can't save you. If you don't believe me, just ask Mu Yun. Lang Yanyu smiled. No one can cure Mu Yun, the person who can cure Mu Yun is here. Lang Chengwang was unwilling to make a move for him, but there were many people who wanted to kill Mu Yun. Right now, Chao Jian was a ready-made one. I was wondering why she looked so familiar. This is Mu Yun. Before Chao Jian could speak, the young man beside him smiled and said, Chao Jian, you've searched high and low for her, but now you're looking for her. Chao Jian said coldly, Su Ziyao, I'm going to kill this person. Got it, got it. The young man waved his hand casually and said, Commander Ming is going to kill him anyway. Commander Bai, why don't you step aside first? Bao Qingyu was about to speak when Mu Yun grabbed her hand. You're just 2 third-level godly venerables. Why are you pretending to be powerful? Mu Yun smiled and said nonchalantly. Are you two going to attack together or one at a time? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people were also shocked by Mu Yun. This person was so arrogant. Mu Yun said nonchalantly, come at me together. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't stand a chance. At this moment, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao's eyes were cold. Even in the lunar sect, the two of them were geniuses. They couldn't allow Mu Yun to look down on them like this. Whoosh. Whoosh. Almost at the same time, 2 figures rushed out. Mu Yun took a step forward. A fist condensed. Bloody Sun Fist. Origin power and blood chi intertwined at this moment. The blood-red fist rushed into the sky and hit the 2 of them. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion spread in front of the sea palace. The space was torn apart, and cracks appeared. The 2 figures were pushed back. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao looked at Mu Yun in shock. This person was very strong. SOSO. Mu Yun held the neck of the other hand with one hand and shook her hand with a smile. You're just SOSO. At this moment, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao's eyes turned cold. This person was quite powerful. Mu Yun wasn't in a hurry. She smiled and said, in the earthly venerable region, the people on the top 100 earthly venerable list wanted to kill me. In the heavenly venerable region, the people on the god list also wanted to kill me. Unfortunately, they were all killed by me. Right now, I, Mu Yun, am here, facing all of you. If you want to kill me, feel free to come. The members of the 6 great beast clans didn't say anything. There was no need for them to compete with Mu Yun. The members of the lunar sect were enough for now. The sea palace was right in front of them. The things hidden inside were much more powerful than killing Mu Yun now. Moreover, the rewards mentioned by Ming Yishuan and Dongfang Shua were beyond the reach of celestial venerables and earthly venerables. However, they were all ultimate gods. It was not as if they did not have divine-grade supreme artifact. That was even more unnecessary. On the contrary, it was quite interesting to see the human race fighting among themselves. At this moment, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were stuck between a rock and a hard place. At the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. This time, it was really lively. People from Divine Sword Pavilion. Before those people arrived, a surge of sword chi was already gathering in the air. The two people in the lead gave off a pressure that felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. 4th level ultimate gods. The few people present were all 3rd level ultimate gods. There were 2nd level and 3rd level ultimate gods following behind them. This was the first batch of 4th level ultimate gods to appear. Within the ultimate god domain, the strongest ultimate gods sent here this time was only 5th level ultimate gods. The 4th level of the supreme god realm was a very powerful level. Moreover, they were 9th level ultimate gods. They were generally 9th level soul refinement. However, in reality, if they were further divided, there would be 3 major divisions. The 1st to 3rd levels could be summed up as one step. There was a gap from the 3rd to the 4th level. Many people were stuck. Once they crossed it, there would be a huge improvement, just like the huge improvement from heavenly venerables to ultimate gods. At this moment, everyone was looking carefully at the newcomers. Tao Yi. Wu Wennan. Bai Qingyu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them. These two people were disciples of Divine Sword Pavilion. Both of them were 4th level ultimate gods and had a high status in Divine Sword Pavilion. Divine Sword Pavilion had no enmity towards Mu Yun. Only Huang Fuqin was interested in Yi Sueki. That was why he wanted to kill Mu Yun. The possibility of these two people taking action was not high. The two of them led 5 or 6 people. At this moment, they were standing in midair and looking at the crowd. Mu Yun? One of them was dressed in black while the other was in white. They looked confident and at ease. Who are you guys? Mu Yun did not answer but asked instead. Divine Sword Pavilion, Tao Yi. Divine Sword Pavilion, Wu Wennan. The two of them looked at Mu Yun and cupped their hands. You are indeed very unusual. Tao Yi smiled and said, Are you in trouble? His gaze swept across the crowd. At this moment, it was not difficult to see the enmity between Chao Jian and Su Ziyao. Not really. Mu Yun smiled faintly. The Divine Sword Lady has helped us before. We will help you this time. Tao Yi spoke at this moment. In the next moment, a sword light suddenly flashed. Pfft. A muffled groan was heard. At this moment, Chao Jian's face was pale and he spat out blood. One of his arms was already gone. This sword was so fast that it was undetectable. Wu Wennan smiled and said, Tao Yi, he said that it is not troublesome. It is not good for you to attack like this. It's okay. Tao Yi smiled and said, The Divine Sword Lady is in the Divine Sword Pavilion. She does not need us to repay her. My action is superfluous, but it is still a kind gesture. Young Master Mu Yun, please do not take it to heart. Mu Yun did not say anything and nodded. This was a 4th level ultimate god. It had a strong suppressive force against 3rd level ultimate gods. You are all here to search for treasures, not to court death. Tao Yi smiled and said, In this sea palace, if you attack Mu Yun, you are attacking the two of us. As soon as these words came out, their faces changed. At this moment, Chao Jian was even more silent. Young Master Mu Yun, don't worry. The two of us know how to repay kindness. Moreover, we do not have the guts to kill the husband of the Divine Sword Lady. As for Huang Fuqin, I am afraid that he has already been killed by the young Pavilion Master. Young Master Mu does not need to care. Young Pavilion Master of the Divine Sword Pavilion, Shen Wenhao? Mu Yun knew about this. Shen Wenhao was the leading warrior sent by the Divine Sword Pavilion this time. He was a 4th level ultimate god and was also a very powerful swordsman. He had not seen him before. Unexpectedly, the Divine Sword Pavilion had very good intentions towards him. Wu Wennan cupped his hands and said, There are opportunities in the Sea Palace. Young Master Mu, please be careful. We will enter first and explore. As the two of them spoke, they led the others into the depths and disappeared. At this moment, the members of the Six Beast clans did not stay any longer and entered the depths one after another. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao did not dare to stop. Outside the Sea Palace, Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu stood still. Sister Yi is still the best. Bao Qingyu smiled. What is the position of the Divine Sword Lady? Mu Yun did not understand. He was really not clear about this. In the Divine Sword Pavilion, her position is very high, but she does not have any real power. Bao Qingyu said seriously, however, I heard from Sister Yi that she is very valued in the Divine Sword Pavilion. The Divine Sword Pavilion Master, Xianxia, thinks highly of her and personally teaches her sword skills. Moreover, Sister Yi can enter the secret area of the Divine Sword Pavilion. Oh right, Shen Wenhao is also very good to Sister Yi. You have to be careful. What if he is a love rival? Hearing this, Mu Yun had a strange expression on her face. Rival in love? Shen Wenhao wants to kill me. Why is he protecting me? Mu Yun smiled. Bao Qingyu shook her head and said, anyway, Sister Yi is also strange. All these years, Sister Meng and Sister Miao have been focusing on alchemy. Su Yin and Yuqing Tian are big shots in the alchemy the Archmansion who have lived for nearly 1,000,000 years. Before Xian Feng was born, the two of them taught Sister Meng and Sister Miao wholeheartedly. As for me, I am in the lunar sect. Madame personally taught me how to use my bloodline. As for Sister Yi, she studied swordsmanship. By the way, I feel that Sister Yi's comprehension of swordsmanship should be better than yours now. Impossible. Mu Yun immediately laughed. Absolutely impossible. He was still confident about this. Back then, the three of them were under Mia Tianyin. Lu Qingfeng's swordsmanship was the strongest. Although he was not focused on swordsmanship, he was much better than Yi Sueki. Now that he had comprehended the sword body, how could Yi Sueki compare to him? Sister Sueki has already comprehended the sword body. I'm afraid she's more than one refinement now. Bao Qingyu looked at Mu Yun after saying this. Where was she? At this moment, Mu Yun was squatting on the ground, holding her head with both hands. He couldn't live like this. Sword body, what a joke. He spent a lot of effort to comprehend the sword body. Yi Sueki had a sword body now, more than one refinement. Wasn't this nonsense? Bao Qingyu was stunned and said, didn't Sister Yi tell you? Bao Qingyu seemed to feel that she had said too much. Yi Sueki didn't say anything to save Mu Yun's face. Now. How did Sueki comprehend the sword body? Her swordsmanship wasn't strong back then. Bao Qingyu covered her mouth and laughed. Didn't I tell you? Ever since we entered the Kanglin Myriad Realms, the 9 Spirits Heaven tablet has been very useful. It's beyond your imagination. If our talent in the past was 1, then our current talent is 9. In fact, it's still rising. This stone tablet is not simple. You will have to ask Uncle Mu about it in the future. Actually, I'm more curious. This 9 Spirits Heaven Sea steel seemed to be better given to you. Why did you choose to give it to us? Mu Yun hugged her head with both hands, feeling like she had nothing left to live for. This was too much of a blow. This was too much of a blow. There's one more thing. It's what I said just now. Bao Qingyu said seriously, Xianxia is the #1 swordsman of the 9th heaven. Not only is he strong, but his sword skills are also superb. He can be called the founder of a generation. Sister Yi has been taught by him, so it's only natural for her to improve quickly. Moreover, the resources are given to him regardless of the cost. Mu Yun was even more curious about this. This was somewhat incomprehensible. Bao Qingyu said again, cult leader and madam once said that Xianxia is a strange person. Although the cult leader and madam, as well as the Pill Emperor Manners Zhang Wuji rarely show up, they still show up when it comes to important matters. However, Xianxia is real. He basically doesn't show up. At least, for hundreds of thousands of years. All the big and small matters in the Divine Sword Pavilion are taken care of by the 3 sword envoys. After the death of the previous Heavenly Sword Envoy, it became even stranger. The new Heavenly Sword Envoy is even rarer than Xianxia. Now, all the big and small matters in the Divine Sword Pavilion are taken care of by the Earth Sword Envoy and the Mortal Sword Envoy. Oh, by the way, Sister Yi also said that recently many things have been taken care of by her. She even complained to us. The more Mu Yun listened, the more confused she became. The Divine Sword Pavilion was a weirdo. Let's go. Looking at the sea palace in front of her, Mu Yun said, the Yin Yang Ring Pearl is here. We have to find it. As for these things, it won't be too late to plan after we leave this place. As she understood more, Mu Yun realized. The second-rate overlords in the ninth heaven realm were really complicated. The two entered the sea palace together. The moment they stepped into the sea palace, Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu immediately felt that something was wrong. They were clearly on the surface of the sea. However, at this moment, they could clearly feel it. It was as if there was seawater everywhere, which brought a resistance to the two of them. It was as if they were not on the surface of the sea, but at the bottom of the sea. However, there was clearly no seawater around them. This was too strange. At this moment, Mu Yun stood where she was. Inside her body, streams of origin energy condensed, and a faint golden light appeared on the surface of her body. Dragon. It could stir up the wind and clouds in the sky. It could overturn rivers and seas when it entered the sea. At this moment, layers of dragon scales covered the surface of Mu Yun's body. It was like a trace of golden light, which permeated Mu Yun's body. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that the resistance suddenly disappeared. At this moment, a faint layer of black gauze appeared on Bao Qingyu's body. Her originally long dress had turned into a black dress at this moment, which wrapped around her curvy figure and had a different charm. This place is really strange. Mu Yun smiled and said, be careful. Okay. During this period of time, Mu Yun had been discussing the mysteries of the body with Bao Qingyu. However, the more they discussed, the more Mu Yun felt that the mysteries of the human body were too profound. This thing. It was addictive. Now that she thought about it, the 9 women had done their best and were all different. He was born as a human, no, as a man. With these 9 women, it was enough. She had to thank her father for this. She did not miss anything. She had even thought of this for her son. She couldn't help but hold Bao Qingyu's small hand. The two of them continued to go deeper. At this moment, Bao Qingyu also felt the warmth from Mu Yun's palm. For a moment, a mess of images appeared in her mind. There were many people who entered from all directions. However, this sea palace stretched out for thousands of miles, and the area was also very vast. Dozens of people entered this place like stones sinking into the sea. For a moment, Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu did not meet anyone else. They shuttled through one palace after another. The shapes of these sea palaces were also very unique. Some looked like sea turtles, some looked like whales, and all kinds of colors mixed in. It was as if these were sea beasts that had died for hundreds of thousands of years, and their bones had turned into palaces. At this moment, the two of them were not in a hurry and slowly searched. At the same time, outside the sea palace, 5 figures appeared. The 2 people in the lead had strong auras. Are you sure they're here? One of them, a tall and handsome young man, frowned at this moment. I'm sure. The other young man, who was dressed in a long robe and had a shorter stature, nodded at this moment. Dongfang Shua, this is our chance. The short man said, kill Mu Yun, and Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu will be ours. The 6 great alchemy emperor sons of the alchemy emperor mansion. That guy Wang Qingshan has no desires, and Qing Ling Dai is too weak to be a threat. If the 2 of us join forces and get Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu, the alchemy emperor mansion will be ours in the future. Hearing this, Dongfang Shua nodded. Originally, the appearance of Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu made the 5 great alchemy emperor sons of the alchemy emperor mansion become 7 great alchemy emperor sons. However, with the death of Lu Qianshan, the 7 great alchemy emperor sons became 6. They thought that their chance had come. Back then, Lu Qianshan's alchemy skills were heaven-defying, and they had no chance. However, that guy was killed for no reason at all. Lu Qianshan was dead, and their chance had come. The chance to dominate the alchemy emperor mansion. But they did not expect that Mu Yun would appear at this time. Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu's husband. How could a brat get two great alchemy emperor sons? When the two of them thought of the scene of Meng Zimo and Miao Xinyu under Mu Yun, they wished they could sacrifice Mu Yun's flesh and blood. This boy must die. Let's go. Dongfang Shua snorted. That trash Suyu is useless. This time, we need to take action personally and seize the opportunity. Otherwise, with his speed of advancement, it will be difficult to kill him. Su Yuan's eyes darkened as soon as he heard that. This was their chance. It was their best chance. If they failed, there would be no more chances. It was simply unbelievable that Mu Yun had survived from the Earth Venerable region to the Divine Venerable region. This person had great fortune on him. He must die. Dongfang Shua and Su Yuan, the two Pill Emperor's sons, led a few people into the sea palace. The huge sea palace was like an ancient celestial palace, unbroken and unbroken. It stood quietly on the surface of the sea, as if it was waiting and hibernating. At this moment, in the huge sea palace, Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu looked around carefully. There was nothing particularly strange about it. After adapting to the water pressure here, the two moved freely and investigated very carefully. However, they did not find anything strange. At this moment, Mu Yun came to a stone pillar in the middle of the hall and pointed her finger. A scratch appeared on the stone pillar. Then, within the scratch was a piece of white bone that emitted a faint aura. This? Bao Qingyu was shocked. Mu Yun said, perhaps these palaces look like the divine beasts of the sea, but in fact, they are the bodies of the dead sea beasts. Generally speaking, these sea beasts have beast cores that are truly powerful. The beast cores that gather their own aura are like the souls of humans. When the soul is shattered, humans die. However, these sea beasts did not die because their beast cores were shattered. If we are lucky, there should be beast cores. Bao Qingyu continued, if each palace is a sea beast, then some may have beast cores, while others may not. Yes, let's look for them. The two were more careful this time. Here. Not long after, Bao Qingyu suddenly spoke with a trace of surprise in her voice. Slowly, Bao Qingyu held up a round, crystal-clear beast core in her hand. Inside the beast core, there were wisps of water vapor. Traces of pure origin energy and soul energy were faintly discernible at this moment. A sea beast's purest origin power and soul power without any subjective consciousness. Mu Yun smiled. It's the best thing for an ultimate god to improve. Bao Qingyu nodded. Moreover, it's not an ordinary sea beast that has the ultimate god realm. Mu Yun said as she handed it to Bao Qingyu and smiled. I have a unique way to improve it. This thing is more effective for me than for you. Listen to me. Mu Yun smiled and said, moreover, it's only natural that you need more nourishment during pregnancy. Hearing this, Bai Qingyu smiled shyly. The two left the palace's palace and continued moving forward. Boom. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded around the palace. With such a loud roar, it was obvious that someone had already fought. Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu were both at the third level of the ultimate god realm. Mu Yun was not worried about that. The two of them slowly approached each other, not bothering to conceal themselves. Chao Jian and Chu Kejin are fighting. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were from the lunar sect. Chu Kejin was from the Nine-Pole Lightning Lion clan. The two of them had very little connection. Why would they fight now? There's no friendship between them. Since there's a conflict, it's very likely that it's because of the treasure. Mu Yun smiled. Let's wait and see. Okay. At this moment, it was obvious that the two of them were not the only ones here. At the same time as Chao Jian and Chu Kejin fought, they felt more and more auras gathering around them. Their faces darkened. Chu Kejin, if you don't let go, no one can leave. Chao Jian shouted in a low voice. Let go? Chu Kejin sneered. I found it first. Why should I let go? Because Su Ziyao and I are both here. Your people are no match for us. Is that so? Chu Kejin smiled coldly, but he did not care. At this moment, there were indeed more and more people gathering around them. Lang Changwang from the sky-devouring Greedy Wolf clan. Bai Yankai from the Snow Region's Ice Ape clan. The two of them also brought people here. Chu Kejin, do you really want to die? Chao Jian shouted at this moment. You're the one who wants to die. Chu Kejin said coldly. I'll take the treasure. Let's part here. No one will be harmed. Dream on. Then let's fight to the death. Let's fight to the death. Chu Kejin laughed loudly and released his aura. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes became cautious. Third level ultimate god. These guys' auras were also very strong. Bang. The two figures collided and immediately separated. Chao Jian's face became more and more ugly. At the same time, a cultivator beside Chu Kejin died. Su Ziao immediately freed up his hands. They surrounded Chao Jian and attacked Chu Kejin. At this moment, Chu Kejin was suddenly surrounded by danger. Chao Jian and Su Ziao were both peak third-layer ultimate gods. He would not be able to handle them alone. Everyone, the Yin Yang Ring Pearl is in this giant turtle palace. At this moment, everyone's eyes flickered. Mu Yan's body trembled. Yin Yang Ring Pearl. His main goal this time was the Yin Yang Ring Pearl. At this moment, it was not only Mu Yun who was tempted. Lang Chengwang and Bai Yan Kai immediately moved. They did not care about what the three of them were doing. You're crazy. Chao Jian roared at this moment. I am crazy. Chu Kejin did not care and sneered. If I die, the two of you can forget about getting a divine weapon like the Yin Yang Ring Pearl. Yin Yang Ring Pearl. It was a pearl. A divine-grade supreme divine artifact pearl. It contained the conversion of Yin and Yang. It was extremely tempting for ultimate gods to cultivate and evolve the Tao of Yin and Yang. Not only them. Even a top 9th level ultimate god expert would be tempted by it. This was also what Xian Feng needed. Mu Yun must get it. Almost at the same time, Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu charged out. At that moment, Bai Yan Kai and Lang Chengwang also charged toward Chu Feng. Four figures instantly collided. It seems that people die for wealth and birds die for food. This sentence is not false at all. Lang Chengwang chuckled. Mu Yun, you want to snatch it? Nonsense. Mu Yun was too lazy to say more. She said, if not, why would I come down? As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun directly punched out. At this moment, Lang Chengwang also punched out directly. At this moment, the two of them were tit for tat. Bao Qingyu directly charged towards Bai Yan Kai. At this moment, the four of them were fighting. The people beside Lang Chengwang and Bai Yan Kai also rushed towards the main hall below. At this moment, Mu Yun waved her hand and two figures rushed out. It was the Crown Prince's puppet body and the Panga spirit. The Crown Prince's puppet body was able to unleash the strength of an ultimate god as Mu Yun's realm increased. As for the Panga spirit, it had completely merged with a flame origin and was now very powerful. It also had the strength of an ultimate god. Two figures rushed out at this moment, and power filled the air. Below, there was another chaotic battle. At this moment, Chu Kejin laughed and said, it seems that everyone is still very concerned about the Yin Yang Ring Pearl. Chao Jian and Su Ziao could not laugh at this moment. They did not expect Chu Kejin to be so decisive. But now that they thought about it, they would do the same if they were in his shoes. Since it was a complete mess now, they might as well let go. At that instant, Chao Jian and Su Ziao decided to go all out. At this moment, Chu Kejin was constantly blocked, and his injuries were getting worse. At the same time, Mu Yun and Lang Chengwang were fighting. Bao Qingyu and Bai Yan Kai were fighting. They were evenly matched. Chao Jian was overjoyed at this moment. If he and Su Ziao were to kill Chu Kejin would have been killed. Among the few parties present, the two of them were undoubtedly the strongest. The battle was getting more and more intense. At this moment, the five parties were ruthless. Bang! Suddenly, there was an explosion at this moment. Dead. Chu Kejin. Dead. Chao Jian and Su Ziao were both at the peak of the third level of the ultimate god realm, and Chu Kejin could not resist them. Moreover, he was tricked by the two of them at the beginning. Now, he really could not resist them. At this moment, Chao Jian and Su Ziao were full of murderous intent. Lang Chengwang. Bai Yan Kai. Chao Jian shouted. Join forces? How? Lang Chengwang shouted. Simple. Chao Jian smiled and said, the two of you will join forces with us to kill Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu. The four of us will fight one-on-one in the end and have a real fight. As soon as these words were said, Lang Chengwang and Bai Yanzai's eyes flashed. It seemed feasible. One less party was one less party, and they would feel more comfortable. All right. Bai Yankai nodded and said. At this moment, Lang Chengwang's eyes flashed and he was about to speak. Suddenly, Mu Yun, who was in front of him, suddenly exploded. Heavenly Sun Seal. A seal was directly smashed down at this moment. Bang. There was a sudden explosion at this moment. A mark smashed directly onto Lang Chengwang's head. However, unlike before, Lang Chengwang could feel that this imprint could crush his head. But before Lang Chengwang could dodge, Mu Yun's figure had already arrived. One soul demon blade. A saber slashed down. No. Wolf Chengwang howled in rage, unwilling to accept this. But now, he had no choice but to accept it. That demonic blade had shredded his soul, his flesh, and everything about him. How could this be? Lang Chengwang roared in his heart, questioning them, but no one answered him. The sound of explosions rang out, as if a rain of blood had descended. Lang Chengwang, dead. Even until his death, he did not understand why Mu Yun, who was originally on par with him, suddenly killed him so easily. At this moment, Mu Yun's gaze remained unchanged. This guy is hiding his strength. At this moment, Chao Jian saw through the clues. Mu Yun looked at the two of them and said with a smile, I'm too lazy to make a move. I originally wanted to make a move after everyone was exhausted in a chaotic battle. But I didn't expect that you would aim at me so quickly. Mu Yun looked at Bao Qingyu and said softly, it seems that you, the commander of the Moon God Guards, are not dignified enough. She wants to kill you every time she opens her mouth. You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn? Chao Jian and Su Ziao looked cold on the surface, but they were surprised in their hearts. Mu Yun's strength was extraordinary. At first, they did not notice it. Now, Chu Kejin and Lang Chengwang were dead. It would be difficult to kill Mu Yun. But even if it was difficult, they had to make a move. After making up their minds, the two of them directly charged out. The two of you are no match for me. As soon as Mu Yun's words fell, she rushed out. Her speed was very fast. Blood Sun Fist. It was a simple punch, but it contained the explosion of chi, blood, and origin power. Bang. In a face-to-face exchange, Chao Jian's figure retreated, and his expression became unnatural. Wasn't this punch too strong? Mu Yun was so strong? Are you surprised? But looking at the two of them, Mu Yun was unmoved. She reached the third level of the divine venerable realm because she merged with the heaven and earth furnace. And what she cultivated, the yin-yang blood divine technique, came from the orthodoxy taught by the yin-yang dual emperors. The explosion of origin power and chi and blood. The lightning divine body technique she cultivated was even more domineering and powerful, the combination of origin power and soul power. These two divine techniques were very powerful. If Chao Jian and Su Ziao could resist it, it would mean that he was not skilled enough. At this moment, Mu Yun directly charged out. Blood Sun Finger. She pointed out with a finger. With a bang, an explosion sounded. Chao Jian and Su Ziao's bodies appeared slightly injured, and their figures retreated. This bastard, how can she be so strong? Su Ziao cursed. He could feel that Mu Yun's power was not simple. Heavenly Sun Seal. A seal, a blood-red seal, fell from the sky. It directly smashed towards the two of them. At this moment, Mu Yun was not in the mood to continue wasting time with the two of them. Damn it! Damn it! The two of them resisted with all their might, but they could not resist the blood seal that fell. However, at this moment, a beam of green light pierced through the void and directly struck the seal. With a bang, an explosion sounded. The seal shattered. Chao Jian and Su Ziao were immediately able to breathe. Seeing the person who came, the two of them were exceptionally surprised. Dongfang Shua. Dongfang Shua. The two of them looked at the young man at this moment and were slightly stunned. Why did Dongfang Shua help them? But on second thought. Over the years, Dongfang Shua had said that he wanted to kill Mu Yun. Now, Mu Yun was here. You are Dongfang Shua? Mu Yun looked at the young man. Finally, she saw the first person in question. You are Mu Yun. Dongfang Shua smiled and said, this is the first time I see you. You are not that good. At this moment, a few figures also flew over one by one. Su Yuan. Seeing the young man in the lead, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were stunned again. Su Yuan actually came too. The two great Pill Emperor's sons of the Pill Emperor mansion. But thinking about it, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were half happy and half worried. They were happy that Mu Yun would definitely die with the arrival of these two people. But Mu Yun was dead, and the Yin Yang ring pearl. It was impossible for Dongfang Shua and Su Yuan not to be tempted. At this moment, the two of them were slightly moved. Now, they could not think so much. Surviving was the most important thing. They didn't want to end up like Lang Chengwang, dying a miserable death. Chao Jian, Su Ziyao, guard the four sides, don't let him escape. Dongfang Shua said confidently, I will kill this person personally. You are not strong, but you talk big. Mu Yun looked at Dongfang Shua and said with a smile, 4th level ultimate god, right? Although I am one level lower than you, killing you is still not a problem. For the past few decades, thanks to you, I have slept well every day. It is not that I don't want to rest well, but I don't dare to. I am afraid that if I really fall asleep one day, someone will directly wipe my head. Ding Lin wants me dead, Kong Hui wants me dead, it is all your instructions. Then, let's settle the score today. As her words fell, the strong aura in Mu Yun's body flickered continuously. 3rd level Divine Venerable. But at this moment, Mu Yun was at the 3rd level, and the vitality she displayed was extremely powerful. Dongfang Shua became serious. Su Yuan asked, can it work? No problem, after all, I'm one level higher than him. Good. Su Yuan did not act rashly. He was also a 3rd level Divine Venerable. Just now, he saw how Mu Yun suppressed Chao Jian and Su Ziyao in 3 moves by herself. Now was not the time for him to make a move. At this moment, Dongfang Shua took a step forward and looked at Mu Yun. To be honest, I've never underestimated you, but I didn't expect you to be able to reach this stage today. Dongfang Shua smiled and said, it's just that you should also understand that Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu's current status is not something you can match up to. The two of them will definitely be famous and powerful alchemists in the 9th heaven realm in the future. You, don't drag them down. Dongfang Shua sneered and said, as for Miao Xianyu's child, to be honest, if it wasn't for the Pill Emperor manor attaching great importance to him, he would have died long ago. My and Su Yuan's status, together with the two of them, can be called a perfect match. How about you, kill yourself? At this moment, Dongfang Shua's eyes carried a hint of examination. Although he looked at Mu Yun with a contemptuous expression. But he was very cautious in his heart. Mu Yun was different from the ordinary 3rd level Divine Venerable realm. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes carried a trace of coldness. These two people had even thought of killing Feng Er. One move. Mu Yun looked at Dongfang Shua and said with a cold expression, I'll defeat you in one move. Dongfang Shua was obviously stunned at this moment. He obviously didn't expect Mu Yun to be so confident at this moment. It seems that there's no point in talking nonsense with you. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes carried a hint of coldness. You want to kill my son, as your father, I can't bear it. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura condensed from head to toe. It was an extremely powerful soul force. 3 souls splitting heaven and earth. The lightning divine body technique, the first 3 moves. The most domineering attack. Origin power and soul power were at their strongest. The sound of wind whistling could be heard at this moment. The surroundings dimmed at that moment. A tall and sturdy figure of Mu Yun appeared above Dongfang Shua's head. At this moment, a powerful light soared into the sky. Above Dongfang Shua's head, a green bead floated into the air. The light flickered and turned into thousands of rays of green light that shone on the giant. It's useless. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she slapped down with one hand. Boom. In an instant, the streaks of green light collapsed. Everything seemed to be a matter of course. How could this be? Dongfang Shua's expression changed. At this moment, Su Yuan's expression changed as well. Impossible. It was indeed impossible. He was well aware of Dongfang Shua's strength. But now, he was actually suppressed by Mu Yun. Suppress! Mu Yun barked out a command. At this moment, the giant's figure transformed into a torrent that rushed towards Dongfang Shua's body. Dongfang Shua wanted to stop him. But there was nothing he could do to stop it. The torrent rushed straight into his mind. It tore at his soul and internal organs. Get lost. Roaring, Dongfang Shua wanted to fight back, but the power in his body seemed to have turned into thousands of strands and was in a mess at this moment. Want to kill me? Want to kill my son? I'll smash you. Mu Yun barked out a command. A cauldron appeared in her palm at this moment. Mu Yun's arm extended and punched out directly. The cauldron instantly smashed out at this moment. Bang! The sound of an explosion sounded at this moment. One of Dongfang Shua's arms was directly smashed. Mu Yun did not stop. She smashed out again. Dongfang Shua screamed as one of his arms was smashed into pieces again. At this moment, the screams were deafening. As for the other side, Su Yuan, Chao Jian, and Su Ziyao were already dumbfounded. They were really dumbfounded. They were scared silly by Mu Yun. 3rd level godly venerable. She directly crushed a 4th level godly venerable. Now, Dongfang Shua was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. How could this be? You want to kill me and my son, do you still want to? Do you still want to? Mu Yun smashed down with her cauldron again. The magma poured onto Dongfang Shua's body. You too. She waved her hand and pointed at Su Yuan. Mu Yun directly grabbed out with her claws. At this moment, Su Yuan was instantly captured. Mu Yun punched down directly. With a bang, Su Yuan's head exploded. Another punch. Su Yuan's entire body directly exploded. 3 punches and 2 kicks. Su Yuan's entire body was crippled. The 2 great alchemy emperor's sons were completely stunned at this moment. Mu Yun, a monster. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were even more dumbfounded. What should they do? Should they leave or stay now? How should they leave? Mu Yun could kill them. But if they stayed, Mu Yun could also kill them. What should they do? They did not know what to do. On the other side, Bai Yankai knew. Seeing Dongfang Shua and Su Yuan being smashed into pieces by Mu Yun, Bai Yankai was terrified. Play ball. Run. Leaving Bao Qingyu behind, Bai Yankai immediately ran away. He had no choice but to run. If he did not run, Mu Yun would probably come over and slap him to death. At this moment, Mu Yun imprisoned Dongfang Shua and Su Yuan in midair and smashed them down one cauldron after another. Their auras gradually dissipated. Mu Yun stopped at this moment. Dongfang Shua said breathlessly, Mu Yun, you're courting death. Kill us, even if Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu protect you, the Alchemy Emperor's mansion will kill you. Alchemy Emperor's mansion? Mu Yun said coldly, this time, I will make sure that the people of the Alchemy Emperor's mansion can't do anything to me. This is not something you should worry about. Hearing this, Dongfang Shua sneered, in the Alchemy Emperor's mansion, the heavenly venerables and divine venerables are enough to trample on you and your cloud hall. Then it's even less up to you to worry about it. Mu Yun said again, what I'm thinking about is the safety of the people around me. The 2 of you are 2 great disasters and must die. At this moment, Mu Yun no longer spoke nonsense. With 1 punch each, she completely shattered the auras of the 2. Dead. 2 Alchemy Emperor's sons. They died just like that. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were completely dumbfounded. Mu Yun really dared to kill. This guy was too crazy. However, in the next moment, Mu Yun's gaze turned directly to the 2 of them. Don't. Chao Jian's face was pale as he hurriedly said, don't kill us, we're useful to you. Useful? Mu Yun sneered, what's the use? If you don't kill us, we'll tell you. Chao Jian trembled at this moment. Tell me. Mu Yun did not care and said, the current you guys are not qualified to negotiate with me. This time, he had mastered the first 3 moves of the Yin-Yang Blood Divine Technique and the first 3 moves of the Lightning Divine Body Technique, as well as the combined move. Mu Yun had become very strong at the 3rd level of the Divine Venerable Realm. In fact, the most important thing was that he was still cultivating the Diamond Meditation Sutra. With the combination of soul refinement and body refinement, he now had 3 levels of body and soul. He was only stronger than the 4th and 5th level of the Divine Venerable Realm. The combination of these 3 divine techniques gave him a brand new feeling. It was a very compatible feeling. If you don't tell me, you'll die now. If you tell me, you might have a way to live. After all, my speed is 10 times faster than yours. In the future, I will reach the 4th, 5th, or even 9th level of the Divine Venerable Realm and even the realm. I won't care about the 2 of you. Hearing this, Chao Jian hesitated for a moment and nodded. There's a powerful force in the Yin-Yang Sea. And this sea palace is just a transformation of this force. According to the information we received, there's a puppet hidden in the Yin-Yang Sea. A puppet, Mu Yan's eyes flickered. Tell me in detail, Mu Yan said slowly. This is also the information Commander Ming Yishuan received. Commander Bai should know that the Ming family is very powerful in the lunar sect. Chao Jian didn't dare to hide anything and continued, among the many ultimate gods who explored the Yin-Yang heaven domain, there were people from the Ming family. That person informed Commander Ming of the strange movements in the Yin-Yang Sea and asked him to pay attention. There might be a 9th level ultimate god puppet hidden here. 9th level ultimate god, Mu Yan's eyes flashed. Commander Ming has always been near the Yin-Yang Sea, but after a few decades, there hasn't been any strange movements in the Yin-Yang Sea. Until last year, when this place began to fluctuate and the sea palace appeared. However, Commander Ming has already gone elsewhere and left us to guard this place. Hearing this, Mu Yan smiled. This lunar sect is the Dark Sect Master and Madame Yuerong's lunar sect, right? Upon hearing these words, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao smiled bitterly. Of course, we know. But, the sect master and madam are high and mighty. We're 3rd level ultimate gods. Although we're not weak, if we don't have a backer in the lunar sect, only death awaits us. Su Ziyao said bitterly, in this world, strength is everything. If you're not strong enough, you'll only become a tool for others. Mu Yun didn't refute. There was nothing wrong with Su Ziyao's words. Since that's the case, I'll be your backer in the future. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she pointed with her finger. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao didn't dare to resist. Slowly, a connection was formed in the minds of the 2. From today onwards, you're my people. If I die, you die, I live, and you live. If you work for me with all your heart, I won't treat you badly. After this return, you'll enter the Moon God Guards. My wife will take care of you. If you have any thoughts of betrayal, killing you in an instant is extremely simple for me. At this moment, both Chao Jian and Su Ziyao could feel it. There seemed to be a layer of shackles in his mind. They were firmly in control of everything. Don't overthink it. I know what you're thinking. Mu Yan spoke at this moment. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were dumbfounded. This was like a walking corpse. Don't think about such useless things, Mu Yan said again, I've said it before. You guys are useless to me in the future. I will remove it. I'm just afraid that when the time comes, you won't be willing to let me remove it. The seal of life and death connected master and servant. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao benefited greatly. Of course, the premise was that he had to control it. Alright, let's go take a look at the yin-yang ring bead. At this moment, Mu Yun landed with her hands behind her back. Upon entering the palace, Panga Spirit and the Crown Prince's clone were guarding the main hall. Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu entered at this moment. In the main hall, a strange aura emerged. At this moment, the entire main hall gave people the feeling that it was divided into yin and yang. Half of it was shining brightly, while the other half was filled with endless darkness. At this moment, Mu Yun could feel the flow of yin and yang qi. It was somewhat similar to his Tai Chi Dao. But it was only similar. This made Mu Yun quite surprised. It seemed that the yin-yang double emperors, the 2 ancient titled emperors, were not ordinary people. However, thinking of this, Mu Yun couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. How could someone who could become a titled emperor be an ordinary person? Young Master Mu. Call me Master Mu. Panga Spirit shouted at this moment. Panga Spirit could be said to be Mu Yun's #1 lackey now. Not to mention the control of the seal of life and death, just a few origin fires, which he hadn't finished fusing, were already at the level of a divine master. He was the will of the Panga true fire. The first origin fire that Mu Yun had refined from the heavenly fire was the white tiger sacred fire. And this time it was the Samadhi true fire. There was also the bone-corroding cold fire, the Grady sacred fire, and the Green Mountain ghost fire that had yet to be fused. If these 3 origin fires were fused, he would probably be able to reach the realm. But now, it was difficult to continue fusing. Panga Spirit was now addressing Mu Yun as Master Mu. If he had the chance in the future to go to the 5-spirit realm of the 5-spirit race and enter the fire spirit race, he might be able to find the other few of the 21 origin fires. If he could absorb them, that would be an earth-shattering change in strength. He was looking forward to it. In the past, he looked down on Mu Yun. But now, it didn't exist. Mu Yun was Master Mu. He was their master. Chao Jian and Su Ziao had to understand this. Master Mu, Chao Jian cupped his hands and said, Master Mu, this Yin Yang Ring Pearl is an item of the ancient emperor. Although it's not as powerful as a boundary artifact, it's also a top-notch supreme artifact. Master Mu, please be careful. Yes. Mu Yun was not careless at this moment. A top-notch divine-grade supreme artifact. Yin Yang Ring Pearl, it was nothing to a titled emperor. But this was a divine weapon condensed by a titled emperor. Mu Yun didn't know how the Yin Yang Ring Pearl could suppress the eruption of Xian Feng's divine pattern elixir physique. But Granny Su and Old Man Yu wouldn't harm Xian Feng. He just needed to find the Yin Yang Ring Pearl and bring it back. Looking at the Yin Yang Ring Pearl in front of him, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Feng'er was saved. Mu Yun stepped forward and approached the depths of the hall. At this moment, in the deepest part of the hall, there was a chair. It was like a huge scallop. In the middle of the scallop chair, a pearl floated quietly. The pearl wasn't crystal clear. It was half black and half white. This is the Yin Yang Ring Pearl. Mu Yun murmured and walked forward. The Yang and Yin Qi turned into a magnetic field and enveloped Mu Yun. At this moment, Bao Qingyu, Chao Jian, and the others were all excluded. They wanted to get closer, but they couldn't. Mu Yun's eyes flickered. Interesting, the Yin and Yang Qi was extremely repulsive to Bao Qingyu and the others. In fact, it was the same for him. But after he used the Tai Chi Dao, the repulsive force weakened. That's right, weakened. In the end, there was no more repulsive force. Mu Yun opened the Eye of Reincarnation and the Mandate of Heaven to condense the Tai Chi Dao. Yin and Yang combined, Yang burned everything in the sky. Yin destroyed everything in the sky. The Dao of Yin and Yang combined to form the Tai Chi Dao. However, as his cultivation level increased, the eruption of the Dao of Yin and Yang also needed to increase. But Mu Yun hadn't found a way. But now, he found it. The Yin and Yang Qi around the Yin Yang Ring Pearl turned into 2 streams of black and white air and surged into Mu Yun's body. The sight caused Chao Jian and Su Ziao to stare with their eyes wide open. The Yin and Yang Qi of the Yin Yang Ring Pearl could be said to be a killing weapon for warriors. But to directly absorb it. Wasn't Mu Yun afraid of death? If it were someone else, they might have died. However, Mu Yun's Tai Chi Dao was extremely compatible with the Yin Yang Qi. At this moment, Mu Yun was constantly devouring. His eyes and pupils were changing at this moment. A white sun. A silver moon appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's back was facing Bao Qingyu and the others. Otherwise, they would be so shocked that they would be speechless at this moment. That pair of eyes was too strange. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing still quietly. Yin Yang eyes. The Tai Chi Dao. This was the first technique that Mu Yun had mastered after activating the 9 Fate Emperor's destiny. Now that it was combined with the Yin Yang Qi, the Tai Chi Dao was changing. As he opened his eyes. In Mu Yun's eyes, there was a sun and a moon, showing a strong aura. The aura of destruction spread throughout the entire hall at this moment. However, at this moment, in Mu Yan's eyes, drops of blood flowed down his cheeks. Too strong, this was not Mu Yan's own power. It was as if his eyes had absorbed the power from heaven and earth. Too domineering. Too strong. Mu Yan's eyes couldn't take it anymore. If not for the heaven's eye, his eyeballs would have exploded at this moment. This was the true Tai Chi Dao. However, now, Mu Yun was facing an awkward situation. The Tai Chi Dao and the yin-yang eyes were very strong. His body couldn't withstand such a strong explosive power. It was like a dam that could block a river. It could control the flow of a river easily and comfortably. However, controlling the impact of an ocean was difficult. Even so, Mu Yun was still wild with joy. He wasn't afraid that the power was too strong and he couldn't control it. If the power was too strong, he would eventually increase his strength and gradually control it. However, if the power was too weak, even if he could control it, what was the use if he couldn't unleash powerful strength? At this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward, holding the yin-yang ring pearl tightly in his hand. In the next moment, the yin-yang ring pearl appeared in Mu Yun's heaven-exterminating diagram. It was like a bright moon hanging in the sky, shining in all directions. Everything was over. Mu Yun turned around. Mu Yun, Bao Qingyu covered her mouth and exclaimed. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were bleeding. Bright red blood flowed down her cheeks. It was exceptionally terrifying. It's fine. However, at that moment, Mu Yun smiled. I need to familiarize myself with my strength. Bao Qingyu stepped forward. Come, gently wiped Mu Yun's face. You got it? Yes. At this moment, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and said, the most important thing is over now. Once this place opens, we can leave. However, there are still a few decades to go. We have to consider this carefully. Mu Yun looked outside the main hall. Ming Yishuan. If I don't kill this person, I would be letting myself down. Bao Qingyu nodded. She had never liked Ming Yishuan. The feeling that this person gave off was too sinister. Moreover, she was very annoyed that he kept pestering her. Master Mu, have you felt any changes in this place? Chao Jian hurriedly asked at this moment. It was said that the body of a 9th-level godly venerable puppet could burst out the combat power of a 9th-level godly venerable. If she got it, what was there to be afraid of in this divine venerable domain? And, however, before Mu Yun could finish her sentence, in an instant, the entire sea palace began to tremble. The trembling trend became more and more obvious. It was as if this side of the world was about to collapse. They immediately flew into the air. Standing in midair and looking down, Mu Yun, Bao Qingyu, and Chao Jian's expressions all changed. The floor of the sea palace was made of crystal and was extremely sturdy. However, at that very moment, cracks had appeared on the crystal floor. The source of the cracks was the main hall under them. This, Chao Jian was surprised. Mu Yun's eyes were like torches, and she remained calm. Slowly, the main hall under the 6 people's feet collapsed at this moment. A wave rose to the sky. To be precise, it was a wave pillar. The wave pillar was 1,000 feet in diameter and pierced the clouds. This scene caused them to carefully avoid it. Are you sure that there are godly venerable level puppets here? Mu Yun asked again. Chao Jian's life and death are all in Master Mu's hands. There's no need to lie to Master Mu. Chao Jian cupped his hands and said, this is the news that the Ming family received. It should be true. Mu Yan's eyes moved slightly when she heard this. Right now, there were many things that he had to consider. Cloud Palace, there were hundreds of thousands of people in the palace. However, there were only tens of thousands of venerable warriors. Most of them were still at the sovereign level. There were very few heavenly venerables. There were only a few god venerables. This time, not only did he need to improve his strength, but he also needed a batch of combat power that belonged to him. Puppets were the best. More than 2,000 peak heavenly venerable puppets. And 100 godly venerable level puppets. This was what he had obtained in the yin-yang sky domain this time. And now, he was also clear about the true foundation and strength of the second-class forces. The second-class forces had about 30,000 to 100,000 heavenly venerable warriors. And there were about 10,000 god-venerable warriors. What kind of concept was 10,000 god-venerables? They could pile up a powerful world king warrior to death. And he only had 100 god-venerables in his hands. The gap was too big. Even though the eastern wilderness was under his control, it was too weak compared to the Yuan region. If he wanted to scheme, that not only required his own strength, but also the strength of experts by his side. Let's go and take a look. At this moment, Mu Yun decided to take a gamble. Since the Ming family was sure that there were 9th-level god-venerable puppets here, then perhaps there were more than just 9th-level god-venerables. If he could gather more than 1,000 god-venerable puppets, these more than 1,000 god-venerable warriors would be his greatest help. Even if they were no match for the top second-class forces. But in the 9th heaven realm, he would become a second-class existence second only to the 9 great forces. Chao Jian, Su Ziyao, Pango Ling, Emperor's puppet. Mu Yun said, the 4 of you, hide in the surroundings. Qingyu and I will go in and investigate. Chao Jian broke out in cold sweat when he heard this. Master Mu, be careful. Right now, he was really afraid that Mu Yun would die. If Mu Yun died, he would be finished. Don't worry, I'm more worried about my life than you. I don't want to die. As Mu Yun spoke, she pulled Bao Qingyu. The 2 figures flashed and rushed into the wave pillar, disappearing. Chao Jian said at this moment, Brother Pangu, this wave soared into the sky and reached the horizon. I'm afraid you can feel it from thousands of miles away. I think there will be many people here. Let's find a place to hide. If we can kill them, we'll kill them. If we can't, we'll inform Master Mu. Pango Ling nodded. Looking at Chao Jian and Su Ziyao, Pango Ling said, the 2 of you, don't have any crooked thoughts. I've followed Master Mu for a long time, all the way from a supreme venerable to a god venerable. Master Mu's mark is not only for control, but also a kind of connection. If Master Mu is strong, you will also be strong. He will feed back a lot of power to you. This is easier than 10,000 years of cultivation for you. And Master Mu will never mistreat his people. Hearing those words, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were truly stunned. This mark, it was not just to control the 2 of them, it could also increase their cultivation? Don't doubt it. You will slowly understand it in the future. Pango Ling smiled and said, of course, it's possible that Mu Yun feels that you are useless and removes the mark to control someone stronger. After all, Master Mu can't use this mark without limit. Hearing these words, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao's thoughts changed. Thank you for telling us, Brother Pangu. We will definitely follow Master Mu to death. Pango Ling smiled and said, in fact, I have followed Master Mu all the way until now. I have seen Master Mu being hunted down many times, but how many times did you escape death and kill your opponents? Don't doubt it. Time will prove everything. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao nodded repeatedly at this moment. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun had already entered the wave pillar with Bao Qingyu. The 2 figures hugged each other tightly and continued to dive towards the bottom of the wave pillar. Gradually, they arrived at the bottom of the sea. The surroundings were bright and the 2 of them steadied themselves at this moment. On the surface of the sea, the wave pillar reaches the sky, but under the sea, it is abnormally calm. Bao Qingyu could not help but say, this place is a little strange. It's more than strange. At this moment, Mu Yun pursed her lips and looked to the side. At this moment, on the other side, groups of sea beasts were moving further and further away. Chase after them and take a look. The 2 figures were extremely fast. Although the seawater was obstructive, it did not affect them much. After following a group of sea beasts for half a day, the group of sea beasts finally stopped at this moment. At the same time, among the sea beasts, a few tall sea beasts walked out one by one and stood in front of the group of sea beasts. One was like a dragon, one was like a water buffalo, and one was like a seal. At this moment, the few powerful sea beasts stood in front of them. And in front of the few sea beasts, there was a stone platform. That's right, a stone platform. It was suspended in the sea. On the stone platform, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. He was dressed in white and there was a faint crystal light all over his body, flickering with a heart-palpitating aura. It was a strong feeling. However, Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu were too far away to see the person's face clearly. At this moment, the white-robed man stood on the stone platform and looked at the sea beasts around him. He seemed to be saying something. Time ticked by. Gradually, the sea beasts left one after another, disappearing into the vast sea. In the end, only the white-robed man was left. Come here. The voice sounded as if it came from far away, yet it also sounded as if it was right next to their ears. Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu knew that they had been discovered. There was no point in continuing to hide. The two of them walked out one after another. The two of you are quite courageous to come here. The white-robed man smiled. At this moment, even though they were close by, Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu still couldn't see the white-robed man's face clearly. Senior, you must be from the Yin-Yang twin emperors, right? Mu Yun said. How did you know? I've been to the Wujian Ancient Mountain and the Blood Fiend Sea. The Wujian Ancient Emperor and the Endless Ancient Emperor are still alive. I'm afraid the Yin-Yang twin emperors in the Yin-Yang sky domain are still alive. Mu Yun said slowly, I'm just curious. They have been quiet for 1,000,000 years. I don't know why they suddenly opened their doors. Since they have opened, why are they still so secretive and only show the outside to the world? I don't know why. The white-robed man looked at Mu Yun at this moment. It seems that you have really been there. The white-robed man said slowly, the great emperors and great gods naturally have their own plans. I'm not qualified to ask. Hearing this, Mu Yun was taken aback. Believe it. I was only a 9th-level godly venerable when I was alive. In front of the two ancient emperors, I'm afraid they don't even know who I am. The ancient emperors are only concerned about the world plane and the ruler realm. The 4 realms of supremacy are nothing. These ancient people had always been so arrogant when they spoke. Mu Yun didn't care. Senior, what are you doing here? Me? The white-robed man smiled and said, I'm here to guard the sea beasts for the Yin-Yang Sky Palace. In the Yin-Yang Sea, I raise the sea beasts and preach to them. Keeper, 9th-level godly venerable. A breeder, Mu Yun smiled and said, I won't beat around the bush. I've received news that there are godly venerable level puppets here. I want them. You're quite direct. The white-robed man smiled and said, forget it. It's just a waste of effort. Even if you can get them, you won't be able to activate them. To be honest, even the 2 great emperors can't activate those puppets now. Is it because there's no more world tree and world power in this world? Hearing this, the white-robed man looked at Mu Yun with a look of scrutiny. There seemed to be 2 streaks of light on his blurry face. His gaze was as though he was scrutinizing Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun wasn't worried. It would be strange if this guy could see through her. So what if he was a 9th-level godly venerable? The world in the heaven exterminating diagram had a radius of 3,000 miles. Guai was a 9th-level godly venerable, and he wanted to discover it. It was harder than ascending to heaven. It seems that you're a 3rd-level godly venerable, and not an ordinary person. The white-robed man said slowly, the world tree was born in the primitive era. At that time, it was already broken. In the past, the 2 great emperors created hundreds of thousands of puppets. Of course, most of them were at the venerable level. At that time, the 2 great emperors had a section of the trunk of the world tree. They thought they could cultivate a new world tree. But later, there seemed to be a problem and it failed. At that time, the puppets created would become useless. Failed? Mu Yun couldn't help but ask, why did it fail? It seems, the trunk of the world tree was stolen. Stolen? Mu Yun's expression was strange. The white-robed man continued, this matter caused a huge uproar in the Yin-Yang Sky Palace at that time. The 2 great emperors were furious, but there was nothing they could do. As a result, those puppets were scattered all over the exalted domain and became useless. The white-robed man looked at Mu Yun and smiled. It seems that the 2 great emperors weren't the only ones who obtained the trunk of the world tree. Mu Yun smiled and said, I have a way to activate it. It might not be the power of the world. The white-robed man said frankly, you don't have to hide it. I'm just a dead person now. I can't contact the 2 great emperors. If you want to find the puppets created by the great emperors, you can go 3,000 miles north. You can find it in a reef at the bottom of the sea. The white-robed man said slowly, however, I need to tell you that it's very dangerous. Third level godly venerable. You might not be able to return. In that case, thank you, senior. Mu Yan cupped her hands. The white-robed man didn't say much. His figure slowly disappeared. I'll go with you. Bao Qingyu held Mu Yan's hand tightly and said, I haven't been with you properly all these years. Okay. Mu Yan didn't want to say any more nonsense. The two figures went all the way north. As they dived, the surrounding light wasn't affected. It was still as bright as when they first entered the sea. It was strange. It was as if the sea had its own light. Mu Yan and Bao Qingyu's figures completely stopped in the middle of the sea. Is this the underwater reef that person mentioned? Mu Yan looked over at this moment, but was speechless for a moment. Was this a joke? This was called the underwater reef. In front of them, there was a stretch of reef that spread out. At a glance, it looked like a continuous palace. However, each of them was over 100 zhang in size. Piled up together, they were like huge underwater mountains. The underwater mountain range. At a glance, there was no end. And there were waves of fluctuations, as if it would move at any time. It was the first time Mu Yan had seen such a vast scene at the bottom of the sea. The two figures landed on the reef mountain range, which was like a real mountain range. However, this reef mountain range was full of coral and seaweed plants, which were very different from what they usually saw. The two stepped on the reef and seemed to feel a rhythm. It was like the beating of a heart. Be careful. Okay. They went deeper and deeper along the underwater reef mountain range. Gradually, the surrounding scene became clearer and clearer. At this moment, Mu Yan felt the flow of origin power. Those corals and seaweed were not dead things. The two figures advanced for half a day. Gradually, the scene in front of them changed more and more. The deeper they went, the less vegetation there was. In the end, there was no vegetation at all. At this moment, Mu Yan became cautious. Slowly, the sound of the heartbeat became more and more powerful. At this moment, Mu Yan was close to that place. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. A huge tomb appeared in front of Mu Yan and Bao Qingyu. Upon closer inspection, the tomb was piled up by reefs. In front of the tomb, there was a stone tablet standing quietly. 7 divine tombs. The 4 words were full of vicissitudes of life, as if they were engraved on the tombstone. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes moved slightly. Was this the place that the man in white was talking about? He didn't know and wasn't sure. Do you want to dig the tomb? Bao Qingyu asked at this moment. Apart from this tomb, there was nothing strange here. Let's try. Mu Yan nodded. Master Mu. At this moment, 4 figures were flying toward them. They were none other than Chao Jian, Su Ziyao, Pangu Ling, and the crown prince's puppet body. The Pangu spirit hurriedly said, Master Mu, someone is coming. Chao Jian continued, Raging Flame Black Bird races Xian Yuanfei, Diamond Dark Shell Turtle races Ming Yi. Feng, An. Ming Yishuan of the Lunar Sect. As soon as the 3 words Ming Yishuan came out, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao both looked frightened. They were disciples of the Lunar Sect, and they knew how terrifying Ming Yishuan was. 5th level Ultimate God. In the divine venerate domain of the Yin-Yang heavenly domain, no one was Ming Yishuan's match. Of course, this did not mean that Yishuan was invincible. But to them, Ming Yishuan was invincible. You're here so quickly. You must have informed me. Pangu's spirit glared at Chao Jian and Su Ziyao and spat. Absolutely not. Chao Jian hurriedly said, Master Mu, it's not them. Mu Yan waved her hand. I can feel it. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao breathed a sigh of relief. Although the two of them were afraid of Ming Yishuan, they were helpless against Mu Yan. Now, their lives were in Mu Yan's hands. In that case, things will be interesting. Mu Yan said, Xian Yuanfei, what realm is Ming Yifeng? 4th level Ultimate God. 4th level Ultimate God. It's not impossible to kill him. But Ming Yishuan is a little troublesome. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao did not feel that there was anything wrong with these words. Although Mu Yan was at the 3rd level Ultimate God realm, her strength was indeed strangely powerful. 4th level ultimate god, they might not be Mu Yun's match. However, the other party had more people. If they really fought, they would lose. In that case, let's find a place to hide first. Mu Yun smiled. This place is strange. We can't be fools. It's best to let them explore the way. Yes. Several figures slowly disappeared at this moment, at the same time, on the other side. Dozens of figures flew over one by one. The bottom of the sea did not affect their speed. Obviously, that group of people was divided into 3 sides. One side was led by a man in a red robe. His aura was strong, and his red hair was particularly eye-catching. Mu Yun was secretly observing at this moment. Chao Jian said telepathically, "This person is Xian Yuanfei, a member of the royal family of the Blazing Blackbird clan. This person, Xian Wutian, and Xian Yunjing represent 3 camps in the Blazing Blackbird clan. He is one of the 3 most likely to become the clan leader of the Blazing Blackbird clan." Hearing this, Mu Yun thought of Shan Tianlang. That guy had a head of black hair. It was completely different from the fiery red hair of the royal family of the Blazing Blackbird clan. Could he be an illegitimate child? Mu Yun threw away the random thoughts in her mind and continued to watch. The man in the lead of the group on the right was dressed in a black robe and black armor. There were faint blue patterns on the black armor, which was very exquisite. Obviously, it was an extraordinary armor. The man was not tall, but he gave people the feeling that he was experienced and prudent as he looked around cautiously. This person is called Ming Yifeng, a member of the royal family of the Vitra Dark Shell Turtle clan. Apart from Ming Han, he is the strongest person who entered the Divine Venerable Domain this time. She looked at the person in the middle again. He was dressed in a blue robe and stood with his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was extraordinarily handsome. His figure and face were all top-notch handsome men. However, that pair of eyes gave off a rather sinister feeling. Ming Yixuan, the commander of the Divine Guards of the Lunar Sect, the most outstanding successor of the Ming family, the largest family of the Lunar Sect. Ming Yixuan was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. From a young age, he was extraordinarily talented and cultivated extremely quickly. Until now, he has never tasted defeat in the same realm. Chao Jian had a lingering fear in his heart as he spoke. If Ming Yixuan knew that he and Su Ziao had betrayed him, then, they would die very miserably. "What are you afraid of?" Mu Yun whispered, "Geniuses like them have never tasted defeat because they have not met me." Chao Jian and Su Ziao nodded, not daring to refute. There were 3 groups of people and dozens of people. Most of them were in the 2nd or 3rd layer of the Divine Venerable Realm. At this moment, the 3 of them were obviously the leaders. Xian Yuanfei said with a smile, "Ming Yixuan, it seems that we are not the only ones who have received the news. You have prepared a lot." Hearing Xian Yuanfei's words, Ming Yixuan sneered. "My Ming family is also very important in the Lunar Sect. The sect master and madam do not dare to underestimate our Ming family. Naturally, I know more about this than all of you." Xian Yuanfei did not refute this. They knew of Ming Yixuan's reputation. They were all in the Divine Venerable Domain and knew each other well. Although they did not like Ming Yixuan's radiance, they had to admit that Ming Yixuan was very strong. Tombstones? At this moment, Ming Yifeng was too lazy to argue with the 2 of them. He looked at the tombstones in front of him. 7 divine tombs. Ming Yifeng said. "I heard that the core of the Yin-Yang Heaven Domain is the Yin-Yang Heaven Palace, and the 4 major domains are only the periphery. But even so, it is enough for us to find out. As far as I know, the Yin-Yang Heaven Palace in the Divine Venerate Domain has assigned 7 Divine Venerates to guard the 7 lands of the Divine Venerate Domain." Ming Yixuan and Xian Yuanfei were not surprised when they heard these words. They seemed to have already known. Mu Yun and the others didn't know about this and listened carefully. The 7 9th-level ultimate gods are all experts comparable to the strength of the 9 second-class clan leaders. Ming Yixuan smiled faintly and said, "I just don't know if the bodies of these 7 still exist or if they were really refined into puppets and buried here." At this moment, Mu Yun was stunned. Not just 1. There were 7. 7 top ultimate gods. If they were really puppets and he could control them, he would have nothing to fear from the second-class forces in the ninth heaven realm. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were filled with a trace of expectation. Ming Yifeng smiled and said, "In that case, the two of you should start early. I'm afraid we're not the only ones who know about this. If others come, then everyone's competitiveness will be even greater." "Yes." "Good." Ming Yixuan and Xian Yuanfei also nodded. The three figures stood in three directions at this moment. At the same time, the three of them displayed their magical powers. At this moment, Mu Yun was watching carefully. These heavens prides from second-class forces must have a few life-saving divine supreme artifacts on them. At this moment, Xian Yuanfei waved his hand and a feather-like divine weapon appeared in his hand. Its surface was surrounded by a faint flame and was very exquisite. Xian Yuanfei waved his hand and a flame rushed out of the feather-like divine weapon. It was dark red and hot and expelled the surrounding seawater. At the same time, a shield appeared in Ming Yifeng's hand. The surface of the shield was covered with turtle patterns as if it could break at any time. However, the powerful aura it exuded made people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, a long spear appeared in Ming Yixuan's hand. With a wave of the long spear, the spear chi turned into a ray of light and shot straight out. At this moment, the aura in Ming Yixuan's body was extremely strong. "Ming Yixuan, it seems that you're about to reach the 6th level ultimate god realm." Xian Yuanfei smiled. "So what?" Ming Yixuan said slowly, "If it weren't for this Yin-Yang heaven domain, I would have broken through." "In that case, you've gained a lot of opportunities in the divine venerable domain over the years." Ming Yixuan did not speak. The three of them attacked the tombstone directly. At this moment, the words 7 divine tombs on the tombstone glowed. Like 4 bright lamps in the dark night, the light spread out. At that moment, the tombstone turned into a gate. "Go." Xian Yuanfei did not hesitate and jumped in. At the same time, Ming Yifeng and Ming Yixuan did not linger either. The three figures set off, followed by the dozens of people behind them. At the same time, there was nothing in front of the tombstone. "Master Mu, let's wait a little longer." Mu Yun was not in a hurry at this moment. She smiled and said, "There are others." It didn't take long for more than a dozen figures to appear. Jiao Haching of the 8-winged Black Serpent clan. Chao Jian couldn't help but comment. "This guy is also a 4th level ultimate god. It seems like he knows about this place. He might not necessarily know. He might have followed the 3 parties here." Chao Jian and the others were stunned when they heard this. Jiao Haching and the others did not stop. At this moment, they also entered the tombstone. "Master Mu, can we set off now?" "But..." Mu Yun was about to speak, but she said with a strange expression, "No." They continued to wait. Not long after, 2 more parties arrived. Yuan Yijian of the Snow Region's Ice Ape clan. Lang Mo of the Sky-Devouring Greedy Wolf clan. At this moment, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were completely speechless. These fellows were truly one more treacherous and cunning than the other. Until the 2 parties entered, Mu Yun was not in a hurry and waited for a while. After confirming that there was no one else, they appeared. "Master Mu is very resourceful. How did you know about these guys?" Su Ziyao asked curiously. "I guessed." Mu Yun smiled but did not say anything. They set off. Of course, he did not guess. It was just that along the way, he was also worried that someone would take advantage of him. Therefore, he left behind many formation patterns. In fact, he had sensed the 3 parties when they appeared. He just did not expect that it would be Ming Yixuan and the others. Now, there were already 6 parties who had entered. The 5 beast clans and the lunar sect. This was going to be interesting. At this moment, Mu Yun led a few people into it. Through the tombstone. In the next moment, 6 figures appeared in a vast world. Yes. It was very vast. It was so vast that Mu Yun even suspected that they had traveled to another space and were no longer in the divine venerate domain. "This place," Bao Qingyu said in surprise, "I'm afraid it's a small world created by a sovereign." At the sovereign realm, that kind of strength can completely create a space and become a small world. Mu Yun was puzzled. A sovereign can create a space? That's not it. Bao Qingyu explained, it's enlarging or shrinking a space. It's just a change, and it's not condensed by itself. In Kanglan, perhaps only Di Ming can condense a small world. I'm not very sure either. I don't know much about realm and sovereign realm experts. Mu Yun nodded. They looked at the world in front of them and felt a sense of insignificance. The main thing was that when they entered this place, it felt as if they were a speck of dust that had entered a world of its own and could be ignored. We're not familiar with this place, so be careful. We're not familiar with it, but there are always people who are. Mu Yun smiled and said, Ming Yixuan, Ming Yifeng, and Xian Yunfei look very familiar to me. At this moment, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were both secretly complaining in their hearts. Mu Yun really dared to provoke them. What's there to be afraid of? Mu Yun smiled and said, even if it's Ming Yixuan, if I go all out, I might be able to kill him. He's been trying to kill me for decades. Now it's my turn to kill him. When Chao Jian and Su Ziyao heard this, they immediately abandoned all the messy thoughts in their hearts. Mu Yun could peek into their inner thoughts. Let's go find those 3 parties. Ignore the others for now. Several figures immediately set off. At the same time, Xian Yunfei, Ming Yifeng, and Ming Yixuan arrived in front of a sky palace in the small world. That's right, a sky palace. It was a sky palace suspended in midair. Under the sky palace, a stairway to heaven slowly descended. It said that this place was built according to the appearance of the Yinyang sky palace. Xian Yunfei couldn't help but exclaim, it's really a good place. Only titled gods and titled emperors have such means, Ming Yixuan said slowly. Ming Yixuan said slowly, my title is God, my title is emperor, and I am revered in all the realms. One day, I will reach that level. Xian Yunfei and Ming Yifeng didn't respond. Who didn't think so, but how many people could really do it? It was just a thought. If anyone could become a titled god or titled emperor and have the power to shock a realm, then in today's Kanglan 10,000 domains, there wouldn't be only a pitiful 100 titled gods and titled emperors. At this moment, the 3 of them were walking along the sky stairwell toward the palace gates. Slowly, they stepped onto the sky stairwell. The increasing pressure made it difficult for the 3 of them to walk. The crowd behind them was gradually pulled apart. The power of a 9th-level divine venerable. Sweat appeared on Ming Yixuan's face. He sneered, you want to stop me? Dream on. A spear appeared. Ming Yixuan thrust it forward. The space was torn apart. Step by step, Ming Yixuan walked firmly toward the heavenly palace. At the same time, Ming Yifeng and Xian Yunfei also displayed their skills and strength. The 2 of them followed Ming Yixuan toward the heavenly palace. The 3 figures were obviously stronger than the others. At this moment, they followed suit and walked toward the heavenly palace. It's quite lively. A laugh sounded at this moment. Mu Yun and the others arrived one by one. Bao Qingyu. Ming Yixuan was the first to speak. It doesn't seem appropriate to stare at my wife like this, does it? Mu Yun spoke at this moment with a slight smile. Mu Yun. Ming Yixuan looked at Mu Yun with a trace of cold disdain in his eyes. So you know me. Mu Yun gently hugged Bao Qingyu's slender waist and gently rubbed it. She smiled and said, next time, don't always stare at someone's wife when you greet them. Xian Yunfei and Ming Yifeng had interesting expressions at this moment. This was Mu Yun, how daring, to provoke Ming Yixuan like this. Although the 2 of them were not disciples of the lunar sect, they knew. In the lunar sect, Ming Yixuan, commander of the Sun Divine Guards, had long had feelings for Bao Qingyu, commander of the Moon Divine Guards. This was a secret that could not be considered a secret. However, it was said that Bao Qingyu had always treated him coldly. Now, the reason had been found. Bao Qingyu was Mu Yun's woman, no wonder Ming Yixuan had been paying attention to the situation in the earthly venerable domain and the celestial venerable domain all these years. He wanted to kill Mu Yun and make Bao Qingyu his woman. However, it seemed that he had failed. Commander Ming. Mu Yun smiled. Your lunar sect Xu Huafang and Song Tao are too weak. Not only were they unable to kill me, but they even helped me reach the 3rd level of the godly venerable realm. You guys seem to be looking for something. How about I join in? Hearing this, Ming Yixuan sneered and said, are you worthy? Whether I'm worthy or not, doesn't that depend on my strength? Well said. Ming Yishuan sneered and said, Shi Quan, go and kill him. At this moment, Ming Yishuan was climbing the sky stairwell. If he came down halfway, it would take a lot of effort. At this moment, a young man flew down from the sky. It was difficult to ascend the sky stairway, but it was easy to descend. Third level ultimate god? Mu Yun said in surprise, you're underestimating him. Even if he doesn't want to fight, he should send someone stronger. When Shi Quan heard this, his face turned cold. He snorted and threw a punch at Mu Yun. Mu Yun did not dodge. Instead, she threw a punch and met the attack head-on. Boom, the void was torn apart, and there was a roar. Shi Quan's face turned pale. He saw his arm leave his body, and blood spurted out. Before Shi Quan could do anything, Mu Yun was already close to him. She threw a punch. Shi Quan's back was bent like a shrimp, and his face was pale. Your Commander Ming sent you here to die, yet you still ran over here obediently. She threw another punch and directly smashed Shi Quan's head. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure landed. 3 punches were thrown in one go. Mu Yun said with a smile, Ming Yishuan, third level ultimate god is not enough. Hearing this, Ming Yishuan's face turned ugly. Mu Yun, in the blink of an eye, after decades, she had the strength to challenge him. You're not used to it, are you? Mu Yun said with a smile, it seems that you're not used to me being like this. Shirao, you go. Ming Yishuan said gloomily. At this moment, Shirao took a step forward, and the aura in his body soared. 4th level ultimate god. A strong aura flowed at this moment. Power flowed all over Shirao's body. Waves of powerful fluctuation swept out at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun threw a punch. Bloody Sun Fist. Qi, blood, and origin power erupted. There was an explosion at this moment, and the void was torn apart again. The two figures separated as soon as they touched. At this moment, Shirao's eyes were cautious. Killing Shi Quan with 3 punches. Even if he was a 4th level ultimate god, he did not dare to say that he could do it. Mu Yun could do it. This person's strength was obviously not simple. Bloody Sun Finger. She pointed out a finger, and a blood arrow shot out at this moment, heading straight for Shirao. At this moment, a giant knife appeared in Shirao's hand, and he swung it out. But the giant finger remained motionless. A sonorous sound resounded in front of the heavenly palace. At this moment, Mu Yun poured all her strength together. Heavenly Sun Seal. Qi and blood condensed into a blood seal at this moment. With a flash of light, the blood seal exploded. It completely enveloped Shirao's body. At this moment, Shirao swung his knife to slash, but it was useless. Mu Yun's attack was getting stronger and stronger. The eruption of qi, blood, and origin power was not so simple to contend with. At this moment, Ming Yishuan's face was really ugly. A 3rd level ultimate god could easily kill someone of the same level. Now, facing Shirao, she was so confident and indifferent. Mu Yun obviously had not used her full strength now. At this moment, Ming Yifeng and Xian Yunfei were also happy to watch a good show. They were very happy that Mu Yun could create some trouble for Ming Yishuan. After all, Ming Yishuan was competing with them. At this moment, Shirao was a little regretful. Mu Yun's strength was somewhat unexpected. This person's origin power erupted from her body and was very powerful. This was the strength of a divine technique. Moreover, Mu Yun was very familiar with this divine technique. Still not dead? Mu Yun smiled and said, then try this. One soul demon knife. At this moment, the knife slashed out directly. That knife was not a real knife. But at this moment, it was more frightening than a real knife. At this moment, Shirao knew that he had to resist with all his strength. With the knife in front of him, Shirao spat out a mouthful of blood. Lines of blood appeared on the giant knife. As the lines of blood rose. At this moment, the knife body changed into a dazzling light. Slash! Shirao shouted in a low voice. The knife slashed down, clang, the two knives converged at this moment. The clanging sound exuded a heart-palpitating aura. Only for a moment. The demon knife condensed by Mu Yun passed through the blade of Shurao's knife and slashed directly at him. There was a puff. Shurao's body was divided into two. At this moment, the demon knife slowly dissipated. Shurao was already dead. At this moment, there was dead silence all around. At this moment, Mu Yun's expression did not change. Ming Yixuan, do you want to come down and fight with me? Mu Yun's eyes were full of ridicule. At this moment, Ming Yifeng and Xian Yuanfei also looked at Ming Yixuan with ridicule. Their opponent had developed and grown stronger. Now, they had come to find him. Of course, they hoped that Ming Yixuan would go down and fight. In this way, the things in the heavenly palace would be theirs. At this moment, Ming Yixuan's eyes were cold and disdainful. He knew that even if all his subordinates appeared, they would not be able to kill Mu Yun. If you have the ability, come and climb the stairway to heaven. Shan Tian sneered. Okay. Mu Yun smiled indifferently. As her words fell, Mu Yun really walked up the stairway to heaven, one step at a time. At this moment, a great resistance was pushing Mu Yun's body, making it impossible for Mu Yun to move forward smoothly. Under this resistance, a different aura erupted from Mu Yun's body, gradually resisting the suppression. Let's go up too. The Panga spirit spoke at this moment. Several people walked up the stairway to heaven. At this moment, Ming Yixuan's face was gloomy. Mu Yun really dared to come up, was she not afraid of death? Not necessarily. Perhaps this kid was more confident than anything else. At the same time, Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng both had smiles on their faces. This time, it was really interesting. Mu Yun was clearly going to fight Ming Yixuan to the death. However, the two also knew that although Mu Yun was powerful, there was still a certain gap between her and Ming Yixuan. 5th level of the Supreme God Realm. 3rd level of the Supreme God Realm. This was the gap that no one could ignore. Even if the strength Mu Yun displayed was extremely powerful, the gap was still the gap. At this moment, several figures were staring at the stairway to heaven. Ming Yixuan's face was gloomy. He took a step forward and continued to climb the stairway to heaven. At this moment, a strange atmosphere appeared between them. Ming Yixuan, you have to be careful. Xian Yuanfei smiled and said, if this kid comes up, he will definitely cause trouble for you. And we won't wait for you. Hearing this, Ming Yixuan snorted and said, he is not troublesome. Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng both smiled at this moment and did not say much. At this moment, Mu Yun's speed was getting faster and faster. The stairway to heaven seemed to give her less pressure than Xian Yuanfei, Ming Yifeng, and Ming Yixuan. But no one would think so. This was Mu Yun's strength. It was not that the obstacles everyone faced were different. About a quarter of an hour. Gradually, Mu Yun's figure appeared at the position where Ming Yixuan, Ming Yifeng, and Xian Yuanfei were standing. This place doesn't seem to be that difficult to reach. Mu Yun said with a faint smile. Ming Yixuan snorted but did not respond. There was nothing much to say in a war of words. Looks like the three of you aren't in a hurry. Then, I'm not in a hurry either. Mu Yun rushed to the spot where the three of them were and stopped. The three parties seemed to know quite a bit about this place, but he didn't. It would be unreliable for him to be the first one to appear and not know anything. Ming Yixuan sneered and said, you don't dare? Everyone could tell that Mu Yun had gradually slowed down when she reached this place. It was obvious that he was afraid. I don't dare anymore. Bite me? However, Mu Yun smiled and said, I'm just worried that there's danger up there. What if I'm the first to go up and die? My beautiful wives can't be widowed for me. At this moment, Ming Yixuan clenched his fists. If not for the fact that everyone was doing their best to resist the pressure, he would definitely blast Mu Yun to smithereens with a single punch. Are you angry? At this moment, Mu Yun smiled and said, it's not worth it to hurt your body with anger. Mu Yun, I'll remember you. You will die miserably. At this moment, Ming Yifeng and Xian Yuanfei were happy to watch the show. Anyway, Mu Yun had made it clear that she was here for Ming Yixuan. Why would they meddle in this when they had nothing better to do? At this moment, the four figures were running side by side. Slowly, the four of them reached the top of the sky stairway. What appeared in front of them was not a palace, but a square. At this moment, on the square, 7 huge figures stood steadily. At this moment, when the 4 of them stepped onto the square, Mu Yun could clearly feel that the pressure around her had suddenly disappeared. The next moment, almost instantly, a shadow of a fist came at her. Mu Yun almost didn't say a word and directly waved her hand. Streams of source power condensed between heaven and earth, and soul power merged into it at this moment. One soul demon blade, a demon blade, releasing a gloomy aura, directly slashed out at this moment. Boom, a violent roar sounded at this moment. The earth rumbled and trembled. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes flickered slightly. The 2 figures separated as soon as they touched. Ming Yixuan, I didn't expect you to like sneak attacks. Mu Yun looked at the person who attacked and said with a chuckle. At this moment, Ming Yixuan snorted coldly, sneak attack? I'm just going to kill you. As soon as his words fell, the long spear in Ming Yixuan's hand flashed, and light radiated in all directions. Rumbling sounds continued to sound. Mu Yan's eyes carried a trace of indifference. Buddha Lotus. With a grasp of both hands, soul power in one hand and source power in the other, continuously gathered from Mu Yan's body. A lotus flower exuded a strong aura. The lotus seed and the lotus flower radiated light in all directions. The 2-soul Buddha lotus rushed out directly. Boom, at this moment, the void was torn apart again. Mu Yun and Ming Yixuan both retreated at this moment. At this moment, Ming Yifeng and Xian Yuanfei were both delighted. They couldn't be bothered to intervene when Mu Yun and Ming Yixuan fought. The 2 immediately called the disciples who had ascended behind them and headed toward the martial arts field. Do you want to continue fighting? Mu Yun said with a smile, 2 moves. You should know that it's very difficult for you to kill me. If I don't kill you now, it will be more difficult in the future. Ming Yixuan snorted. Okay. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at Ming Yifeng and Xian Yuanfei, who were walking away, and said loudly, you 2 can take the treasure. I will stop Ming Yixuan for you too. This shout made Ming Yifeng and Xian Yuanfei's bodies freeze. Mu Yun, Xian Yuanfei said with a smile, interesting guy. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes carried a trace of calmness. On the other hand, Ming Yixuan's expression was really ugly. Mu Yun was doing it on purpose. Anyway, I don't know what's inside, so I might as well do them a favor and eliminate one opponent for them. Mu Yun, I will definitely kill you. Ming Yixuan snorted and turned to leave. If he continued to stay with Mu Yun, he was worried that he would really kill Mu Yun at all costs. But this time, he came for the treasure. He could not afford to lose it. At this moment, more than a dozen people behind Ming Yixuan arrived one by one. Bao Qingyu and the others also came to Mu Yun's side. Are you all right? Bao Qingyu asked worriedly as he looked at Mu Yun. Don't worry, I'm not that useless. Mu Yun said with a smile, it's almost impossible for him to kill me. Mu Yun had reached the 3rd level of the godly venerable realm, so she was really not worried about this. Let's go and see what's inside. Okay. At this moment, several people walked together toward the square. In the huge square, 7 huge sculptures stood proudly in the middle of the square. The 7 people had different expressions, but each of them had a domineering aura. This is it. At this moment, Xian Yuanfei looked a little excited. Ming Yifeng was the same as he walked to the 7 statues that were 1,000 feet tall. The 7 tombs are the 7 top godly venerables sent by the Yin and Yang dual emperors to guard the divine venerable domain. Ming Yifeng exhaled and said, I just don't know how much of the divine venerable path of these 7 godly venerables still exists. Let's see and see. At this moment, the 2 of them instantly attacked. Instantly, the 7 figures standing on the square seemed to have caused the space to fluctuate. Between the 7 figures, obscure and complicated patterns appeared and condensed into a vortex. However, 3 of them gradually dissipated not long after. Only 4 puppets were still maintaining the vortex's fluctuations at this moment. There are 4 more. Ming Yifeng said in surprise. Ming Yixuan and Mu Yun are fighting. Let's take advantage of the time to absorb these 4. Xian Yuanfei said. Okay. At this moment, the 2 had already made up their minds. The divine master paths of the 7 top ultimate gods are similar to inheritance, carrying the cultivation path of the 7 top ultimate gods. You too want to swallow them all? You're too greedy. A voice sounded at this moment. It was Ming Yixuan. Ming Yixuan? Xian Yuanfei smiled and said, I thought you and Mu Yun would be locked in a fight. The outcome has been decided so quickly? Humph. Ming Yixuan did not speak. He said, I want to hear. Above the 4 puppets, there were 4 divine master paths. This kind of inheritance would not allow the warrior's strength to advance by leaps and bounds in an instant, but it would continue and reduce many obstacles on the path of the ultimate god. It should be known that ordinary ultimate god barriers might take 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even longer to break through. Even if they were geniuses, they might completely fail at the first level of the ultimate god and block their path. Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng both frowned at this moment. Ming Yixuan had opened his mouth and asked for 2 places. His appetite was too big. There are only 4. If you want 2, then what do I want? A playful voice sounded at this moment. Seeing Mu Yun arrive, Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng both laughed. It seemed that Ming Yixuan had not been able to kill Mu Yun. This was enough to show that Mu Yun's strength was still worthy of recognition. In that case, it would be interesting. Anyway, Ming Yixuan would certainly not let them take advantage of him. I think it's just right. 4, 1 for each side. Ming Yifeng said with a smile. Mu Yun cupped her hands and said, in that case, thank you very much. Do you deserve to be called a side? Ming Yixuan said with a gloomy face. Whether I count or not doesn't seem to be up to you, right? Mu Yun was not in a hurry at this moment. Xian Yuanfei, Ming Yifeng, do you two have any objections? At this moment, Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng both shook their heads. In that case, Ming Yixuan, do you have any objections? Mu Yun smiled again. Ming Yixuan did not answer. Looks like there is. Mu Yun smiled and said, in that case, Ming Yifeng, Xian Yuanfei, I'm doing a good deed. I'll give you these 4 paths. As for this fellow, if he doesn't give me the Tao, then I'll keep him busy and make sure he doesn't get a single one. Mu Yun, you harm others without benefiting yourself. You, stop. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, harming others without harming oneself? Didn't you do it first? Ming Yixuan's eyes were gloomy. Ming Yifeng, Xian Yuanfei, the 3 of us will work together to kill them, Ming Yixuan said. Then we will decide who the extra path will belong to. Ming Yifeng and Xian Yuanfei's eyes flickered when they heard these words. Alright, I'll risk my life and drag one of you down with me. Mu Yun said indifferently. Ming Yixuan's eyes grew colder and colder. Ming Yifeng smiled and said, if you two want to fight, then fight. I, Ming Yifeng, have 1 Tao. That's enough. As his words fell, Ming Yifeng walked toward one of the statues. Xian Yuanfei also shook his head at this moment. Mu Yun was here. If she was willing to shed all pretense of cordiality with Ming Yixuan, it would only be beneficial to them. He didn't want Mu Yun to die now. As long as Mu Yun didn't offend them, they wouldn't care what Mu Yun wanted to do. Ming Yixuan's expression was cold when he saw their attitudes. Without a word, Mu Yun pulled Bao Qingyu and walked toward one of the statues. I don't need, Bao Qingyu said, I once received the inheritance condensed by an ancestor of the lunar sect after he died. Now, I'm a 3rd-level supreme god, and my speed is extremely fast. With the effects of the 9 spirits heaven-capturing tablet and the blessing of the lunar bloodline, there's no need. But you, Mu Yun pinched Bao Qingyu's little face and said with a smile, it's not that I don't want to, but I can't accept it. You've forgotten. Could it be because, yes? Mu Yun said helplessly, I can only walk my own Tao. I can't walk the Tao of others. If I really do, it might backfire and cause chaos in my own Tao. Bao Qingyu nodded slightly at this moment. Then I'll strive to reach the 4th-level Supreme God realm. Okay, I'll guard you. At this moment, Bao Qingyu took a step forward and disappeared into the vortex. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with a hint of helplessness. Such an opportunity had nothing to do with her. However, when her gaze stopped on the 7 statues, Mu Yun was even more interested. Mu Yun stopped when she came to the other 3 statues that hadn't materialized yet. She could take this big guy away, right? At this moment, in Mu Yan's body, a trace of weak power of the world erupted at this moment. As the power condensed, Mu Yan felt that the speed of power transmission in her body was getting faster and faster. The power of the world. It consumed a lot. Because the tree of the world wasn't with her. Therefore, at this moment, Mu Yan was only using the remaining weak power of the world. At this moment, the puppet's fingers moved slightly. This slight change stunned Mu Yan. It could be controlled, it could really be controlled, it was a puppet. At this moment, Mu Yan's expression didn't change, but she was extremely excited. If it was really a puppet, then she would have profited greatly. Put it away. Almost instantly, Mu Yan's power of the origin erupted and moved the puppet into her execution heaven diagram. In the vast world, the puppet didn't look very burly at this moment. However, looking at the puppet, Mu Yan was satisfied. What are you doing? At this moment, she heard a shout. It's none of your business. Mu Yan looked at the lunar sect disciple and said angrily. Commander Ming said that no one can touch anything here before he comes out. The disciple snorted. What does your Commander Ming's words have to do with me? However, Mu Yan completely ignored him. If you're not convinced, have a taste of my fist. Let's see if your 4th level godly venerable realm cultivation is enough for me to crush you with one punch. The disciple's expression changed slightly, and he didn't dare to say anything. Mu Yan had killed Shirao, and they had all witnessed it with their own eyes. If they were to fight Mu Yan head-on now, that would be courting death. Mu Yan ignored them. As for the subordinates of Ming Yifeng, Xian Yuanfei, and the others, they also stood aside and didn't speak. Even Ming Yifeng and Xian Yuanfei didn't dare to find trouble with Mu Yan. Not to mention them. The 3 puppets were directly taken away by Mu Yan. At this moment, the other 3 parties were also silent. They pretended not to see. Everyone waited at this moment, and no one left. After passing through the martial arts field, there was a palace behind. A very, very large palace. However, Mu Yan didn't feel at ease entering it now. If Bao Qingyu appeared and he wasn't around, she might be in danger. Ming Yishuan wasn't a good person. Everyone, dozens of figures, were divided into 4 directions and waited at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yan looked at Chao Jian, Su Ziyao, Panga Spirit, and the Crown Prince's puppet body. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were 3rd level godly venerable realm. Panga Spirit and the Crown Prince's puppet body were also 2nd level godly venerable realm. Especially the Crown Prince's puppet body, it wasn't simple. The son of the Yin-Yang dual emperors was refined into a puppet. He was a world king when he was alive. If this puppet was used well, he could at least reach the peak ultimate god realm in the future, right? Mu Yan made up her mind that she must dig out all the potential of this imperial prince's puppet body. After waiting for 2 hours, 2 figures were the first to appear. It was Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng. At this moment, Xian Yuanfei's aura was particularly strong. 5th level ultimate god, this guy took this opportunity to break through. Ming Yifeng said enviously, congratulations, Brother Fei. Brother Ming, aren't you the same? Xian Yuanfei smiled and said, I think you only need an opportunity to break through, right? Ming Yifeng smiled. At this moment, 2 figures flew out of the statue. It was Ming Yishuan and Bao Qingyu. Bao Qingyu landed beside Mu Yan and smiled faintly. 4th level ultimate god? Yes. Bao Qingyu nodded. Very fast. Bao Qingyu smiled and said, this path of ultimate god has some skills. At this moment, Ming Yishuan looked to the side and did not make a sound. He was now a 5th level ultimate god and could break through to the 6th level ultimate god realm at any time. But considering the uniqueness of this place, he still endured it. Mu Yan did not say much and also put away the statue that Bao Qingyu had walked out of. Seeing this scene, Ming Yishuan also put away the statue without making a sound. At this moment, Ming Yifeng and Xian Yuanfei also put away their statues. Seeing this scene, Mu Yan felt a little pity in her heart. If she had taken all 7 statues, that would be 7 peak ultimate gods. Unfortunately, there was no other way now. However, the 3 puppets were useless in the hands of Ming Yishuan, Ming Yifeng, and Xian Yuanfei. Without the power of the world, how could the three of them control them? It was impossible to do. Ming Yishuan did not care. Mu Yun must not have taken the 4 statues for nothing. It was very likely that there was some secret hidden between them. He did not care so much. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. What should he do next? In any case, he was not in a hurry. At this moment, Xian Yuanfei, Ming Yifeng, and Ming Yishuan were all looking at the great hall at the end of the martial field in front of them with fiery eyes. That was the true destination of this trip. Everyone, it's quite lively here. A burst of laughter could be heard all of a sudden. At this moment, a powerful aura was released from the person who had arrived. Jiao Haoqing. Jiao Haoqing of the 8-winged Black Serpent clan. Moreover, he was not the only one. Yuan Jin. Lang Mo. The 3 groups of people arrived one by one. Seeing this, Ming Yishuan and the others frowned slightly. Mu Yun did not feel anything. The more people there were, the more interesting it would be. He couldn't wait for these people to fight and kill each other. As for him, he could use his devouring power to reach the 4th level of the ultimate god realm. That was another level altogether. At that time, he would be able to kill Ming Yishuan. It would appear that the 3 of you are rather familiar with this place. Unlike us, we have lost our way in this place and ended up going to places that we don't even know. Yuan Jin was dressed in white and stood with his hands behind his back as he smiled. As a 4th level ultimate god, he was also extremely powerful. As a descendant of the Snow Domain Ice Ape clan's royal family, he was one of the prodigies. In the future, even if he could not become the clan leader of the Snow Domain Ice Ape clan, he would definitely become an extremely powerful elder of the clan with great power in his hands. It was the same for Lang Mo and Jiao Haoqing. In fact, the various second-class forces had tens of thousands of ultimate god warriors in their clans. Excluding those who held important positions and had been famous for many years, there were at least thousands of people in the younger generation. However, this time, the various clans had only sent 1 or 200 ultimate god warriors. However, these 200 people represented the geniuses among geniuses. Most of them were descendants of the royal family. Everyone, since we are all here, why don't we go in and take a look? Yuan Jin smiled and said, if we just stand here, we won't be able to find any peerless treasures. All right. Xian Yuanfei had reached the 5th level of the ultimate god realm and could be said to be the strongest in the ultimate god domain. He was not afraid at all. Moreover, Ming Yifeng was in a cooperative relationship with him. Ming Yishuan was on one side. Mu Yun was on the other side. As for Jiao Haoqing, Yuan Jin, and Lang Mo, it was hard to tell if they were on the same side. However, if the 2 of them were together, they would be considered a strong force. As for Mu Yun, this troublemaker, she would be in danger at the crucial moment. Whether it was Jiao Haoqing or Yuan Jin, these people were not people that a 4th-level ultimate god like Shirao could compare to. The geniuses from all over the place gathered in front of the palace. Behind the huge martial field was the palace gate. At this moment, the palace gate was wide open. Beside the gate, 4 figures stood with spears in their hands, looking dignified. They did not care as they crossed the gate and entered the heavenly palace. Mu Yun walked in front of the 4 statues and put them away with a wave of her hand. For ultimate god puppets. Only fools would be able to take them. This time, Mu Yun was really looking forward to it. If there were thousands of such puppets in the heavenly palace, then after he cured Xian Feng, he could rely on the world tree to activate these ultimate god puppets one by one. At that time, thousands of ultimate god warriors, he was not afraid of second-class forces. The great cloud palace of the eastern wilderness would be the 10th rising second-class force. At this moment, everyone entered the stone palace. In the huge stone palace, there were many palaces standing there quietly. Throughout the entire construction, there was a guard every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. Statues stood quietly. At this moment, no one cared. However, Mu Yan's eyes lit up. How many, in total? There were thousands of them. They had made a huge profit. At this moment, Mu Yun did not put away these puppets. After all, Ming Yishuan and the others did not know anything. If she put them away one by one, then these guys would be suspicious. At this moment, the 7 parties had a tacit understanding and spread out one by one. Mu Yun led Bao Qingyu and the others in a direction. Along the way, the guard statues disappeared one by one. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao did not understand. Mu Yun could not be bothered to explain. However, Bao Qingyu did not understand and looked at Mu Yun. This is good stuff. It will be of great use in the future. Mu Yun smiled and said, in the future. It will broaden your horizons. Bao Qingyu nodded with a smile. At this moment, the few of them entered a palace. At least until now, the palaces in the ultimate god domain had been an eye-opener for Mu Yun. It was also a palace. Compared to the heavenly venerable domain and the earthly venerable domain, the palaces here were built especially meticulously. The materials used were also extremely precious. Furthermore, each and every one of the palaces was supported by a spirit formation. When one reached the ultimate god level, their destructive power was extremely great. If these places were built carelessly for ultimate gods to live in. If they were careless, they might completely collapse in anger. At this moment, the few of them were browsing around the main hall. This heavenly palace seems to have at least tens of thousands of main halls inside and outside. If we can move it back, then Cloud Palace will be much more stable. As soon as Mu Yun spoke, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were stunned. Move it back, what a joke. Mu Yun was the only one who said this. If others heard this, they would definitely scold her as a lunatic. Let's not talk about this first. Let's see what's in this place. Okay. The few figures dispersed at this moment. However, upon closer inspection, the surroundings gave off a rather empty feeling, but there was nothing worth paying attention to. The main hall was very spacious. They couldn't find anything. At this moment, Su Ziyao and Chao Jian both looked at Mu Yun. Master Mu, there might be nothing in this place. I think we should go to other places to take a look. There was indeed nothing strange about this place. There was no point in continuing to stay here. Mu Yun looked around the main hall and smiled. There's no hurry. There are still good things in this place. Huh? Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were both stunned at this moment. The surroundings were empty. There was nothing. Look carefully. Mu Yun smiled slightly and raised her palm. Lines of formation patterns condensed at this moment. As the lines of formation patterns appeared, Mu Yun could clearly feel that the power gradually appeared. This is, the formation patterns condensed at this moment. The power gradually dispersed from Mu Yun's body. The scenery around him was gradually changing. The surroundings were no longer empty. Instead, burly figures appeared one after another. They were dressed in armor. They were holding divine weapons. There was a hint of disdain in their calm expressions. At this moment, the few of them obviously didn't expect this sudden change. They were shocked by this sudden change. These are the statues guarding outside. Chao Jian blurted out. It's different. Su Ziyao said at this moment. Look carefully. It's different. As Su Ziyao's words fell, Chao Jian also looked over. It was really different. These statues were dressed in armor. They were obviously much more noble than those outside. The surface of the armor was embroidered with different patterns. Could it be the leader of those statues? Su Ziyao said uncertainly. It's possible. Mu Yun stood up at this moment. Let's see how many there are. Yes. Chao Jian and Chao Jian immediately began to count. Reporting to Master Mu, there are a total of 1,230. Hearing this number, the smile on Mu Yun's face widened. When everyone separated just now, he didn't hesitate to collect the statues outside. In total, there were more than 1,000. And now, there were more than 1,000. In total, there were more than 2,400 statues. Moreover, these were obviously of a higher realm than those outside. Mu Yun waved his hand, and the puppets disappeared without a trace. 2,000 celestial venerable realm puppets. More than 2,400 venerable god-level puppets. This was already an impressive combat strength. Moreover, there were many places in the divine venerate domain that he had yet to visit. If he walked through all of them once, If he could accumulate more than 10,000 venerable god warriors. Even if he was facing a second-class expert, he was fearless. Interesting. Mu Yun smiled and said, what an interesting place. At the same time, the others is a lot. The huge power supply spread out at this moment, giving people the feeling that it had existed since ancient times and had stood here unattended for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became bright. Let's go. What for? To rob. Mu Yun smiled and said, Ming Yishuan, Xian Yuanfei, and Ming Yifeng are familiar with this place, right? Then let's follow them and rob them. Su Ziao and Chao Jian looked at Mu Yun, their eyes changing several times. Mu Yun. Was her brain damaged? Xian Yuanfei had flown to the 5th level of the Venerable God realm, Ming Yifeng was just a little bit away. Ming Yishuan had long reached the 5th level of the Venerable God realm. Rob them? Mu Yun didn't take the wrong medicine, did she? I didn't take the wrong medicine. Mu Yun looked at the two and smiled. I'm only one step away from reaching the 4th level of the Venerable God realm. Then it's time for them to pave the way for me. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao nodded blankly. At this moment, on the other side, Ming Yishuan came to a large hall. The 7 supreme palaces. The corners of Ming Yishuan's mouth lifted in a smile. Interesting places. I like it. Commander Ming, we have to hurry, one of them said. Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng may have already made their move over there. Jiao Haoqing, Yuan Yijin, and Lang Yamo are not easy to deal with. And that Mu Yun, I know. Ming Yishuan waved his hand and said, the 7 main halls in the 7 supreme palaces used to be the bedrooms of the 7 top venerable gods. There must be some left. If I get everything in these halls, I will be able to improve by leaps and bounds after leaving the Yin Yang Heaven territory. Perhaps in less than 100 years, I will reach the 9th level of the Venerable God realm. With this opportunity and the foundation of the Ming clan, even if the Dark Nether Hierarch and Madame Yuerong are unwilling, the position of the Lunar Sect Master should belong to me, Ming Yishuan. Hearing this, the people around him all nodded in agreement. They knew how powerful Ming Yishuan was. The entire Lunar Sect respected Ming Yishuan as the #1 prodigy, the Ming clan supported him even more. Ming Yishuan was now the absolute core of the Ming clan. You all stand guard outside. I will go in and prepare to make my move. Kill anyone who dares to come close. Yes. Immediately, several figures dispersed. Ming Yishuan pushed the door open and entered. At this moment, in the west of the main hall, Mu Yun and the others stood quietly. Next, it's up to you. Mu Yun said, you take Su Ziyao, Chao Jian, Panga territory, and the Crown Prince's body to hold them back. What about you? Me? Mu Yun smiled and said, go kill Ming Yishuan. Hearing this, Bao Qingyu was also stunned. She thought that Mu Yun was just saying it on purpose. Are we really going? Bao Qingyu said worriedly, Ming Yishuan is a 5th level venerable god. Together with Zhang Fangming and Shen Wenhao, they are known as the 3 prodigies of the 3 major sections. He is not that easy to deal with. If you can kill someone above your level, so can he. Once, when he was a 4th level venerable god, he killed someone with the strength of a 6th level venerable god. Mu Yun nodded. Don't worry, I will be careful. I just want to test my current strength. Moreover, I want to prepare to reach the 4th level. Ming Yishuan is the best appetizer. Bao Qingyu nodded. But you just said the 3 prodigies of the 3 major sects. I haven't seen Shen Wenhao, but that guy Zhang Fangming, is he a prodigy? Don't underestimate Zhang Fangming. Bao Qingyu said seriously, there are many powerful alchemists in the elixir Emperor Mansion, but they only have alchemy skills and not strong combat strength. In fact, the elixir Emperor Mansion's Mansion Master has always been not so proficient in alchemy skills, but his combat strength is strong. Zhang Wuji is like this, and so is Zhang Fangming. I understand. Mu Yun smiled and said, in that case, I will slaughter a prodigy and make a name for myself. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun's figure flashed, and an illusory formation in her hand was directly cast. Who is it? At this moment, the people waiting outside the main hall immediately became vigilant. The people who will kill you. a low roar sounded. In an instant, Chao Jian and Su Xiao immediately rushed out. Bao Qingyu took the lead at this moment. 5 figures rushed toward the dozen people at this moment. Bao Qingyu. One of them shouted, "Are you looking for death? Do you really think that we won't dare to kill you just because Commander Ming is in love with you? Can you kill me?" Bao Qingyu shouted at this moment, and a strong aura burst out from her body. 4th level Divine Venerable Realm. The 5 of them did not care about anything at this moment. They just rushed forward. At the same time, a large array suddenly covered them. An explosion could be heard at this moment. Among the dozen or so figures, a few of them could not dodge in time and were directly hit by a figure. Their bodies exploded, and their souls were directly caught and completely detonated. "I'll leave it to you." At this moment, Mu Yun did not stop. Her figure flashed and rushed into the main hall. At this moment, the people outside the main hall wanted to stop her, but they were powerless to do so. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped into the main hall. The door of the hall slowly closed automatically. Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. A figure stood in the center of the main hall with his hands clasped behind his back facing Mu Yun. Ming Yixuan. Mu Yun. Their eyes met, and a flame filled the air. At this moment, Mu Yun was on full alert. "You knew I was coming?" Looking at Ming Yixuan, Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. Geniuses who think they are extraordinary always feel that they can kill those above their level. In fact, many geniuses have indeed achieved this step. "Mu Yun, you belong to this category of geniuses. But I, Ming Yixuan, am also." As his words fell, rays of light condensed on Ming Yixuan's body at this moment. As the rays of light converged, power emerged in Ming Yixuan's body. 5th level Divine Venerable Realm, the top 5th level Divine Venerable Realm. As the power in his body gathered, ripples of power appeared all over Ming Yixuan's body. A suit of armor appeared on his body. There was a faint green glow on the surface of the armor. The dark-colored lines formed the word Zhen. A long spear appeared in his hand, radiating light in all directions. At this moment, Ming Yixuan was like a god. "Mu Yun, do you know where this place is?" Ming Yixuan smiled and said, "Back then, the Yin-Yang dual emperors were peerless and majestic. There are many sovereigns and world-plane experts under us. That's the core. You and I, even as ultimate gods, can't touch it. Apart from that, there are the 4 major regions. Divine Venerable Domain, Celestial Venerable Domain, Earth Venerable Domain, Supreme Domain." Ming Yixuan smiled and said, "The 4 major territories are guarded by warriors from primes to godly venerables. There are 7 peak ultimate gods guarding the divine realm. 7 peak ultimate gods are comparable to the clan leaders and sect masters of second-class forces. They're extremely powerful. This place is one of the 7. Although the 7 of them died, each and every one of them left behind something that they could bestow upon their descendants. I've seen this place just now." Ming Yixuan stepped aside. In the center of the hall, a stone platform appeared. On the stone platform, rays of light stacked on top of each other, like rays of light condensing into points. Those points intersected. The light flickered at this moment. This is the endless life essence left behind by one of the ultimate gods. "Life essence," Ming Yixuan smiled and said, "the life essence of a peak ultimate god. What does it represent? Do you understand? You and I are both ultimate gods with a lifespan of millions of years." "Oh, no, you don't. Last time, you seem to have lost 2 million years of your lifespan for your son?" Ming Yixuan was not in a hurry, as if he was chatting with Mu Yun as an old friend. Mu Yun was even less anxious. He did not know where this place was. It was good for Ming Yixuan to tell him. The life essence carries the life force of a peak ultimate god. Although it is not like an inheritance that can directly cause one's strength to skyrocket, it can increase a warrior's lifespan. For example, you have less than 8 million years of lifespan left. This peak ultimate god's life essence is completely enough for you to reach the limit of 10 million years of lifespan. In Kanglan world, the limit of a warrior's lifespan is 10 million years, even for titled gods and titled emperors. If it is given to you, you can restore 2 million years of lifespan and become the real you, the peak you. If it is given to me, I have a full lifespan. This thing may seem useless to me, but in fact, it can transform my life force. When a warrior's lifespan reaches the limit, what will happen if vitality is injected? It will transform the warrior's life. His talent, comprehension, explosiveness, and so on will all be transformed. In other words, if I get it, I may reach the 9th level of the ultimate god realm in less than 1,000 years, or even 100 years. At that time, it is very likely that I will break through the ultimate god realm and become the first invincible world king among the 9 second-rate forces in the 9th heaven. Mu Yan smiled and said, "You only have this little ambition. World king. I have never regarded the world king as an obstacle to me. Anyone can say stubborn words." Ming Yishuan didn't care. He smiled and said, "Do you know why I told you this? Let's fight. If I die, all of this will be yours. If you die, all of this will also be mine, including vouching you." Hearing this, Mu Yan sneered and said, "I'm not afraid of death. If I die, I still have my son." "Do you have a son?" Ming Yishuan was obviously stunned. He didn't expect Mu Yan to say such shameless words. "Mu Xianfeng?" Ming Yishuan smiled and said, "If I reach the World King realm, I will definitely kill him." "You haven't." Mu Yan sneered. Besides, he didn't believe that Qin Mengyao, Xiao Yuner, and Jiao Er's children would all be daughters. Even if it was a daughter, he could avenge him. Of course, today, it was not certain who would live and who would die. The Supreme God's life essence will help me make up for my lifespan. Perhaps, the speed of my realm improvement will be even faster. Mu Yan smiled and said, "Ming Yishuan, thank you for this great gift." "It's too early to thank me now." Ming Yishuan sneered and said, "Fighting here is disrespectful to the predecessors. We have a place to fight." As Ming Yishuan's words fell, his fighting spirit sprouted. The next moment, almost instantly, the two figures disappeared from where they were. They reappeared. The two were deep in a majestic mountain range. On two huge mountains, the two stood still. "I understand now." Mu Yan smiled and said, "You are not waiting for me. You are waiting for your opponent." It seems that the Supreme God who died also foresaw that this place would be discovered. So, to leave the life essence behind, it has to be given to people with better talent and strength. Is that right? Mu Yan looked at Ming Yishuan and smiled faintly. "That's not important." Ming Yishuan said with a smile. "What's important is that only you and I can walk out of here." Ming Yishuan took a step forward, and the aura of his whole body condensed at this moment. 77 D streams of power flowed out. The long spear in his hand was emitting a strong light at this moment. The divine armor was also radiating light in all directions. At the same time, the vigorous source power was almost sticking to Ming Yishuan's body and solidifying on his body. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," Ming Yishuan said with a smile. "You're a third-level divine venerable, so don't say that I bullied you. Then when you die, don't say that you didn't use all your strength. Oh, no, if you die, then you won't have a chance to speak." As soon as Ming Yishuan finished speaking, he stabbed his spear directly at Mu Yan. At this moment, Mu Yan's sword body appeared, and a sword slashed out directly at this moment. There was a boom. There was an explosion. Spatial cracks appeared between heaven and earth at this moment. The surrounding mountains were affected by the power and were completely destroyed. It was true that divine venerables could turn the sky and the earth upside down. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were cold. "The sword body is not enough." Ming Yishuan sneered. A burst of light shot up into the sky. At this moment, his body seemed to have transformed into a spear. "The spear body." Ming Yishuan said with a smile, "I started cultivating the spear technique since I started cultivating martial arts. The spear technique has long come from the bottom of my heart and merged with my heart. I am the spear. The spear is me. To outsiders, I never think about what I should do. What I think about is just condensing my spear technique." Ming Yishuan took a step forward, and a long spear condensed in the void. Mu Yan took a step forward, and a sword appeared. At this moment, the powerful sword body unleashed an extreme amount of power. Mu Yan was the sword. This was not a collision of strength. It was a collision of the spear technique and the sword technique. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes seemed to have turned into two giant swords. Ming Yixuan's eyes seemed to have turned into two long spears. Spear and sword. They collided in the void. The surrounding space was torn apart and destroyed. However, the two of them did not bat an eyelid and went all out. In reality, the difference between the two of them wasn't that great. Such a clash was not a clash of power. It was the Tao. They spoke to each other's weapons. Sizzling sounds could be heard one after another. Between heaven and earth, power condensed. At this moment, both of their auras had reached their peak. A collision was taking place at this moment. Rumble. Heaven and earth were destroyed. Two figures were submerged. Cough cough. A low cough sounded at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun landed on the ground. Her face was slightly pale, and a trace of blood was released from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Ming Yixuan stood 1,000 meters away, his gaze unchanged. Although he did not cough up blood. However, traces of blood appeared in his tightly clenched fists. Seems like you're not as good as me. Ming Yixuan sneered. What's the point of showing off like this? Mu Yun wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, your spear body is very strong, but my sword body is not to be trifled with. We're all about the same at best. Almost the same? Ming Yixuan sneered. Are you worthy of being on the same level as me? With a sneer, Ming Yixuan shouted, the sword body is stronger than the spear body. But now, Mu Yun, what ability do you have to resist? As soon as his words fell, Ming Yixuan stabbed out with his spear. At this moment, Mu Yun threw out a punch. Bloody Sun Fist. The fist flickered, and a tyrannical aura was released at this moment. The smell of blood instantly enveloped this part of heaven and earth. The sky seemed to be shrouded in bloody clouds. And under the shroud of bloody clouds, a fist fell from the sky, heading straight for Ming Yixuan. Get lost. A low shout sounded at this moment. At this moment, Ming Yixuan pointed out the tip of his spear. With a squeaking sound, the tip of the spear directly broke the front end of Mu Yun's fist. Then, like a fierce tiger tearing the sky, it completely defeated Mu Yun's fist. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes did not change. It seems that you can't do it. Ming Yixuan sneered. Bloody Sun Finger. At this moment, he waved out a finger. The finger radiance carried an unparalleled momentum. Ming Yixuan's expression did not change, and he still pointed out his spear. This was not a collision between a spear body and a sword body. This was the explosion of Ming Yixuan's own spear body and the explosion of spear techniques. What was fused was origin power. The explosive power of a fifth-layer godly venerable. Mu Yun pointed out a finger, but it was once again blocked by Ming Yixuan. At this moment, Ming Yixuan sneered. It seems that you have only been a godly venerable for a short time, and your control of your own power is not that strong. Mu Yun did not answer. Heavenly Sun Seal. At this moment, a seal fell directly. It fell from the sky like a heavenly canopy, covering Ming Yixuan. For a moment, there was a touch of caution in Ming Yixuan's eyes. Now, Mu Yun had finally shown some of his ability. A seal covered the sky and covered the sky. The light of the seal carried the color of blood. In Mu Yun's body, streams of qi and blood erupted again. At this moment, the seal became more and more powerful. Ming Yixuan's spear pierced directly into the sky. Buzz. The seal did not break. Ming Yixuan was obviously stunned and grinned. Interesting. At this moment, the spear accelerated. In Mu Yun's body, the power increased again. What did the increase of qi and blood rely on? Blood essence. At this moment, Mu Yun was condensing blood essence. Ming Yixuan felt the pressure, and his eyes were cold. I really underestimated you, but can you trap me? Ming Yixuan shouted in a low voice. 10,000 Spear King Art, Sky-Piercing Spear. With a low shout, the origin power in Ming Yixuan's body suddenly erupted. A spear pierced out. There was a puff. The heavenly canopy burst open. Ming Yixuan stood proudly in midair. You are the first third-layer godly venerable to force me to use the 10,000 Spear King Art. And the last one. Mu Yun smiled and said, you have no chance. At this moment, Mu Yun felt it. She felt Ming Yixuan's power. Fifth layer godly venerable. It was indeed several times more powerful than her third layer godly venerable power. However, it was not impossible to win. Let's see what I can do, Mu Yun said with a smile. One soul demon blade. There was a low shout. Mu Yun took a step forward, clenching her fists. Between her hands, a blade suddenly appeared. The light of the blade kept flashing. At this moment, the blade seemed to have a cutting power and was exceptionally cold. The combination of soul power and thunder power, and the combination of origin power. Ming Yixuan's eyes changed slightly. To think that Mu Yun had such a technique. Amazing. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were full of caution. The demon blade expanded to a size of 100 feet. Suddenly, it broke away from Mu Yun's hand and charged directly at Ming Yixuan. At this moment, its speed was extremely fast. 10,000 Spear King Art, Deity Slaying Strike. Ming Yixuan's spear did not suddenly pierce out, but directly fell from the sky and slammed down. Clang, clang, clang. For a moment, the blade and the spear roared at each other. It was like a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Breaking heaven and earth. The void was torn apart, and ripples appeared one after another. At this moment, the two of them had not let go of each other. Boom, an explosion took place at that instant. The earth rumbled and fissures appeared on the ground. The endless saber energy and spear energy broke apart at this moment. The earth was in a mess. The sky lost its clarity. This place seemed to have been reduced to a slaughterhouse. Two-soul Buddhist lotus. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was mobilized to the extreme. A lotus flashed with the light of source power. The lotus seed showed a black light and drifted directly toward Ming Yixuan. It was said to be drifting, but in fact, it was more like lightning. Explode. With a low shout, the sound of an explosion sounded. At this moment, cracks appeared in the void again. Mu Yun's body kept retreating. The explosion of the two-soul Buddhist lotus was very strong. It was equivalent to Mu Yun cutting the power of her soul and detonating it at this moment. Then, using the source power as a guide, the power of the explosion was constantly magnified. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were cold. The power was very strong. But it could not kill Ming Yixuan. Three-soul divine seal. At this moment, Mu Yun quickly formed a seal. The power of her soul gathered into a seal, and the source power became the carrier of the seal. She shot out. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, heaven and earth were swept away. Two powerful attacks were released at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun was gasping for breath. When the power of her soul was used, it was very powerful. But the more powerful it was, the greater the consumption. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a figure walked out from the void that had exploded. His footsteps were staggered, and he no longer had the momentum from before. Instead, there was a trace of decadence. Ming Yixuan. At this moment, mottled spots appeared on Ming Yixuan's divine armor. The light of the long spear was also somewhat dim. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were even more cautious. Mu Yun, you are really courting death. Ming Yixuan looked at Mu Yun and said. In an instant, the light of the long spear in Ming Yixuan's hand became extremely strong. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body, from head to toe, became condensed. Facing such a person, he could not be careless. If it wasn't for the smelting dragon armor, I'm afraid I would have to pay a great price. Since that's the case, Mu Yun, why don't you take a look at my attack? Ming Yixuan took a step forward, and spear chi condensed on his body. Divine dragon roars to the 9 heavens. A spear shot out. A divine dragon seemed to have been summoned from the void and charged towards Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun realized that it was not a real dragon. Even so, this was a spear dragon formed by Ming Yixuan's powerful source energy. He had the domineering power of a gun. Huailong's majesty. Mu Yun growled. As she took a step forward, strength gathered in her entire body. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became extremely calm. His strength was very strong. However, it was not unstoppable. 3 souls splitting heaven and earth. As soon as he finished speaking, soul power madly converged. At this moment, the condensed soul power of the three souls began to spread out. It was as if a cage had appeared between heaven and earth. The cage completely covered Mingxuan in all directions. It was extremely dark all around. Heaven and earth lost their color at this moment. It was as if a cage had appeared at this moment. Clang, the spear dragon collided at this moment. The three souls splitting heaven and earth was to use the power of the soul to open up a part of heaven and earth. However, Mu Yun was the master of this part of heaven and earth. Night Void Divine Sword. A sword pierced out at this moment. Mu Yun did not have a suitable swordsmanship to release the power of his sword body. However, this simple sword only needed to dash to Mingxuan's side and interfere with him. It was not difficult. The power of the condensed sword body was the most direct sword, one that did not need the power of any swordsmanship. Shoot out, clang, the long sword arrived in front of Mingxuan. The sharp sound of metal colliding rang out at this moment. The two figures erupted with a powerful aura at this moment. Crack, 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 for a moment, there were cracking sounds all around. The divine armor on Mingxuan's body shattered at this moment. The sword pierced straight through his body. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were full of caution. He had never underestimated Mingxuan. The reason why he dared to come to Mingxuan today was more that he wanted to squeeze out his potential. He wanted to know where his greatest potential lay. And now, Mingxuan had not yet reached this step. I admit that I really underestimated you, Mu Yun. Cold laughter rang out at this moment. At this moment, Mingxuan stood tall and straight. The armor shattered. The sword pierced through his body. However, it did not bring him much pain. Mu Yun could also feel this. It did not affect his foundation. If you continue like this, you will feel that you have underestimated me even more, Mu Yun said lightly. Good, very good. Mingxuan sneered. He seemed to be laughing at himself. Or he seemed to be laughing at Mu Yun. The two of them stood still like this, as if the air around them had stopped flowing. The long spear was suspended in the air by Mingxuan at this moment. At this moment, between Mingxuan's hands, streams of source power flowed. There was once a realm king in the Ming family. He was the leader of the lunar sect at that time. That old ancestor's Tao dissipated. Before he passed away, he created a deity art. Great Ming Tianshan palm. As Mingxuan spoke, he struck out with his palm. A powerful force permeated the void. Almost in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Mu Yun. Boom, the cracked earth tore even more terrifyingly at this moment. The earth within a radius of 10 miles once again collapsed by hundreds of meters at this moment. Mu Yun's figure disappeared under the palm print. At this moment, Mingxuan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Mingxuan's eyes were cold and disdainful. Third level Divine Venerable, such combat strength. Mu Yun, if you don't die, you will definitely be one of my greatest enemies in the future. Mingxuan said in a low voice. Is that so? A voice sounded at this moment. On the sunken earth, a figure struggled to stand up. Great Ming Tianshan palm? Mu Yun grinned and said, very strong, but I feel that you haven't mastered it yet, have you? Seeing Mu Yun stand up at this moment, Mingxuan's eyes were dazed. Impossible, not dead? Are you surprised? At this moment, Mu Yun's clothes were torn, revealing her chest. There was nothing left of her flesh and blood. But the bones that flickered with a faint golden light were exceptionally dazzling. You are not human bones. Mingxuan said in astonishment, what kind of bones are these? Dragon bones. Mingxuan was extremely surprised. You transformed into a dragon? Mingxuan's heart was in turmoil. Mu Yun had transformed into a dragon, how was this possible? You're quite clever. Mu Yun did not quibble. In fact, if it were not for the dragon bones, just his resistance alone, just now, he might really be finished. If his soul did not die, at least his physical body would be destroyed. Dragon transformation. Transforming from a human body into a dragon, Mu Yun, you did it. At this moment, Mingxuan's body was faintly excited. Mingxuan, don't be so excited. Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and said, let's do it. The outcome has not been decided yet. Mu Yun. But at this moment, Ming Yishuan laughed and said, "Tell me the method of transforming into a dragon, and I won't kill you. Tell me, and I will only destroy you, spare your life, and let you be with Bao Qingyu." Hearing this, Mu Yun was speechless. "Are you such an idiot?" Mu Yun couldn't help but laugh and scold, "I can turn into a dragon. I'm not dead yet. Can you kill me and then ask me for it?" "Good." Ming Yishuan laughed and said, very good, haha, he had discovered such a great secret. Mu Yun, great. Great Ming Tianshan palm. At this moment, Ming Yishuan struck out with his palm. Mu Yun snorted and said, "This palm technique can't kill me." "Really?" Ming Yishuan sneered at this moment. In the next moment, Mu Yun's eyes changed slightly. The great Ming Tianshan palm had changed. As Ming Yishuan waved his palm, 9 palm prints condensed in front of him. The 9 palm prints overlapped at this moment. The palm became more solid. At this moment, the power seemed to become more real. The great Ming Tianshan palm is the Ming family's secret technique. Do you think it only has that little power? Ming Yishuan sneered and said, "This palm has a lot to do with the cultivation of the godly supreme realm. The 5th realm condenses 5 virtual seals and gathers them in the palm. I, Ming Yishuan, am a genius who can condense 9 virtual seals and gather them in the palm. Mu Yun, you are very strong. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have met me now." Ming Yishuan growled and struck out with his palm print. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were extremely solemn. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were a little dazed. A strong aura was released at this moment. The eye of reincarnation changed at this moment. At the same time, the eye of heaven condensed at this moment. Divine strike of heaven. With a low growl, Mu Yun's right eye dripped with blood. Blood flowed out drop by drop. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became cold. Whoosh, in an instant, a pitch-black ray of light shot out directly at this moment. At this moment, the murderous aura condensed from the pitch-black light made people feel suffocated. "You're courting death." At this moment, Ming Yishuan's palm print slammed down. Whoosh, 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 at the same time, rays of light gathered in front of Mu Yun. Layer after layer of light released an extremely tyrannical bombardment. Spatial blade, firmament god slash. At this moment, the spatial blades transformed into sharp swords and hurricanes. Boom, the void was completely torn apart. At this moment, Mu Yun was breathing heavily. Great Ming Tianshan palm. The power was tyrannical. Very strong. The speed of the dripping became faster and faster. Mu Yun's right eye was pitch black. "Calamity of the heavens!" he shouted. Boom, suddenly, a pitch-black vortex appeared in the void between the two of them. At this moment, the vortex continued to expand and expand. It was 1,000 feet in diameter and was spinning at high speed. The pitch-black crack within the vortex exuded a heart-palpitating aura. This was the disaster of the heavens. It condensed the space into a desolate space, where only space existed. "Kill!" With a low shout. Mu Yun's eyes were bloodshot. Boom, the calamity of the firmament came crashing down. Sizzling sounds continued to ring out. At this moment, Ming Yishuan was suppressing his palm print and smashing it toward Mu Yun. Now, whoever retreated would die. There was a puff. Suddenly, streaks of blood appeared on the ground. One of Ming Yishuan's arms was swallowed up by the calamity of the heavens. At this moment, he had to retreat. Otherwise, he would be completely swallowed up by the pitch-black vortex. With a swoosh, Ming Yishuan retreated. At this moment, the power of the great Ming heavenly mountain palm gradually dissipated. At this moment, Mu Yun was gasping for breath. Blood from her right eye flowed down her cheek. At this moment, the two of them were both panting. At this point in the battle, they had used all their strength. The consumption of origin power was even more terrifying. Now that Mu Yun did not have the world tree, it was not so easy for her to recover her origin power. It was the same for Ming Yishuan. "It seems that you can't kill me." Mu Yun sneered. "Are you that confident?" At this moment, Ming Yishuan was sneering. "Mu Yun, you are really surprising. 3rd level godly venerable, super combat power, dragon bone body, ultimate skill space slaughter. You have forced me to the end of my rope. But you want me to die? Dream on. Hearing this, Mu Yun frowned slightly. What else did this guy want to do? At this moment, Ming Yixuan looked indifferently at Mu Yun. If a 5th level godly venerable can't kill you, then what about a 6th level godly venerable? At this moment, Ming Yixuan's aura was completely released. You are really bold. This place greatly suppresses a 6th level godly venerable. You are right, Ming Yixuan said with a smile. But when I reach the 6th level, the origin power in my body will be consumed and my injuries will recover extremely quickly. What about you? At this moment, Ming Yixuan's aura was expanding. He could have broken through to the 6th level long ago. He was just worried that this place would greatly suppress his strength. So he had never taken that step. Now, it seemed that there was no need to worry. After all, he was already injured to this extent. 6th level, I, Ming Yixuan, have arrived. At this moment, Ming Yixuan's aura condensed from head to toe. Between heaven and earth, origin power rolled in, condensing an incomparably powerful aura. In an instant, it merged into Ming Yixuan's body. Ming Yixuan could really step into the 6th level godly venerable realm at any time. At this moment, he took this step. It went smoothly. When Mu Yun saw this scene, her eyes flickered slightly. This guy was also driven crazy by her. However, slowly, Mu Yun discovered something. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. In fact, when Ming Yixuan reached the 6th level godly venerable realm, he would not be afraid. After all, the 6th level godly venerable realm was suppressed in the Yin-Yang sky domain. Therefore, Ming Yixuan's strength could only be exerted by 50 to 60%. But now, the situation was not right. Ming Yixuan's aura was rising. But there was no so-called suppression in the surroundings. Ming Yixuan himself also discovered this at this moment. For a moment, Ming Yixuan was a little stunned. The suppression no longer exists. Ming Yixuan was more clear than Mu Yun. In the past, when the warriors of the lunar sect entered the divine venerable domain, the 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, and 9th level godly venerable realm warriors could not exert their powerful strength here. First, they were suppressed. Second, they would be counterattacked by their own strength. Now, it seemed that there was no such suppression. After Ming Yixuan's shock, he was overjoyed. Good news, great news. Haha, Ming Yixuan looked at Mu Yun and laughed. Mu Yun, it seems that the heavens want you to die. Suppression, it no longer existed. Mu Yun would undoubtedly die. 6th level godly venerable realm. At this moment, Ming Yixuan's qi, blood, and origin power condensed again. Once he entered the 6th level, the origin power of heaven and earth would gather and nourish the warrior's body and mind. The serious injuries in Ming Yixuan's body were slowly recovering at this moment. His eyes were full of greed as he looked at Mu Yun. It was as if a wolf was staring at a sheep. Mu Yun, now, you don't have the right to be stubborn. At this moment, Ming Yixuan clenched one hand. The next moment, almost instantly, Ming Yixuan swooped down like a cannonball. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and met it with a punch. Bang! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Almost instantly, Mu Yun's face turned pale. He felt that the bones in his arm were about to break. If it weren't for the sword body, the dragon bone, and the strength of his physical body, this circle would have been enough to blow up one of his arms. At this moment, Ming Yixuan was laughing loudly. Good, very good, ha ha ha. Ming Yixuan was closing in on Mu Yun at this moment. Mu Yun, I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death with my fists. At this moment, Ming Yixuan was faintly showing signs of going crazy. A punch smashed down. The earth cracked. Ming Yixuan was very satisfied. 6th level Supreme God was very powerful. Even if he had just entered and had not had time to control his strength, he was still much stronger than a 5th level Supreme God. At this moment, Ming Yixuan's attacks became fierce. It was very difficult for Mu Yun to dodge. If he was hit by a few more punches, needless to say, he would undoubtedly die. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes gradually became cold. In an instant, his eyes appeared at this moment. In his eyes, a bright moon and a bright sun appeared at this moment. The sun and moon appeared at the same time. The way of Tai Chi. Burning all things in the sky. Nirvana, heaven and earth. At this moment, power condensed between Mu Yan's eyes. The way of Tai Chi. He shouted in a low voice. In an instant. Between heaven and earth, the source power seemed to be emptied at this moment. A seal plate like the 8 trigrams of Tai Chi appeared at this moment. Although it was called a seal plate, it looked more like a stone mill. At this moment, Mu Yun was also shocked. He rarely used the way of Tai Chi after all, it involved the eye of reincarnation and the fate of the 9 Fate Emperor. In his heart, he was still worried. Once he used it, the power that erupted would be very powerful. But it was also very likely that his aura would be caught by someone. Die. At this moment, a brilliant heavenly might erupted from Mu Yan's body. Like the master of this world, like the overlord of heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have submitted to him. Boom. A series of roars sounded at this moment. The way of Tai Chi directly smashed down. At this moment, Ming Yishuan punched out. His arm was smashed into smithereens by the millstone. Next, the body was suppressed. Mu Yun was a little shocked by the scene. The Tao of Tai Chi. He had become stronger. He had become very strong. After entering the ultimate God realm, he had hardly used the Tai Chi Tao. Who would have thought that he would be so powerful? Ah! Ming Yishuan roared under the millstone. He wanted to charge out. However, he was still unable to charge out. Ming Yishuan, you are the first person to witness the power of the way of Tai Chi, you should be honored. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing on the millstone and exerting a little force with her foot. The millstone sank a little more. A black and a white Tai Chi millstone. On each side, there was a crescent moon and a scorching sun. Mu Yun stood in the center. At this moment, Mu Yan's mind moved slightly. I never give anyone who wants to kill me a chance. As Mu Yun spoke, she gradually increased the strength of her feet. Mu Yun! Ming Yishuan roared. The Ming family is the most powerful family in the lunar sect. Even the sect master and madam have to be courteous to us. Do you dare to kill me? There's nothing to be afraid of. Don't be such an idiot. At this moment, the corners of Mu Yan's mouth rose slightly. Bang! A low explosion sounded at this moment. Ming Yishuan's body was crushed into a pile of flesh and blood by the millstone. At this moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. The power of devouring was unleashed. At this moment, the aura in Mu Yan's body continued to rise. At the same time. For symbol sacred mountain. The 9th heaven realm, one of the 9 deadlands. To be precise, it was the first. At this moment, in the depths of the 4-symbol sacred mountain, among the pavilions glowing with black light. At the foot of a mountain. A figure suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of coldness in his gaze. Find the 3 vice pavilion masters. Yes. The voice disappeared. Not long after, several figures appeared. The 3 figures were all burly and proud. Without exception, the aura in their bodies was also exceptionally powerful. Di Xianxia. Di Wushuang. Di Tong Tian. The black-robed man stood up at this moment and walked out of the darkness. He wore a black robe inlaid with faint golden edges. He stood with his hands behind his back. There was no fluctuation of origin power from his body, but it made people not dare to look at him directly. Father, what is it? What is it? How is the matter that I've instructed you to do? Di Yuan said indifferently at this moment. Hearing this, the faces of the 3 turned somewhat ugly. Father, we have no origin at all to find the son of Mu Qingyu and Yi Yushi. In the past, the human emperor took that boy away from the 10,000 Kanglan realms, causing that boy to undergo a tribulation. His soul origin changed. The soul origin that we recorded back then can no longer be found. Other than that, there is no other news. Di Xianxia said bitterly. In fact, there was something that they had yet to say. Their father had set up a great formation to absorb the strength of many godly venerables in the Imperial Abyss Pavilion. He had used this opportunity to recover his strength. As a result, when they did things, their hands and feet were tied. Many people were seizing the time to recover their cultivation. Some world plane experts had already fallen to the godly venerables realm. This was a great blow to the Imperial Abyss Pavilion. You just can't find him, right? Di Yuan looked like he was in his 20s at this moment. He even looked younger than Di Xianxia and his brothers. The three lowered their heads. Di Yuan said slowly, "Go and guard outside the Yin Yang sky domain." Hearing this, the three's eyes flickered. What did he mean? That boy is the nine-fate son of heaven. Now that he has activated his heavenly will, once it appears, I will be able to detect it. Di Yuan explained slowly. Previously, my cultivation level fell and my strength was damaged, so I couldn't detect it. That boy's cultivation level is too low, so I couldn't detect him. This time, I can feel it. Hearing this, the three were stunned. Was the son of the human emperor and Emperor Qing really in the ninth heaven realm, Yin Yang sky domain? Di Wushuang cupped his fists and said, "Many of the martial artists from the 9 second-tier forces have entered the Yin Yang sky domain to train. That boy is among them?" Di Yuan said again, "In the ninth heaven realm, I am the heavenly emperor. If there is a change in the destiny between heaven and earth, I can detect it. That boy is only at the godly venerables realm, but he can cause a change in the destiny of the ninth heaven realm. If he reaches the world king realm." Di Yuan murmured, "The three of you, quickly go and investigate. Let the nine heavens imperial guard and the others follow you. Remember, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go." Di Yuan's eyes were gloomy. "Capture that boy. I don't believe that Emperor Qing will keep his secret to himself." As soon as he said this, the three of them nodded. Found him. The son of the human emperor and Emperor Qing. The boy who inherited Yi Xiaoyao's destiny. Back then, the 9 heavenly emperors had joined forces to kill the human emperor and Emperor Qing. The two were to kill that boy. As for the third, it was for the God Emperor's cadaver. Although Yi Xiaoyao was dead, everything about Yi Xiaoyao might not have disappeared. The inheritance of a God Emperor was not as simple as increasing one's strength. The 9 heavenly emperors were also looking for this. However, they had searched the 9 worlds all these years but found no cause or effect. Not only him, but the other 8 heavenly emperors were also searching. This time, if they could find the son of the human emperor and Emperor Qing, they might be able to find Yi Xiaoyao's remains. At that time, he might be the second God Emperor in the Kanglan myriad worlds. Di Yuan's heart was filled with excitement. "Father, why don't we kill our way into the divine venerate domain?" Di Tongtian said slowly. "No." Di Yuan waved his hand and said, "The Yin Yang sky domain is the land of Yin Qi and Yang sky. These two are not dead, so they don't like outsiders intruding. You just need to guard outside the domain. If anyone appears, check them. Also, you only need to check the God venerates. If you really can't find them, then, kill them all. Kill them all." As soon as he said this, the expressions of the three changed. "Father, those who went to train this time are the most talented geniuses of the 9 second-rate forces. If we kill them, I'm afraid the 9 second-rate forces what will happen?" Di Yuan sneered. "Even if I'm injured, some mere God venerates are nothing to me. They dare to refute? Then kill them all." Hearing this, the three immediately cupped their hands. At the same time, the first heaven domain, in the dragon world. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. A figure came out from a vast land. His upper body's clothes were scattered, revealing strong muscles. He was tall and wore golden boots. His long hair was tied up, but a strand of hair slanted to the right. The man took a step forward, and the corners of his mouth cracked open. He smiled faintly, giving people a feeling of roguishness. "Old Man Bailey, I'm a 4th-level God Venerate." The man laughed loudly, his face full of pride. At this moment, an old figure slowly walked out. "What are you so proud of?" Bailey Chi said, "Do you know that Mu Yun has reached the 9th-level God Venerate and is about to enter the World King realm?" "What?" The young man was stunned. "This bastard, he climbed so fast?" The young man was none other than Xia Qing, who was in the dragon realm. At this moment, Xia Qing cursed, that bastard is the son of the human emperor and the Azure emperor. He was born with a cheat. It's normal that I can't beat him. Really? Beilichi laughed and said, aren't you the same? You are the only direct descendant of the ancestral dragon. Among the 10 great dragon tribes, you are the only true descendant of the ancestral dragon. If that's the case, you're also a cheat. Xianxia was indignant. He wanted to refute, but there was nothing he could say. Old man Bailey, I've already reached the 5th level of the Supreme God realm. Bring me to see him. Xianxia scratched his head and said. This bastard will die sooner or later without me by his side. As soon as these words were spoken, a chuckle rang out. Xianxia, you are very different from Master Ancestral Dragon. A chuckling voice sounded. A one-armed old man slowly walked over at this moment. Duguyi. Xianxia looked at the old man and laughed. Old man, why don't you accompany that bastard? Why do you keep looking for old man Bailey? Are you too gay? Don't be presumptuous. Beilichi scolded. The Array Emperor is the teacher of the free and unfettered Emperor God. Don't be rude. Xianxia did not mind. Duguyi smiled and said, old me is a broken body. I can't help much. Besides, it's not good for me to interfere with the human emperor's plans. Mooching you? Xianxia did not understand. Mooching you is the bastard's father. Why does he wander around every day? Let's see if he'll still wander around when the bastard is killed. Beilichi and Duguyi shook their heads. Alright, I won't argue with you anymore. Beilichi said slowly, you've reached the 4th level of the Supreme God realm. You're too slow. Slow? Xianxia's eyes widened as he looked at Beilichi. This was slow. Compared to the trash of the 5-clawed Golden Dragon clan, he was too strong. Okay, now, the 5-clawed Golden Dragon clan's patriarch, Jingjingyuan, was happy to see his son-in-law. Think about the bastard you're talking about, Beilichi said. Xianxia nodded. Stop dilly-dallying. What do you want to say? Hurry up and say it. Xianxia urged. What I want to say is simple. Beilichi smiled. I want you to quickly reach the World King realm. I want you to find the Ancestral Dragon Slough. The Ancestral Dragon Slough, Xianxia's eyes flashed. In this world, if there is anyone who is most suitable for the Ancestral Dragon Slough, it is without a doubt you. Inheritance, dragon bone, dragon blood. In the entire Deep Tide world, only you are the most suitable. I sought out the Array Emperor for this. This is an opportunity. You must seize it. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded. We'll be gone for a long time. You'd best find an excuse with Jin Jingyuan and Jin Xian'er. I understand. Xianxia said slowly. I've been in the 5-clawed Golden Dragon clan for so long that I even have a wife. In the future, Jin Jingyuan will have to hand over the 5-clawed Golden Dragon clan to me. It's just a 5-clawed Golden Dragon clan. Beilichi said slowly. Your goal is to become one of the top 10 dragon clans, and you want to become the Dragon Emperor. No. Xianxia waved his hand. In the future, I want to become the God Emperor. The 9th Heaven Realm. Yin Yang Sky Domain. Inside the Divine Venerable Domain. At this moment, Mu Yun opened his eyes. Wisps of aura surrounded his body. 4th level Divine Venerable, Mu Yun exhaled. Killing Mingxuan was worth it. She had taken another step into the Divine Venerable realm. 4th level. It had only been a little more than a year. At this moment, Mu Yun was in the main hall. With a creak, she pushed open the door. The battle outside was still ongoing. As she stepped out, everyone's eyes gathered outside the main hall. Mingxuan is dead. Mu Yun's voice was not loud. Impossible. Someone immediately shouted. I'm standing here to prove it. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun threw a punch directly at the 4th level Divine Venerable warrior who had spoken. Bang, a bloody mist exploded. The 4th level Godly Venerable Realm Martial Practitioner died before he could say a word. 4th level Divine Venerable. The rest of the people were shocked. Do you believe me now? Mu Yun looked at the bloody mist and said softly. The others went completely crazy. Mu Yun had really killed Ming Yixuan and had reached the 4th level divine venerable realm. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. Boom, 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 in an instant, a series of explosions sounded at this moment. Mu Yun's aura was released from all over her body. Bao Qingyu, Chao Jian, Su Ziyao, Pang Ling, and the emperor's puppet body also stopped at this moment. Seeing that Mu Yun had reached the 4th level divine venerable realm, Bao Qingyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that Mu Yun had been hunted down, she was also quite annoyed. And now, Mu Yun could be considered to have a foothold. 4th level divine venerable realm. Among the second-class forces, she was considered a mid-level top combat power. The divine venerable realm was divided into 9 levels. Levels 1 to 3 were considered low-level combat power. Levels 4 to 6 were considered mid-level combat power. Levels 7 to 9 were considered high-level combat power. Mu Yun had killed Ming Yixuan, a 5th-level top heaven's pride, in the 3rd level realm. Then she was at the 4th level. She could probably fight against the 6th level. Come in first, Mu Yun said at this moment. Bao Qingyu and the others entered the hall one by one. At this moment, the main hall slowly closed. All the fluctuations seemed to have never happened. At this moment, in the hall, a rich and pure life essence swept over everyone. This is the life essence of a godly master. Mu Yun put his arm around Bao Qingyu's waist and brought Bao Qingyu closer. He smiled and said, "You absorb it. You're the most suitable." Bao Qingyu said, "Because of Xian Feng, you lost 2 million years of lifespan. This is the most reliable for your recovery. 8 million years of lifespan is enough. You're pregnant now. It's the best for you and the child." Mu Yun said firmly, "As a father, I should do it." In fact, in the past, Mu Yun only wanted to divide it between himself and Bao Qingyu. But now, not to mention himself, even Bao Qingyu didn't think about it. He just wanted the child to get the best. The life essence was extremely beneficial to the condensation of a child's life. Moreover, it was from a godly master. If the child absorbed it, he would probably be born as an expert. Bao Qingyu wanted to refuse. But Mu Yun didn't give him a chance. In the hall, the life essence condensed into a ray of light. Mu Yun grabbed Bao Qingyu's arm and put it into the life essence. Slowly, a gentle force flowed into Bao Qingyu's body. At this moment, a comfortable aura spread throughout his body. Bao Qingyu almost couldn't hold it in and wanted to cry out. Gradually, the life essence flowed into Bao Qingyu's abdomen. There, a small life was slowly condensing. Wisps of life essence condensed into 7 colored clouds that wrapped around the little life. Slowly, it reached its limit. At this moment, the life essence in Bao Qingyu's body was constantly gathering. A godly master's lifespan of 10 million years was a limit. This was true even for world monarchs and sovereigns. 10 million years, to martial artists, was a limit. Bao Qingyu's vitality was full. As the streams of life energy gathered in her body, she felt extremely comfortable. A low moan came out of her mouth. Time passed by slowly. Gradually, Bao Qingyu stopped. "It's complete." Bao Qingyu gave off the feeling of a pearl that was full of luster. "It's up to you now." Mu Yun nodded. It seemed that the life essence condensed by a peak ultimate god was very powerful. Mu Yun did not delay either. The devouring power was unleashed, streams of aura flowed through his body. The life essence was making up for his lack of life force. 8 million years of life. At this moment, it was gradually reaching perfection. Slowly, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, in the end, it took 2 million years to recover. Mu Yun felt as if she had truly reached perfection at this moment. It seemed that the previous him was only 80% of him. Now, it was the real him. It's only 50% consumed, there's still half left. At this moment, Mu Yun also felt that the power in her body was abundant. "I can't waste the rest." Mu Yun was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The devouring power was activated. Streams of life essence entered her body. Slowly, the streams of life essence flowed from her body to her soul. With the help of the tempering of her soul, it was now transferred to the Panga spirit, Su Ziyao, and Chao Jian. Then, in the soul tree in her mind, Mu Yun was the main stem. The rest of the people who had signed the life and death seal were like branches and leaves, gradually lit up by the life essence. At the same time, in a secret place in the ninth heaven realm, Luo Tianqing, Hua Shaming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng were all stunned. What's wrong? Zhou Qiyan and Ren Gangang looked at the four of them. Master Mu is instilling life essence into us. Luo Tianqing sat down and absorbed the energy. In the past few decades, their recovery speed had been very fast. The 266 divine cloud guards were now in the godly venerable realm. They knew that this was the driving effect of Mu Yun's life and death seal. In fact, it wasn't just them. Yu Xiayun, Xiong Fengyu, Taiji White Dragon, Qixi, Ling Xian, and the others who were in the cloud hall were originally the limit of their lives. But now, in the past few decades, they had advanced by leaps and bounds. This kind of improvement was beyond their scope of understanding. Just like Mu Yun's improvement, the power stolen from heaven and earth made them improve as well. It was very strange. The life and death seal. It was just so strange. At the same time, in the main hall, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao had broken through at this moment. Fourth level godly venerable realm. The two of them had been stuck in the third level godly venerable realm for 1,000 years and had accumulated enough. This time, Mu Yun's improvement led them along with the replenishment of life essence. They had finally taken this step. Thank you, Master Mu. Thank you, Master Mu. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were overjoyed. Ming Yixuan was dead. Mu Yun, whom they followed, was Bao Qingyu's husband. In the future, in the lunar sect, with Bao Qingyu's protection, they would not have to worry. Now it seemed that being subdued by Mu Yun was not so bad. When I fought with Ming Yixuan, he broke through to the 6th level godly venerable realm, but he was not suppressed. Perhaps the suppression of warriors above the 5th level godly venerable realm has disappeared, Mu Yun said at this moment. Everyone, be careful. The others may break through to the 6th level godly venerable realm here. This time only Ming Yixuan, Lei Zhinshan, and Lang Tianqing have entered this place at the 5th level godly venerable realm. Lei Zhinshan and Lang Tianqing are both outstanding talents of the 9 Extremes Thunder Lion clan and the Sky-Devouring Greedy Wolf clan. These two are only stronger than Ming Yixuan. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, "It's okay. With my current 4th level godly venerable realm, I may not be a match for a 6th level godly venerable realm. That's not what I'm worried about. But, if the various parties discover this, I'm afraid that the experts from the 7th level to the 9th level godly venerable realm will also enter one by one." As soon as she said this, several people nodded. This was true. Previously, the experts of the 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, and 9th level godly venerable realm did not enter because they discovered that this place suppressed their powers. Now that the suppression had disappeared, they would be very happy to enter. There's no time to lose. Let's go to another place, Mu Yun said at this moment. Another place? What place? Xian Yuanfei, Ming Yifeng, Jiao Haoqing, Yuan Yijian, and Lang Mo were still here. It would be a pity to leave just like this, right? I'm not sure if there are any treasures in this place. But in addition, Wuliang Mountain and Reincarnation Valley have things that the various parties really need. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Boom. However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a series of explosions suddenly sounded at this moment. The heavenly palace had exploded. The sound of explosions spread out one after another. Cracks seemed to have appeared in the surrounding heaven and earth at this moment. What's going on? Mu Yun and the rest looked into the distance at this moment. Let's go and take a look. Swoosh. 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 Several figures left the place. The explosions ahead were getting louder and louder. Gradually, Mu Yun and the rest got closer. However, looking at the scene in front of them, they were stunned. Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng are fighting. Chao Jian rubbed his eyes at this moment and said in disbelief, "Aren't these two guys wearing the same pair of pants?" Mu Yun and the rest stopped in their tracks. At this moment, Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng were exchanging blows with great power. Xian Yuanfei had reached the 5th level of the ultimate god realm. Although Ming Yifeng was still at the 4th level of the ultimate god realm, he was only one step away from reaching the 5th level of the ultimate god realm. At this moment, Ming Yifeng was temporarily at a disadvantage in their fight. However, Xian Yuanfei was unable to completely defeat Ming Yifeng. At this moment, several looming auras erupted in the surroundings. Jiao Haoqing, Yuan Jin, Lang Mo. Mu Yun murmured, these 3 guys seem to be ready to watch the show. These 3 people were also at the 4th level of the ultimate god realm, and their strength was not inferior to Ming Yifeng. There were many differences between martial artists of the same realm. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were filled with a trace of examination. The 2 of them were fighting at the wrong time. Ming Yifeng, I found this item first. Do you have to fight with me for it? Xian Yuanfei shouted angrily at this moment. Humph, Xian Yuanfei, I found it first, but you said you found it first. You're really shameless. Why, you think you can bully me after reaching the 5th level of the ultimate god realm? Ming Yifeng's aura was also strong at this moment, and he did not retreat at all. There were more than 20 people around the 2 of them, and they were also engaged in a fierce fight. How is it? A shout was heard at this moment. Xian Yuanfei's aura was completely released at this moment. Boom, the fight was getting more and more intense. Not far away, Jiao Haoqing's figure was looming in the air. He smiled and said, you two's fighting is so fierce. Tell me, what's the good stuff? Yeah. Yuan Jian also joked and said, perhaps our Shangxin will decide to join one of you. At that moment, they were also curious. Why were the 2 of them arguing so fiercely? Humph, Xian Yuanfei is extremely shameless. I was the one who entered the palace first, but he shamelessly said that he would enter first. Ming Yifeng shouted, inside this hall is the ultimate god, Tian Lingzi. Once those words were said, even though Jiao Haoqing, Yuan Jian and Lang Mo appeared to be very calm, everyone could tell that the 3 of them were extremely excited. Supreme God Tian Lingzi, it was extremely beneficial for ultimate god warriors to nourish their souls. Xian Yuanfei, I'll help you. At that moment, Jiao Haoqing directly attacked. No need. Xian Yuanfei replied, Jiao Haoqing, if you really want to help me, then take the Supreme God Tian Lingzi. I've checked, there are 5 of them. I'll take 30 and you take 20. How about that? Alright. Jiao Haoqing laughed loudly. At this moment, Ming Yifeng hurriedly shouted, Yuan Jian, Lang Mo, do the 2 of you still want to watch the show? 5 Supreme God Tian Lingzi, aren't you guys tempted? Stop Jiao Haoqing. At this moment, Yuan Jian and Lang Mo looked at each other. Asterisk swoosh. Swoosh, asterisk in an instant, the 2 of them also rushed out. Jiao Haoqing said coldly, you guys want to be my enemy? Nope. Yuan Jian smiled and said, Xian Yuanfei has already reached the 5th level of the ultimate god realm, and Ming Yifeng is almost there. The 2 of them are extremely powerful. The 3 of us have to admit that we're slightly weaker than them. It's best for the 3 of us to share the supreme god Tian Lingzi. Lang Mo and Jiao Haoqing did not stop them. The 3 of them brought dozens of people and immediately rushed into the palace. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, but in the next moment, something strange happened. In an instant, the sound of explosions resounded. The earth rumbled. The surroundings of the heavenly palace were trembling. The palace gate that Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng were arguing over had completely exploded. It was an earth-shattering explosion. It was a bloody mess. At the same time, the battle between Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng stopped. Cough cough, the sound of blood coughing could be heard. At this moment, one of Jiao Haoqing's arms was blown away, and his body was covered in blood. Some of it was his own, and some of it was the people around him. In an instant, more than half of the dozens of people died, and only a dozen people were left. Xian Yuanfei. Ming Yifeng. At this moment, Jiao Haoqing's eyes were cold as he looked at the 2 of them. He was really angry, he had been schemed against, he had really been schemed against. Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng were acting. There was a restriction in this palace. What's going on? Xian Yuanfei looked concerned and could not help but laugh. Jiao Haoqing, you're too stupid, who can you blame? Xian Yuanfei could not help but laugh. At this moment, Yuan Jian and Lang Mo were the same. The two of them had a trace of coldness in their eyes. Hateful, they had been schemed against, it was really hateful. I didn't lie to you. Ming Yifeng spread out his hands and said casually, there is indeed an ultimate god Tian Lingzi inside, but you guys are too stupid. Xian Yuanfei and I have been breaking the restriction for half a day. After breaking the restriction, there is actually a counter-restriction. Ming Yifeng laughed, so, we thought of this method. I didn't expect the three of you to be so pitifully stupid. As soon as these words came out, Jiao Haoqing, Yuan Jian, and Lang Mo's faces were filled with anger. It seems that you guys don't understand that in this place, nothing can be trusted. At this moment, Xian Yuanfei's face had a trace of a strange smile. The three of you, go on your way. As soon as these words came out, Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng charged out. Boom, in the blink of an eye, 5 figures exchanged blows. The rest of the people also charged out one by one. You guys are really stupid. At this moment, Mu Yun said slowly from a distance. You know it's fake? Bao Qingyu asked. First of all, Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng are fighting. Since the beginning of the battle until now, look at their side, have they died? If they are really locked in battle, 1 or 2 people will definitely die. Moreover, Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng invited the 3 of them to practice, shouldn't they deal with each other? How can they be at ease and let them take it directly? These 3 guys were overjoyed when they heard about the ultimate god Tian Lingzi. Bao Qingyu nodded at this moment. At this moment, 5 figures were fighting. Powerful murderous aura was released. How could Jiao Haoqing, Yuan Jian, and Lang Mo withstand it at this moment? For a moment, the 3 of them were covered in blood. Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng's aura was strong at this moment. The 3 of them had already suffered the backlash of the formation, how could they be opponents? Idiot, in your next life, remember to be smarter. Xian Yuanfei sneered, with your brains, you're really a disgrace to the royal family. Jiao Haoqing was furious. If I die, I'll drag you down with me. Jiao Haoqing roared and rushed directly at Xian Yuanfei. Explode. At this moment, Jiao Haoqing's whole body exploded. Qi and blood were released one by one. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled. The void was torn apart. Blood mist dispersed. Jiao Haoqing self-destructed. At this moment, Xian Yuanfei's figure walked out of the blood mist, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face slightly pale. This lunatic. On the side, Ming Yifeng laughed, there are still 2 more. Retreat. For a time, Yuan Jian and Lang Mo did not dare to stay. 2 figures suddenly tore through space and escaped from this place. Bang bang. It was just at this moment. The void exploded. 2 figures crashed to the ground at this moment. Who? At this moment, the 2 panicked. Someone stop them. It's me. A figure in black clothes walked out at this moment. It was Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Mu Yun. At this moment, Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng were also stunned. They did not realize that Mu Yun was also here. Why are you so surprised? Mu Yun smiled at this moment, I don't eat people, I only kill people. As soon as her words fell, Mu Yun grabbed with both hands. Yuan Jian and Lang Mo did not have the slightest resistance, and were directly grabbed by the neck by Mu Yun. They wanted to speak, but they could not say a word. Crack crack. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and the 2's neck tilted, and their breath was gone. Dead. At this moment, the people around were all stunned. 4th level Divine Venerable. Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng both became careful. Mu Yun, you're so arrogant, aren't you afraid that Ming Yixuan will kill you? Xian Yuanfei snorted. Ming Yixuan? Mu Yun grinned, he's already dead. What? Hearing this, Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng were stunned. Ming Yixuan was dead? Impossible. Judging from your expressions, you don't believe me? Mu Yun did not say much. She took a step forward and said, if there is a hell, perhaps the 3 of you will be able to meet. Hearing those words, Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng became even more furious. Mu Yun did not take them seriously at all. You want to fight all of us by yourself? Who told me it's the same person? 5 figures appeared in the surroundings. Bao Qingyu, Chao Jian, Su Ziyao, Panga Spirit, and the Emperor's son stood in the surroundings. At this very moment, the auras of the 5 people were incomparably powerful. Humph, a 4th-level supreme god. Before Xian Yuanfei could finish his sentence, Mu Yun approached him and punched him. Boom. The violent explosion shook Xian Yuanfei's head, and he felt his whole body go blank. What's going on? Xian Yuanfei was taken aback. 4th-level godly venerable realm. No. Mu Yun was a 4th-level supreme god, and her explosive power was so strong. There was something wrong with the power in this guy's body. Are you surprised? Mu Yun looked at the two at this moment. I told you that Ming Yishuan was killed by me. You don't have to be so surprised. At this moment, Mu Yun attacked again. She punched directly at Xian Yuanfei. Xian Yuanfei cursed and directly resisted. Boom. In just an instant, Xian Yuanfei's figure retreated. His whole arm was trembling at this moment. Mu Yun's explosive power was too strong. Xian Yuanfei himself could not believe it. This was Mu Yun, how could it be? When did Mu Yun become so strong? Before this, they saw that Mu Yun was only a 3rd-level supreme god. Her advancement to the 4th level was earth-shaking. No. In fact, they did not know how strong Mu Yun was when she was a 3rd-level supreme god. At this moment, the two looked at each other. Kill. Kill. Now, it was impossible to run away. Since they could not run away, they might as well kill their way out. Dong. Mu Yun punched out with both fists, and her attack power increased greatly. Divine Seal of 3 Souls. A seal was directly pressed down. Boom. The 2 figures were completely defeated, spitting out blood, and were in a sorry state. At this moment, Mu Yun did not stop. These 2 guys could not be let go. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Over the years, Mu Yun had already understood this truth. Boom. Punch after punch. Mu Yun continued to bombard the void with his attacks, causing it to explode. Xian Yuanfei and Ming Yifeng were like sandbags at this moment, being hammered by Mu Yun. You. The 2 figures fell to the ground with a loud bang, breathing out and not breathing in. You really killed Ming Yishuan. Xian Yuanfei said weakly. Really? Mu Yun said seriously at this moment. Hearing these words, Xian Yuanfei smiled bitterly. Haha, interesting, interesting. Xian Wutian, Ming Han, Jiao Tongyang, and those guys all think that they are the peerless heaven's prides of the 9th heaven realm, but now, you have appeared, Mu Yun. If you can, kill Xian Wutian. Xian Yuanfei shouted angrily. You want me to kill, so I'll kill? How shameful would that be? At this moment, Mu Yun clenched her fists, and a cracking sound was heard. At this moment, Xian Yuanfei's aura collapsed, and he couldn't be more dead. At this moment, Ming Yifeng's eyes were dull, and he smiled bitterly. What was the point of scheming and scheming? Didn't it still depend on strength? Mu Yun was stronger than them. Even if there were thousands of methods, they could break through with force. I'm not in a hurry to let you die. At this moment, Mu Yun said with a smile, let me ask you something. Why should I answer you? Ming Yifeng said rather stubbornly. Why? Mu Yun held her chin with her palm and said, do you know the Diamond Meditation Sutra? My clan's sacred artifact. Ming Yifeng blurted out. It's really quite powerful. Mu Yun nodded and said, the Diamond Meditation Sutra was obtained by Jing Haiyang of your Diamond Dark Armor Tortoise clan. However, that kid's luck is too bad. He didn't discover it, but I discovered it, and I even succeeded in cultivating it. Mu Yun smiled and said, this news is explosive enough, right? Nonsense. Ming Yifeng shouted angrily, my clan's sacred artifact, the Diamond Meditation Sutra, was created by a realm king ancestor in the past. It's suitable for my Diamond Dark Armored Tortoise clan, and not for you humans. But I succeeded in cultivating it. At this moment, a pattern appeared on Mu Yun's body. Tortoise pattern. It seems that the Diamond Dark Armored Tortoise clan still cares about the Diamond Meditation Sutra. This is an important matter. Mu Yun rubbed her chin and continued, if I ask your clan leader, Huyan Shua, to do something for me, I'll give him the Diamond Meditation Sutra. Do you think your clan leader will agree? What is it? Ming Yifeng asked again. Help me, kill Di Yuan. As soon as her words fell, above the sky palace, there was a rumbling sound, thunder rumbled, and the wind and clouds changed. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Ming Yifeng laughed out loud. You're crazy. Ming Yifeng said disdainfully, killed a celestial emperor? What kind of person is the celestial emperor? Even if the 9 second-rate experts are tied up, they can't compare to a single finger of the celestial emperor. That's a titled emperor. The son of the heaven-sealing divine emperor. Mu Yun curled her lips. I'm not crazy. Tell me, what if I tell your patriarch that I want to break through to the World King realm? If you want to, help me kill Di Yuan. Well, this might be difficult, but it shouldn't be a problem to ask your patriarch to help me deal with the other second-class experts, right? What do you want to do? Ming Yifeng was stunned. Do you want to start a war in the 9th heaven realm? So what if I do? Mu Yun sneered. A bunch of second-class experts being suppressed by Di Yuan Pavilion. Don't you feel aggrieved? This time, I'll overthrow Di Yuan. I, Mu Yun, will be in charge of the 9th heaven realm. Ming Yifeng looked at Mu Yun, stunned and speechless. This was a lunatic. Start a war in the 9th heaven realm? Mu Yun was crazy. This kind of thing, not to mention him, even the current second-class top ultimate gods did not dare to do it. The Emperor's abyss was a mountain. A mountain of 10,000 feet was pressing down on everyone, making it impossible for them to climb over. I didn't say it's now. Mu Yun smiled and said, I'm a 4th-level ultimate god. Am I courting death by looking for Di Yuan? And, to tell you the truth. Mu Yun bent down, looked at Ming Yifeng, and whispered, I'm actually the son of the human emperor and Emperor Qing. W.H. Pfft. Blood flowed out. At this moment, Ming Yifeng's eyes were dull. What did he hear? Top secret. However, he wanted to say it, but there was no place to say it. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes changed. Around them, more and more warriors were dying. Those who wanted to run were directly killed by Mu Yun. Although he was a 4th-level ultimate god now, facing a 4th-level ultimate god, it was not worth mentioning. A 5th-level ultimate god could be killed with some effort. A 6th-level ultimate god was not impossible to kill. The premise was that the other party did not run. If the other party ran, he might not be able to do anything. Let's go and see what ultimate god Tian Lingzi looks like. As Mu Yun spoke, he stepped out and entered the main hall. A few figures also followed at this moment. Chao Jian and Su Ziao were very hardworking at this moment. Mu Yun had reached the 4th level of the Supreme God realm. They had also advanced to level 4 because of the benefits. Moreover, she had been following Mu Yun for a short period of time. She was really convinced. A 3rd-level ultimate god had killed a 6th-level ultimate god. Now that Mu Yun had reached the 4th level of the ultimate god realm, it could be said that she was even more formidable than those of the same realm. These few things have been done. Martial artists of our generation don't shrink from a fight. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with caution. After entering the main hall, Xianxia saw that the decorations were different from those in the other halls. Instead, a statue was formed in the center. Chairs were placed all around, forming a circle. At this moment, the hall was rather quiet. The hand of the statue was gently holding a jade plate. Inside the jade plate, there were 5 shining white pearls that emitted an alluring light. This is the ultimate god, Tian Lingzi? It was also Mu Yun's first time seeing it. Yes. Bao Qingyu nodded and said, I heard Sect Master and Madam mention that the ultimate god, Tian Lingzi, was separated from the soul of a ultimate god realm martial artist. It can increase the power of the soul of a ultimate god realm martial artist. It has a miraculous effect. Mu Yun nodded. In that case, there are 5 pearls. 1 for each of you. Mu Yun said. Hearing this, Bao Qingyu wanted to say something but hesitated. 5 pearls for 5 people. Other than the crown prince, who did not need it, the 5 of them really needed it. However, it was not worth it to give such treasures to Chao Jian and Su Ziao. Chao Jian and Su Ziao were even more dumbfounded at this moment. They had a share? You are my people. If you do your jobs well in the future, I will not treat you unfairly. Mu Yun smiled and said, this time, Ming Yishuan is dead in the lunar sect, and Yuer does not have many enemies. The two of you, assist Yuer well. Chao Jian and Su Ziao knelt down. We will do our best. We will do our best. At this moment, the two of them were very excited in their hearts. At this moment, Mu Yun gently stroked his palm. 5 ultimate god Tian Lingzi fell into his hand. 1 for each of them. Take it. Mu Yun was not stingy. Now, he not only needed to be strong enough. He also needed to gather a group of strong cultivators around him. At least ultimate gods. Otherwise, it was not enough at all. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the statue in a slight daze. What's wrong? Bao Qingyu asked, puzzled. When I took down the ultimate god Tian Lingzi just now, I felt a little strange. Mu Yun frowned slightly and said, there may be other secrets in this place. You guys take the ultimate god Tian Lingzi first. I will go and take a look. At this moment, Mu Yun approached the statue. Slowly, his palm gently brushed the statue, and an inexplicable suction force pulled Mu Yun's body. Mu Yun did not resist. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. When he appeared again, power gradually condensed in Mu Yun's body as he looked around cautiously. What entered his eyes was a vast expanse. However, in that vast and boundless land, a single tree had appeared all by itself. Under that tree, an old figure leaned against the tree trunk as if he was an old man in a deep sleep. Mu Yun approached the lone tree and carefully looked at the old man. It did not look like an illusory body. But it did not look like a physical body either. It was very strange, very strange. Who is it? At this moment, the old man suddenly woke up and looked at Mu Yun in a daze. Sorry to disturb. So long-winded. Before Mu Yun could finish, the old man said impatiently, I asked who you are. Just tell me who you are. Mu Yun. The old man was dressed in a white robe. He looked very strong and impatient. As soon as the 2 words Mu Yun came out, the old man's turbid eyes revealed some shrewdness. 4th level ultimate god. The old man narrowed his eyes and said, that's not right. 4th level ultimate gods can't enter. Your soul is very strong. No wonder. The old man muttered to himself and looked at Mu Yun. Old senior. What? You are. Mu Yun said politely. I'm a dead man. The old man said casually, kid, since you're here, you and I are fated. As soon as these words came out, Mu Yun was stunned. These words were so fake. I've been studying a kind of divine art all my life, a divine art with invincible power. The old man smiled and said, I named it the illusory sky art. As long as you catch a wisp of your opponent's soul power, you can imitate them according to their soul power. Moreover, unless someone surpasses you by a large realm, you won't be discovered. This illusory sky art is extremely powerful. I'll pass it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient scroll was suddenly stuffed into Mu Yun's hands. Don't underestimate this illusory sky art. It's very powerful. Think about it. You're a 4th level ultimate god. As long as the other party doesn't surpass the 9th level ultimate god, you can imitate them under their nose. There are no flaws. Of course, you're an ultimate god, and the other party is a realm king. They can see through your disguise at a glance. You can understand it as an illusion technique, but it's used on yourself to deceive others' eyes and probing. Hearing this, Mu Yun was dumbfounded. This kind of divine art. That was too heaven-defying. Kid, this technique is heaven-defying, right? The old man chuckled and said, cultivate well. Once you're done here, I'll let you go. Ah? Mu Yun was stunned and said, that won't do, senior, What about you? The old man interrupted Mu Yun rudely. Stop dawdling and stop talking nonsense. Start cultivating now. I'll give you 10 years. If you can't cultivate it, you can die. As the old man spoke, he struck out with his palm. The next moment, Mu Yun felt that the world had changed. He was surrounded by a valley. Mu Yun stood still in the valley, at a loss. What was this? Mu Yun was stunned on the spot. He was really stunned. Senior. Mu Yun opened his mouth, but no one responded. Senior? He shouted a few words. It was as if he was the only one around, and there was no one else. At this moment, Mu Yun was really sure that this old antique had left him here. Illusory Sky Technique. Looking at the divine technique in his hand, Mu Yun licked the corner of his mouth. It was not a divine technique to increase combat power, but it was precious. Imagine, once he cultivated it, no one in the 9 second-rate forces in the 9th heaven realm would be able to find out. Impersonating someone else's identity. There were too many things he could do. For example, no one knew that Ming Yixuan was dead. He could impersonate Ming Yixuan. However, this was also risky. Moreover, impersonating someone else meant that he at least had some understanding of this person, such as his habits and nature. Otherwise, his every move would be easily exposed to people familiar with him. Scratching his head, Mu Yun said helplessly, "Now, let's talk about it after I've cultivated it." At this moment, the old man was still lying peacefully under the tree. Looking carefully, on the stone table in front of him, a bright lamp was flickering. Mu Yun's figure was in the bright lamp. The light flickered. Mu Yun was sitting cross-legged on the ground and beginning to cultivate. This kid is quite tactful. Slowly, the old man smiled. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of the old man. Palace Lord of Illusory Sky Palace. The figure was dressed in rags, and his long robe looked very shabby. Behind his back, there was a long sword that looked just like a person's. It was in tatters. Wang Jiandong. Seeing the person who came, the old man said with a smile, "The people of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion come and go like ghosts, especially you, Wang Jiandong. Hurry up. Give me what you promised me. Palace Lord Huan Tian is really anxious. How could the Sky Mystery Pavilion break our promise?" Wang Jiandong. He was none other than Wang Jiandong, who had led the various major forces to the mortal world and taken Meng Zimo, Yi Sueki, and the other women away. Wang Jiandong of the Divination Pavilion. At this moment, Wang Jiandong was dressed as usual. He appeared in ragged clothes like a beggar. "Here." Wang Jiandong waved his hand, and the broken sword on. His back floated in front of the old man. "Is this the boundary treasure divine sword that Yi Xiaoyao once used?" The palace lord of the Fantasy Sky Palace was bewildered. "Isn't this too shabby?" Wang Jiandong smiled calmly and said, "Why would we lie to you?" "That's hard to say." Palace Lord Illusory Sky said disdainfully, "You people from the Divination Pavilion are so mysterious. Even the old antiques in the 9 deadlands of the 9th heaven aren't as mysterious as you. Aren't you an old antique too?" Huan Tian, the Palace Lord of the Celestial Artifact Palace of the Yin-Yang Sky Palace, has lived for millions of years. Who doesn't know him? Wang Jiandong smiled and didn't mind. "Get lost, I've done what I've helped you. I've also gotten what I wanted." Palace Lord Huan Tian said impatiently, "Don't waste my time." "What's the hurry?" Wang Jiandong smiled and said, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's chat. To be honest, your generation will either rule the Kanglin myriad worlds forever or die. Why are you all staying in this place?" Palace Lord Huan Tian, "Tell me, I'm quite curious." Huan Tian sneered. "You people from the Divination Pavilion control the divination mirror and never miss anything. Don't you know? Don't joke around with me. I'm quite curious too. What's so strange about this kid that you people from the Divination Pavilion want to be on his good side? You're willing to let me teach him the illusory heavenly arts?" Wang Jiandong smiled and said, "This kid is not simple. He's quite talented. Although the Divination Pavilion doesn't care about the myriad worlds, we still need to find talents and nurture the next generation." Haha. Huan Tian was too lazy to respond. Obviously, he didn't believe it. Wang Jiandong didn't say much and stood where he was. "Why aren't you leaving?" "I have to wait for him to succeed." Wang Jiandong looked at the lamp on the stone table and smiled. As expected of the Yin-Yang Sky Palace, Palace Lord of the Celestial Artifact Palace. This lamp should be at least a boundary artifact, right? It can delay time. I don't want to wait for him here for decades or centuries. 10 years in this lamp is 1 year in the outside world. This illusory heavenly arts is my life's work. Under the Dominator realm, it can imitate others. It's amazing. Of course, Dominator realm cultivators can see through it at a glance. But how many Dominators are there in the Kanglan myriad worlds? Pitifully few. With this art, it's unfathomable. Huan Tian said indifferently. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion exchanging Yi Xiaoyao godly sword with me, I wouldn't have bothered to pass it to him. Wang Jiandong smiled and didn't mind. However, his eyes were fixed on Mu Yun, who was inside the lamp. The illusory heavenly arts is for you. You have to grasp this opportunity and cause chaos in the 9th heaven realm. Wang Jiandong muttered to himself. Otherwise, those old antiques in the 9th heaven realm won't be willing to appear. Mu Yun, as the son of the human emperor and the Azure Emperor, I believe you can cause chaos. Huan Tian saw that Wang Jiandong was in a daze and didn't say anything. There were no good people in the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. The Yinyang Sky Palace was one of the 2 great ancient Emperor Dao grounds. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was also one of the best in the myriad worlds. Both sides were in the 9th heaven realm. Who didn't know each other? At this moment, Mu Yun naturally didn't know what was happening outside. The illusory heavenly arts. Disguise as someone else. Although it was called disguise, it was actually changing one's vital energy, appearance, and soul aura. It was easy to change one's vital energy and appearance. However, it was difficult to change one's soul aura into someone else's appearance. After all, each person would have their own unique soul aura. Among billions of living beings, there were almost no 2 people who were the same. Imitation. It wasn't real. Therefore, there would definitely be flaws. And if there were flaws, it would be discovered by others. Warriors of the same realm would almost never discover it. However, if one was a realm higher, this kind of hidden change would be discovered. At this moment, Mu Yun was carefully reading the introduction of the illusory heavenly arts. Slowly, his body began to change. Cultivation was dry and dry. However, Mu Yun had always been able to endure it. But this time it was different. If he were to spend a few decades in here, he would not be able to do anything. The trial in the divine venerable domain was about to end. This couldn't be. At this moment, Mu Yun exhaled. Calm down, calm down. The more anxious he was, the more trouble there would be. Time passed bit by bit. However, outside, beside the statue, Bao Qingyu was anxious. He hasn't come out yet. Could he have encountered some trouble? Bao Qingyu and the others had already waited for a few days. Commander Bai, please calm down. Chao Jian said at this moment, we are related to Master Mu's soul. If Master Mu dies, we will also die. Now that the 2 of us are alive, Master Mu's life should be fine. Perhaps he encountered some opportunity and needs time to digest it. Opportunity. Although that was the case, Bao Qingyu still felt uneasy. The time of cultivation was fast and slow at the same time. In the blink of an eye, 50 years passed in a flash. Within 50 years, Mu Yun not only cultivated the illusory sky technique, but also improved the 4th volume of the Dark Thunder Divine Body technique. At the same time, the cultivation of the Vajra Meditation Sutra had also made a breakthrough. 9 stages of tempering. Now, she had reached the 4th stage. She could condense 4 tortoise-patterned armor on the surface of her soul and body. At the same time, the Yin-Yang Blood Divine technique had also reached the 2nd stage. As for the illusory sky technique. At this moment, in the void, Mu Yun stood up. She was dressed in green, her long hair fluttering in the wind. Her eyes had a hint of gloominess. It was not Mu Yun. It was Ming Yixuan. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body was Ming Yixuan's appearance. Even the aura that appeared was Ming Yixuan's appearance and appearance. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with a hint of joy. In more than 50 years, she had succeeded. At the same time, in front of the lamp. Interesting. Huan Tian stroked his beard and smiled. What an interesting youth. The Yin-Yang Blood Divine Art was given to the 7 peak hierarch experts sent by the Heavenly Palace to guard the hierarch domain. It was a reward from 2 emperors. This kid has succeeded in cultivating it. The Dark Thunder Divine Body technique was created by the Thunder Emperor himself. The Thunder Emperor died long ago, but this kid actually obtained the technique's incantation and cultivation path and even cultivated it. There is another divine technique that tempers the body and soul at the same time. It seems to have a lot to do with the Vajra Dark Armored Turtle clan. Huan Tian almost saw through the 3 divine techniques that Mu Yun cultivated. At this moment, Wang Jiandong was also quite surprised. The son of the human emperor was indeed extraordinary. Just the Dark Thunder Divine Body technique alone, daring to cultivate it was a kind of courage. If it was cultivated successfully, it would be ability. Wang Jiandong murmured. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Huan Tian smiled and said, didn't your divine secret pavilion invest in him? Aren't you preparing to cultivate a successor? This guy is so talented, a piece of jade. How can it be good or bad? Hearing this, Wang Jiandong did not continue the conversation. He smiled and said, all right, this matter is over. Our deal is over. I don't dare to stay in the Divine Venerate domain for too long. Who knows what your 2 great emperors are thinking? If I stay here, the Divine Venerate Pavilion won't fall out with you because of me. Huan Tian sneered and said, other than the 2 great emperors, who else can stop you, Wang Jiandong? When Wang Jiandong heard this, he didn't say anything more. He shook his head and slowly disappeared. At that very moment, Mu Yun appeared before Huan Tian. Thank you, senior. At this moment, Mu Yun took on the appearance of Ming Yishuan and spoke respectfully. It's nothing, it's nothing. Huan Tian smiled and said, all right, the illusory heaven art has been cultivated. You can leave this place now. As for you and me, our fate ends here. Let's not meet again. Mu Yun was about to say something when the scene in front of her changed drastically. In the next moment, he appeared outside the palace. Who is it? A shout sounded at this moment. In the main hall, 2 attacking auras came directly at him. Mu Yun came back to her senses and grabbed with one hand. Bang, bang. A low explosion sounded, and the 2 attacks collapsed at this moment. Ming Yishuan. Ming Yishuan. Immediately after, 2 exclamations sounded at this moment. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were both stunned at this moment. Hadn't Ming Yishuan been killed by Mu Yun? Why did he suddenly appear here now? What about Mu Yun? Could it be that Ming Yishuan hadn't died all this time? Had he killed Mu Yun while Mu Yun was digesting some opportunity? No. If Mu Yun died, they would also die. Ming Yishuan, you're still alive. Another exclamation sounded at this moment. At this moment, Bao Qingyu was on full alert and looked at Ming Yishuan in front of him. The 3 of them formed a pincer formation as they surrounded him. Of course I'm not dead. Mu Yun said seriously at this moment, Mu Yun has been killed by me. Hearing this, Bao Qingyu, Chao Jian, and Su Ziyao were all very nervous. Outside the hall, 2 figures also came over at this moment. It was the Pangu spirit and the Emperor's puppet body. Ming Yishuan. The Pangu spirit was also surprised at this moment. You're not dead, where's Master Mu? At this moment, several people were looking at Mu Yun, all of them eyeing her covetously. Mu Yun? Mu Yun smiled and said, I am Mu Yun. As soon as these words came out, the 4 people were stunned. It was Mu Yun's voice. What was going on? At this moment, Mu Yun removed her disguise. She returned to her original appearance. At this moment, the aura of her soul also changed. This? Bao Qingyu was also stunned for a moment. Even he couldn't tell. I obtained a divine art and turned it into someone else's aura. Mu Yun smiled and said, the trial should be over, right? I've been inside for 50 years. 50 years? Bao Qingyu couldn't help but laugh. We've been waiting for you here for 5 years. 5 years? At this moment, Mu Yun was quite surprised. Only 5 years had passed in the outside world? Old thing lied to me. Mu Yun cursed in a low voice. She looked at the stone statue but didn't say anything. To be able to pass on a divine art like the illusory heavenly art to her, she probably didn't care about such a divine art. If she didn't care about such a divine art, then her strength was probably beyond a divine master. Let's leave this place first. Mu Yun said, by the way, what's the situation outside in the past 5 years? Bao Qingyu and the others nodded. They had been waiting here for Mu Yun. But they hadn't been staying here for the past 5 years. During this period, they had also gone out to gather information. A few figures left. The statue in the main hall was originally still, but at this moment, it slowly opened its mouth and smiled. Then, the statue turned into a white-robed old man and began to move. It's been hard on me to wait for so long. The illusory heavenly palace lord stretched his muscles and complained. But fortunately, I'll be busy now. Huan Tian looked at the long sword in his hand and said with a smile, Yi Xiaoyao once used a boundary weapon divine sword. No matter what, it should have extremely strong explosive power, right? Let's study it. Maybe it can improve my artifact skills to the next level. Illusory heavenly palace lord. At this moment, a figure appeared on the spot. Nangongyi, why are you looking for me? Aren't I in your heavenly artifact palace? I couldn't find you, so I came to see you. Nangongyi smiled at this moment. You're the palace lord of the heavenly array palace. Do you have so much free time? The illusory heavenly palace lord muttered. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Nangongyi didn't stand on ceremony and said, the higher-ups have ordered that the divine venerable domain's restrictions be broken and completely opened. Open the fake Yin-Yang Sky Palace. Are you for real? The illusory heavenly palace lord was surprised and doubtful. The two great emperors didn't intend to open it at first. Nangongyi smiled and said, how would you and I know what the great emperors are thinking? Stop wasting time. These divine venerables are a little weak now. Perhaps the two great emperors feel that it's meaningless. If we open it this time, the 9 great second-class sects in the 9th heaven realm will definitely send people here. The Imperial Abyss Pavilion won't be able to hold back. Maybe the people from the Divine Venerable Pavilion will also appear, and some rogue cultivators and so on. However, the two great emperors also ordered that beyond Divine Venerable warriors are not allowed to enter. I have to change the array settings. After Nangongyi finished speaking, he waved his hand and disappeared. The Palace Lord of Fantasy Sky Palace was stunned. There are many divine weapons in the fake Sky Palace. How could we just give them to them? What a waste. At the very least, some divine-grade supreme divine artifacts were forged by this old man's blood. The Palace Lord of Fantasy Sky Palace murmured and disappeared. At the same time, Mu Yun, Bao Qingyu, and the others left the Yin-Yang Sea. The Divine Venerate Domain was much larger than the Heavenly Venerate Domain and the Earthly Venerate Domain. The Yin-Yang Sea was vast enough, but it was only a corner of the Divine Venerate Domain. At this moment, several figures were flying on the sea. In the past 5 years, many people have broken through in the Divine Venerate Domain. Bao Qingyu was telling Mu Yun what had happened in the past 5 years. Lang Tianqing of the Sky-Devouring Greedy Wolf Clan. Lei Zhanshan of the Nine-Pole Thunderous Lion Clan. Both of them have reached the 6th level of the Ultimate God Realm. Moreover, the suppression here no longer exists. 2 6th-level Ultimate Gods. Bao Qingyu continued, the representatives of the other clans. Xian Wutian of the Blazing Blackbird Clan, Ming Han of the Diamond Dark Shell Turtle Clan, Jiao Tongyang of the 8-Winged Black Serpent Clan, and Yuan Tingxue of the Snow Domain Ice Ape Clan are all at the 5th level of the Ultimate God Realm. It is said that Zhang Fangming and Shen Wenhao have also reached the 5th level of the Ultimate God Realm. Bao Qingyu said seriously. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. It seemed that there were many changes in the Divine Venerate Domain. That was interesting. It would be strange if it was still a pool of stagnant water. However, in the past 5 years, the 9 forces in the Divine Venerate Domain have all gathered in one place. Where? The Immeasurable Mountain. Bao Qingyu said seriously, it is said that they are all waiting for something to appear. Oh? Mu Yun frowned. Wait for the Immeasurable Heaven Origin Tree. Both Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were shocked when they heard this. The Immeasurable Heaven Origin Tree really exists in the Yin-Yang Domain? Chao Jian said impatiently. Actually, before coming here, I heard from a senior of the Chao family that the reason why the 9 forces entered the Yin-Yang Heavenly Domain at the risk of offending the Yin-Yang emperors who might still be alive was because of the Immeasurable Heavenly Tree. At this moment, Chao Jian said truthfully, could it be that there really is one? There really is. Mu Yun nodded. It's in Wuliang Mountain. Mu Yun exhaled and said, I have to hurry up and reach the 5th level of the godly venerable realm. After all, if I want to impersonate Ming Yishuan, without the power of the 5th level, it's not enough. Looking at Bao Qingyu, Mu Yun asked again, is there any news about ZMO, Xianyu, and Xueqi? Not at the moment. Bao Qingyu shook his head and said, over the past few years, I've been thinking of finding them. With the few of us together, we'll be a powerful force in the divine venerate domain. However, there hasn't been any news. It's strange. Mu Yun was also frowning. By the way, you mentioned the Chao family's seniors just now? Mu Yun looked at Chao Jian and said, is your Chao family also very strong in the lunar sect? Chao Jian smiled bitterly and said, not really. In the lunar sect, the sect master and his wife are the strongest. They also occupy 50% of the lunar sect's members and resources. Apart from them, there are the 7 great families. The 7 great families? Mu Yun asked curiously, tell me about them. Yes. Chao Jian continued, the 7 great families occupy 50% of the lunar sect's resources and strength. To put it bluntly, they control it. Among them, the Ming family occupies 30%. The Ming family's patriarch, Ming Yuanyu, is a 9th-level godly venerable realm cultivator and is very powerful. The other 20% is occupied by the other 6 great families. The Xiao family, the Zhang family, the Xiang family, the Zhai family, the Chao family, and the Su family. Hearing this, Mu Yun looked at Chao Jian and Su Ziyao. So, you're from the Chao family and the Su family? He didn't expect the 2 captives' identities to be so complicated. Bao Qingyu smiled and said, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao are the prodigies of the Chao family and the Su family. Su Ziyao said bitterly, compared to Master Mu, we're not even worth mentioning. Mu Yun smiled and said, interesting. It seems like the lunar sect isn't completely united. It seems like there's a chance to destroy the Ming family. I think your sect master and his wife would be happy to see that, right? Bai Qingyu nodded when he heard that. In fact, the Ming family has been very ambitious all these years. They've contacted the Chao family and the Su family. Their power is even greater than what Chao Jian said. Sect master and his wife shouldn't act rashly. After all, it'll affect the overall strength of the lunar sect. Mu Yun nodded. Interesting. There are too many things we can do this time. There's one more thing. Master Mu, don't be careless. The Ming family's patriarch, Ming Yuanyu, is now the Grand Elder of the lunar sect. There are 7 Grand Elders in the lunar sect. They're the elders of the 7 families and are in charge of various matters. The Xiao family, the Zhang family, the Xiang family, the Zhai family, the Chao family, and the Su family each have 6 people who hold the position of elder. Master Mu killed Ming Yishuan earlier. Fortunately, no one knows about it, so the news hasn't spread. If we kill the prodigies of those families, I'm afraid we'll draw fire to ourselves. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled. Draw fire to ourselves? Mu Yun smiled and said, that's also drawing fire to Ming Yishuan. Isn't the Ming family trying to win you over? If I kill the prodigies of the Xia family and the other families as Ming Yishuan, won't those families hate the Ming family to death? Without the Ming family's alliance, those families won't be able to stir up any trouble. At that time, the trouble will flow to the east and be directed to Ming Yishuan. Then, as Ming Yishuan, I would be killed and the blame would be placed on another force. Hearing this, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao both shuddered. Mu Yun, you've thought of a way. This guy was strong to begin with. In addition, he had the illusory sky manual, a divine art. Even a reverend god wouldn't be able to tell whether he was Mu Yun or Ming Yishuan. Kill, shift the blame. At this moment, the 2 felt a chill in their hearts. This deity incantation was really amazing. Although it couldn't increase one's strength, there were too many things that could be done. Chao Jian, Su Ziyao, you 2 are most familiar with Ming Yishuan. Tell me everything about him. Yes. Yes. Along the way, several figures moved forward together. Mu Yun simply disguised herself as Ming Yishuan. As they talked, Mu Yun gradually understood Ming Yishuan. Arrogant. Ming Yishuan had always thought that he was the most talented person among the 9 second-class forces. Moreover, he was also the person most likely to break through to the World King realm in the entire 9th heaven. Ming Yishuan had never concealed his arrogance. He looked down on people with ordinary talent. Even in the face of a strong person, he was still like this. He was the #1 prodigy of the Ming family in this generation. He had never been afraid. Moreover, this guy Ming Yishuan had a younger brother, Ming Yu. He was also a prodigy of the Ming family. However, his brilliance was overshadowed by his elder brother. As the two talked about everything, no matter how big or small, Mu Yun increasingly felt that Ming Yishuan was very stupid. Powerful talent. Powerful strength. In this generation of the Ming family, he was the most talented son of the heavens. His younger brother was also very powerful, but his talent was completely overshadowed by his elder brother. This meant that Yishuan was stupid because this guy didn't like anyone. Those who were inferior to him were trash. Those who were stronger than him, he thought that they would surpass him sooner or later, were also trash. In his eyes, other than himself, everyone else was trash. It can be summed up in one word: crazy. Mu Yun smiled and said, I was worried about how to provoke others. Now it seems that it's not a problem. If Ming Yishuan was a gloomy person who didn't like to cause trouble, Mu Yun would be really difficult to deal with. But now it seemed that was not the case. This was quite interesting. This guy didn't seem to be a good person. In the next period of time, they hurried on their way. Mu Yun was not in a hurry and went to Wuliang Mountain now. None of those guys were easy to provoke. The divine venerable domain, after some inexplicable changes, had indeed become more lively. The divine venerables from all sides finally began to meet one by one. At this moment, in the divine venerable domain, between a mountain range, hundreds and thousands of figures gathered at this moment. Upon closer inspection, more than half of the martial artists who entered the divine domain were gathered here. There was also a clear distinction between each party. At this moment, a group of people from the Pill Emperor Manor. The person in the lead was not Zhang Fangming, but 2 disciples of the Pill Emperor Manor who seemed to have an unusually powerful aura. Jiang Yi, Zhang Fangming, Meng Zimo, and Miao Xianyu. There has been no news of them. The Pill Emperor Manor has become the 2 of us who keep our word. One of the young men with a scimitar on his waist couldn't help but laugh. Gung Yan, don't be happy too early. No matter how powerful we are, the Pill Emperor Manor is where the identity of an alchemist is the most important. We are nothing. The 2 of us are now 4th-level divine venerables. In this generation of the Pill Emperor Manor, we are already top-notch. We are stronger than the Pill Emperor's sons, but they know alchemy. At this moment, Jiang Yi was not as open-minded as Gung Yan. What are you afraid of? Gung Yan smiled and said, our mansion master is powerful, but he is not an alchemist. There are many alchemists in the Pill Emperor Mansion, and we need experts to protect the safety of the alchemists. Otherwise, wouldn't such a huge Pill Emperor Manor be plundered clean by others? Hearing this, Jiang Yi nodded his head. At the same time, on the other side, there was a group of about 10 people, all carrying long swords on their backs. The leader of the group was a man with a long sword on his back. He was tall and handsome, and he was particularly eye-catching. He was the Divine Sword Pavilion's leading disciple, Shen Wenhao. Some people said that Shen Wenhao was the son of Divine Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, Divine Firmament. But until now, Vast Divine Void had never acknowledged this. As for Shen Wenhao, he had never stated that he was the son of the Divine Sword Pavilion's pavilion master. This was also a mystery. At this time, Divine Wenhao stood in front of everyone with a sword on his back. His eyes were calm as he looked into the distance. Brother Wen. At this time, a figure approached. He looked at Divine Wenhao and whispered, Tao Yi and Wu Wennan have arrived. What is it? Divine Wenhao spoke, his tone light and his voice pleasant to the ears. At this moment, 2 figures walked up to him. Brother Wen. Tao Yi cupped his hands and said, we met Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu in the Yinyang Sea. Where's Jier? Divine Wenhao raised his eyebrows and asked. Junior sister Yi Sweki, we didn't see Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu. We took action and intimidated those who wanted to deal with her. But, We lost track of them in the Yin-Yang CC Palace. As for the Yin-Yang birth pearl, we didn't get any news about it. Divine Wenhao frowned. The Divine Venerate domain is so big, but there are so few people. Logically speaking, Chi shouldn't. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. In the Divine Sword Pavilion, everyone knew that Divine Wenhao cared about Yisweki. Ever since Yisweki entered the Divine Sword Pavilion, Divine Wenhao had been caring for her. Once, everyone thought that Divine Wenhao was deeply in love with Yisweki. But later, everyone found out that Yisweki had someone she loved. His name was Mu Yun. Divine Wenhao also knew this news. Originally, everyone thought that Divine Wenhao would be like Ming Yishuan, who wanted nothing more than to kill Mu Yun. But who knew that he didn't? Divine Wenhao was still caring for Yisweki. However, he was also concerned about Mu Yun's news. It was very strange. Everyone couldn't figure it out. Tao Yi and Wu Wennan didn't speak at this moment. Slowly, Divine Wenhao snorted. This Mu Yun is really a womanizer. His tone was full of resentment. Wu Wennan cupped his fists and said, Big brother Wen, why don't we look for Mu Yun and kill him? Impudent. Divine Wenhao shouted, what for? Will Chi change her mind if we kill him? That bastard, I don't know what's so outstanding about him that Chi is willing to like him with other women. Wu Wennan and Tao Yi couldn't figure out Divine Wenhao's thoughts at this moment. What did this mean? Divine Wenhao seemed to hate Mu Yun very much. But he didn't seem to want Mu Yun to die. Strange. Gather all the disciples here. The immeasurable heaven origin tree is the most important thing in Immeasurable Mountain this time. It's also the main purpose of our trip. Yes. Tao Yi said again, Big brother Wen, Lei Zhinshan and Lang Tianqing have broken through to the 6th level of the ultimate god realm. I don't think they're suppressed. Can the big shots in Divine Sword Pavilion not send more people after knowing this? You don't have to worry about this. The news has already been sent out. Reinforcements may arrive soon. I'm not worried even if they've reached the 6th level of the ultimate god realm. What I'm worried about is, Shen Wenhao slowly said, from the moment the people of Emperor Abyss Pavilion entered the Divine Sovereign region until now, the people of the Divine Sovereign region have yet to appear. No one knows where they are. I don't know what they want to do after entering the Yin-Yang Sky Domain. Hearing this, the others' eyes also flickered. If Divine Wenhao hadn't mentioned it, they would have almost forgotten about Divine Abyss Pavilion. Where were they? Divine Wenhao was also surprised. It was indeed too strange. The people of Divine Abyss Pavilion seemed to have disappeared. Divine Abyss Pavilion was a first-class faction. Even in the 10,000 Kanglin worlds, it was still a top-notch faction. The things in the Yin-Yang Sky Domain might be somewhat attractive to them, but there was no need for the children of the 3 Vice Pavilion Masters to come personally, right? Moreover, it was fine if they came personally, but now, they had disappeared. There was indeed something very strange about this. However, he couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. At this moment, cultivators from all over the world had gathered here. It was extraordinarily lively. In front of them was a vast and boundless mountain range. However, this mountain range was different from ordinary mountain ranges. Around the mountain range and in the sky, there were lights flickering. It was a formation. A magnificent formation encapsulated the entire mountain range, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. In fact, this mountain did not exist when they first entered the Divine Venerate domain. Instead, it suddenly appeared a few years ago. It was very strange. However, this did not hinder everyone's interest in exploring. This place had a vast land and mountain range. It was the Divine Venerate domain's immeasurable mountain. All the major factions had some understanding of this mountain. In the past, the Yin-Yang Sky Domain was the place where the Yin-Yang Dual Emperors lived. The Yin-Yang Sky Palace was the largest. The Yin-Yang Sky Palace was where the Yin-Yang Dual Emperors lived. It was the core of the 2 ancient emperors. In fact, everyone was here for the Yin-Yang Sky Palace. If they could find the location of the Sky Palace, there would be endless divine treasures, divine weapons, and so on. Breaking through to the World King realm. Becoming a dominator. Perhaps these would not be a problem at all. However, that was the place where the 2 ancient emperors lived. It was not easy to find it. It was great luck to be able to find it in the immeasurable mountain. At this moment, the 6 major beast clans were gathered under the leadership of their respective top ultimate gods. Lang Tianqing, you and I have the highest cultivation level here. If we don't speak, no one will take the lead. A hearty laugh sounded at this moment. Lei Zhenshan of the 9 Extremes Lightning Lion tribe spoke up. Lei Zhenshan was tall and sturdy with golden hair. He looked mighty and extraordinary. 6th level ultimate god. He was the one with the highest cultivation level here. Not far from him, Lang Tianqing of the sky-devouring greedy wolf clan was dressed in green. His face was slightly pale. He smiled gently and said, "What do you think?" "Naturally, the two of us will take the lead. We will open a gap in the array and enter the immeasurable mountain. Everyone has come for the sake of the immeasurable heaven origin tree. Merely, we do not know exactly what that tree looks like or where it is located. Since that's the case, why don't we work together and open the restriction before entering?" Lang Tianqing nodded when he heard Lei Zhenshan's words. 6 major beast clans. Xian Wutian of the blazing blackbird clan. Ming Han of the diamond dark armored turtle clan. Jiao Tongyang of the 8-winged black serpent clan. Yuan Tingshui of the snow region's ice ape clan. The 4 of them were 5th layer godly venerables. If they joined forces, they would be a formidable force. Lang Tianqing understood that although he and Lei Zhenshan were very powerful after breaking through to the 6th level, they had also become the target of public criticism. If that's the case, what does everyone think? Lei Zhenshan looked around. No one had any objections. "Okay, let's do it." At this moment, Lei Zhenshan's voice was extremely loud. "Lei Zhenshan, you want to attack when I'm not around? It seems that your 9 Extreme Lightning Lion clan really thinks that you're the only overlord of the 9th heaven realm?" A gentle yet slightly mocking voice was heard at this moment. A few figures slowly walked over. Ming Yixuan. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the newcomers. Ming Yixuan. Shen Wenhao frowned. It was not because she had seen Ming Yixuan, but because why was Bao Qingyu standing next to Ming Yixuan? Wasn't this woman with Mu Yun? What was going on? At this moment, Shen Wenhao felt a headache coming on. "Ming Yixuan, you can't make everyone wait for you alone, right?" Lei Zhenshan said unhappily. At this moment, everyone looked at Ming Yixuan with slight surprise. 5th layer godly venerables. After decades in the divine venerables domain, Ming Yixuan still had not broken through to the 6th level of the godly venerables. Both Lei Zhenshan and Lang Tianqing had reached the 6th level. It should be known that Ming Yixuan was a true genius in the entire 9th heaven realm. Vaguely, he had the bearing of the first person of this generation. Now, he had been left behind by Lei Zhenshan and Lang Tianqing. "Why can't we wait?" Ming Yixuan sneered. "Can you get the immeasurable heavenly tree? The lunar sect is determined to obtain this treasure." As soon as these words came out, many people felt indignant. Ming Yixuan was too arrogant, wasn't he? Zhang Fangming and Shen Wenhao both frowned at this moment. They had dealt with Ming Yixuan before. After all, the 3 major human forces had cooperated with each other. They also knew that Ming Yixuan was extremely arrogant. Therefore, he had almost no friends. For example, Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were his followers, not his friends. "Big brother." At this moment, dozens of figures flew toward Ming Yixuan. The young man in the lead had eyebrows that were somewhat similar to Ming Yixuan's. Ming Yu. Ming Yixuan's younger brother. He was also a genius. Ming Yixuan nodded lightly. At this moment, there were several people following Ming Yu. Xia Yuanqing. Zhang Wufang. Xiang Qinggong. Di Tianqing. These 4 people were also geniuses of the same generation in the lunar sect. Naturally, compared to Ming Yixuan, the 4 of them were not of a high enough level. Ming Yixuan looked at the 4 people with an indifferent attitude. The 4 of them were obviously accustomed to this and did not care. Ming Yixuan looked slowly at Ming Yu and did not speak. "Big brother, what's the matter?" Ming Yu was somewhat puzzled by Ming Yixuan's stare. "Second younger brother, you're really in a good mood. I was almost killed by Mu Yun in the Yin Yang Sea, but second younger brother has gathered the younger generations of several elders' families. It seems that your intentions are not small. Ming Yishuan sneered. Hearing this, Ming Yu was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Big brother, you've misunderstood." "Well, I'm too lazy to listen to your explanation." "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" Ming Yishuan said coldly. "Foolish second younger brother, you should know that forming cliques is the behavior of the weak. The strong only need strength. Even if you've won grandfather's favor, what's the use if you don't have strength?" Ming Yu hurriedly said, "Big brother, you've really misunderstood. I'm too lazy to listen to your nonsense." Ming Yishuan said impatiently. "Big brother fought with Mu Yun? Then Mu Yun. What do you think?" Ming Yishuan sneered. "She's only in the third realm and wants to set up an array to kill me. Unfortunately, her strength is too weak. No matter how many tricks she has, it's useless. Don't you think so, Commander Bai?" Looking at Bao Qingyu, Ming Yishuan reached out and gently put his arm around Bao Qingyu's slender waist. At this moment, Bao Qingyu wanted to dodge, but she did not. However, his eyes were burning with rage. Not far away, Shen Wenhao saw this scene and cursed in a low voice. "Mu Yun, trash." Shen Wenhao felt a headache coming on. Mu Yun was dead. What about Yi Sueki? This idiot's strength was too weak. Didn't she know to hide, cultivate well, and find another opponent? Of all people, she had to find Ming Yishuan. That guy could step into the 6th level of the godly venerable realm at any time. Looking for him at the 3rd level, wasn't that courting death? Idiot. Shen Wenhao couldn't help cursing again. Beside him, Tao Yi and Wu Wennan were even more confused. Mu Yun was dead. Yi Sueki didn't have a husband. Wasn't Shen Wenhao's opportunity here? Shouldn't he be happy? What was going on? Ming Yishuan, we don't have time to waste with you here. On the other side, Lang Tianqing said unhappily. Waste time? Ming Yishuan sneered. Lang Tianqing, do you think you're better than me just because you've reached the 6th level of the godly venerable realm? It's not that I can't enter the 6th level of the godly venerable realm, I just don't want to. Moreover, even if you're now in the 6th level of the godly venerable realm, against me, you'll still die. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere became somewhat unpredictable. Ming Yishuan was very arrogant. As arrogant as ever. If it had been before, Lang Tianqing would have given in to Ming Yishuan. After all, although Ming Yishuan was arrogant, he was indeed talented and powerful. But now, it was different. Ming Yishuan was still in the 5th level of the godly venerable realm. But Lang Tianqing was in the 6th level of the godly venerable realm. There was a big gap between the two of them. The difference between the 5th level and the 6th level was a realm gap. Ming Yishuan was a genius. Was Lang Tianqing not? It seems that you don't recognize reality. At this moment, Lang Tianqing's face was cold. At the same time, Ming Yishuan sneered and said, "It's you who don't recognize reality. Lang Tianqing, you're really no match for me, you'll only know if you try." As soon as he said this, Lang Tianqing took a step forward and instantly attacked. With one punch, he tore through the space and appeared directly in front of Ming Yishuan. Ming Yishuan did not dodge at this moment. Bloody Een Palm. A low shout sounded at this moment. Ming Yishuan's figure rushed out and struck out with his palm. As the palm print gathered, it was as if cold blood was gathering at this moment. In an instant, the palm print hit Lang Tianqing's fist and exploded. At this moment, Lang Tianqing's figure stopped. Ming Yishuan sneered. "I haven't been idle these years. I've obtained a divine technique from the Yin Yang dual emperors. Today, I'll use you to practice." As soon as Ming Yishuan finished speaking, the origin power in his body gathered. Bloody Een Moon Finger. He pointed out a finger, and in an instant, a violent power was released. Yin Yang Blood Divine Technique. 2nd level. 3 attacks. Bloody Een Palm. Bloody Een Moon Finger. And Ming Een Seal. This was another upgrade of the Yin Yang Blood Divine Art. As the Blood Dark Moon Finger struck out, a finger seal slammed towards Lang Tianqing. Lang Tianqing cursed under his breath and took a step forward. Wolf Howl, Sky Piercing. Both fists struck out. It exploded with a loud boom. The void in front of him was completely shattered at this moment. A giant wolf charged out at this moment. At that instant, the crowd immediately took action to defend themselves. The two figures separated as soon as they made contact. Enough! A yell could be heard. Xianxia's voice rang out as he looked at the two of them. He couldn't help but shout, "Gentlemen, now is not the time to fight. Even if you don't want to enter Infinite Mountain, I do." As soon as he said that, Lang Tianqing and Ming Yixuan both stopped fighting. 6th level Godly Venerable Realm is just SOSO. Ming Yixuan sneered and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, too lazy to say anything more. Lang Tianqing said coldly, "Ming Yixuan, you had better not run into me in Wuliang Mountain." As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. It looked like the two of them were about to fight. Although that was the case, everyone had to re-examine Ming Yixuan. Very arrogant. As arrogant as ever. But he had the right to be arrogant. Xianxia also sighed inwardly at this moment. It had to be said that Ming Yixuan was really powerful. A 5th level Godly Venerable Realm cultivator facing an ordinary 6th level Godly Venerable Realm cultivator could be defeated like this. But the opponent was Lang Tianqing. That guy was not to be trifled with. But Ming Yixuan still managed to withstand it. At the same time, Shen Wenhao, Zhang Fangming, and the others also had headaches. Mu Yun was dead. Ming Yixuan was too strong. He also had the Ming family of the lunar sect behind him. With Miao Xianyu, Meng Zimo, and Yi Sueki's temperament, they would definitely kill Ming Yixuan. This was big trouble. The two of them had mixed feelings. At the same time, Ming Yu was also stunned. Ming Yixuan. He had become even stronger. This bastard. How did he become so strong? At the same time, Xia Yuanxing, Zhang Wufang, Xiang Qinggong, and Di Tianxing also felt bitter in their hearts. They were also the top geniuses of the lunar sect. But compared to Ming Yixuan, they were far too weak. With Ming Yixuan here, they had no share in anything of the lunar sect. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were naturally like lackeys at this moment, standing beside Ming Yixuan with smiles on their faces. At this moment, because of Ming Yixuan's sudden appearance, the atmosphere had changed a lot. Now, everyone could see clearly. Lang Tianqing and Xianxia were the strongest among them. Ming Yixuan was not inferior to the two of them. Similarly, on the other hand, the 5th level Godly Venerables of their own forces seemed powerful, but in fact, they were not worthy of his attention at all. At this moment, in all directions, the top geniuses of this generation of the major forces all had mixed feelings in their hearts. However, there was only one person who was overjoyed. Mu Yun. At this moment, there was only one word in his heart. Awesome. Very, very awesome. At this moment, among the thousands of people present, no one could see through Ming Yixuan's identity. This proved that his disguise was very successful. In addition, with Ming Yixuan's identity, he was not afraid of offending many people. What was there to be afraid of? Now, Mu Yun wished that Lang Tianqing would lose his mind and fight to the death with him. With a Godly Venerable's Heavenly Spirit Seed as the foundation, he had reached the 5th level Godly Venerables. Facing Lang Tianqing, he was not afraid at all. If this guy fought with him, then he would kill him. Unfortunately, Lang Tianqing was terrified. The illusory heavenly technique was too powerful. Without surpassing the Godly Venerables, no one could discover his identity. The identity of Ming Yixuan was useful. What happened next would certainly be very interesting. At this moment, Mu Yun was seriously looking forward to it. She was looking forward to inside Wuliang Mountain. Killing all the prodigies until blood flowed like a river, all the warriors would at least explode, right? As for causing trouble for the lunar sect, that was not within Mu Yun's consideration. Moreover, even if there was trouble, it would be trouble for the Ming clan. Perhaps the lunar sect leader and madam would be happy to see this scene. At this moment, Mu Yun also had to think a little more in her heart. Perhaps that old man had passed on the illusory heavenly technique to him in the hope that he would cause a big commotion and stir up this vast ocean. Otherwise, it would be too strange to give it to him for no reason. He felt like he was being used as a knife by someone else. However, he was happy to be this knife. The 9 great forces had already taken shape. If the 9 great forces did not fall into chaos, how could he develop and strengthen? How could he contend against the Imperial Abyss Pavilion? All of this required strength. Not only his personal strength, but also the strength of the people around him. At this moment, all the cultivators were silent. Xianxia spoke again. Since everyone is here, then let's prepare to attack together. As his words fell, figures walked out at this moment. The 9 top warriors from the 9 great forces all attacked at this moment, preparing to break the formation. Wuliang Mountain, it was shrouded in a huge formation. But after all, this place was extremely vast. Even if it was shrouded in a formation, the wider the formation spread, the more likely it was that there would be a weak spot. Those who could participate in this trial were all geniuses with considerable strength and talent from various forces. There were also many formation masters. Not long after, they found the weak spot of the formation. 9 figures immediately attacked at this moment. At this moment, everyone could see who was stronger and who was weaker. Lang Tianxing and Xianxia, who had stepped into the 6th level of the godly venerable realm, erupted with their 6th level origin power. Next was Ming Yixuan, who Mu Yun was pretending to be. At this moment, the origin power in Ming Yixuan's body erupted with power. Everyone felt that their power was greatly restricted. However, the 3 of them were able to erupt with extremely powerful strength. For a moment, everyone's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Ming Yixuan had only vaguely been the top person of this generation in the 9th heaven realm. But now, once Ming Yixuan broke through to the 6th level, he would definitely be the top person of this generation. It was really enviable. Boom, along with everyone's fierce attacks. A roar sounded at this moment. A corner of the formation was broken. In an instant, a steady stream of origin power of heaven and earth gushed out from Wuliang Mountain. It is indeed a good place. Ming Yixuan shouted at this moment and laughed. Everyone, I will go first. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Yixuan led dozens of disciples from the lunar sect deep into the mountain. At this moment, Lang Tianxing and Xianxia also snorted coldly and instantly rushed into Wuliang Mountain. Ming Yixuan's sudden appearance had stolen their limelight. Such a person was probably hateful. However, being arrogant and conceited would make him the target of public criticism. Ming Yixuan would not live for long. At this moment, thousands of people all around began to move. But this time, all kinds of feelings lingered in everyone's hearts. At the same time, Ming Yixuan led dozens of disciples from the lunar sect. Bao Qingyu stood beside Ming Yixuan with a cold expression. Chao Jian and Su Ziyao were still attentive at the side. At this moment, Ming Yu looked at his big brother. Big brother, Ming Yu said, Big brother's strength has improved further. If he reaches the 6th level of the ultimate god realm, he'll definitely be invincible among his peers. However, with Big Brother being so ostentatious, I'm afraid that others will be fearful and join forces to deal with us. Join forces to deal with us? Mu Yun sneered, that bunch of trash. To tell you the truth, even if Lang Tianxing and Xianxia join forces, I won't be afraid. If the 2 of them dare to attack me, I can break through to the 6th level at any time and instantly kill the 2 of them. It's not like you don't know what the immeasurable heaven origin tree in the immeasurable mountain means to our lunar sect and our Ming clan. Therefore, we can't afford to make any mistakes this time. Anyone who dares to fight with me is courting death. Mu Yun spoke very arrogantly at this moment. This was Ming Yixuan. Extremely arrogant. Since Mu Yun was pretending, she naturally would not show any signs of weakness. When Ming Yu heard this, he didn't say anything more. This big brother of his was used to being arrogant. Moreover, he had the strength to be arrogant. What's below? The group entered the immeasurable mountain. There was a continuous mountain range with valleys, peaks, and basins. Lush, ancient towering trees were everywhere. At this moment, in a valley, between the towering trees, one could faintly see what seemed to be a great hall standing there. Chao Jian's eyes were sharp and saw the scene. Mu Yun smiled and said, let's go and take a look. Immediately, several tens of people descended from the sky and headed toward the valley. At the same time, the cultivators from all sides also began to disperse and enter the immeasurable mountain in groups. Some were alone, some were in groups of a few people, and some were in groups of a dozen people. At this very moment, everyone became cautious. At the same time, in a mountain range, Xian Wutian led dozens of people and shuttled through the mountain range, also beginning to look for opportunities. Ming Han. In front, a group of people was also looking for something. The two sides met and stopped. Xian Wutian, what a coincidence. Ming Han was dressed in black and had a black armor jacket. He looked simple and honest as he smiled slightly. It is quite a coincidence. Xian Wutian looked at Ming Han and said slowly, "Are you waiting for me here?" "I don't have the patience to wait for you here." Ming Han was too lazy to talk to Xian Wutian. "Since we have met, it is fate." Xian Wutian smiled and said, "Ming Han, how about you and I cooperate?" Now, in the immeasurable mountain, Lang Tianxing and Lei Zhenshan are the strongest, followed by Ming Yishuan. If we encounter these three alone, we are no match for them. As Xian Wutian's words fell, Ming Han opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but did not speak. "But if you and I join forces, we are not afraid of any of their teams. We even have the upper hand." Ming Han was obviously a little tempted. "Xian Wutian, you can even send people to kill your brother. If I cooperate with you, I am afraid of being stabbed by you." As soon as these words came out, Xian Wutian smiled and said, "Shan Tianlang, that boy, will die sooner or later. There is no doubt that I want to kill him for my future position as the patriarch. Ming Han, let's be honest. In the future, the patriarch of the Vajra Dark Armored Turtle clan will definitely be you, Ming Han. If you and I join forces now, the two clans will complement each other in the future. In the ninth heaven realm, besides the Imperial Abyss Pavilion, who will our two clans be afraid of?" Hearing this, Ming Han's eyes moved slightly. Xian Wutian's ambition was not small. However, in reality, at their level, whose ambition was small? "We can cooperate." Ming Han said slowly, "You and I will enter the secret place together and get familiar with each other first. Let's see if everyone has the intention to cooperate." "No problem." The two quickly formed an alliance. At the same time, the rest of the people also began to look for partners one by one. Whether it was Lang Tianxing, Lei Zhenshan, or even Ming Yishuan. The pressure they brought to everyone was a little too great. For a time, everyone began to plan to rope in some helpers. Mu Yun did not know about this. Even if she knew, she really did not care. He was not lying. After reaching the 5th level of the godly venerable realm, his strength had increased greatly. He was not afraid even if it was a 6th level godly venerable realm. He might even be able to fight against a 7th level godly venerable realm. It would be better if these guys joined forces. If they were all too weak individually, they would not be able to constrain each other. If they joined forces now, it would not affect him much. Limitless Yellow Palace. At this moment, there were indeed palaces in the valley. They were connected to each other, forming a group of palaces. In front of the main entrance, there were 4 words neatly written. "It seems to be a good place." Ming Yu said at this moment, "Big brother, do you still remember that grandfather once told us that in Limitless Mountain, there is a limitless supreme god who is half a step into the World King realm? And in Limitless Mountain, there are 4 great palaces. Limitless Heavenly Palace, Limitless Earthly Palace, Limitless Black Palace, and Limitless Yellow Palace. This place should be one of the 4 great palaces, Limitless Yellow Palace." Mu Yun looked at the gate of the Heavenly Palace and said slowly, "Go and open it." Hearing this, Ming Yu was stunned. End of chapter 3081. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.